burglar. Purple burglar. Purple purple burglar alarm. See, in American, that's American accent. That's not hard. Purple burglar alarm. Purple burglar. What the hell? Purple burglar alarm. There's no reason that should be that hard. There's no reason. But I ate a bunch of worms. I got real mad about it. I'm real scared.
Yes. Because I'm thinking, like, if I move him here, and then for Asgard up again, and then just wail on Corvus some more. He's not hurt yet, but I think I can stagger him with that.
Yeah.
Because inadvertently, this list is awesome at staggering. So we're going to move, and then we will pay 3 for Asgard.
According to Greek mythology.
All right, guys, we are back. It is day 2 of the WTC 2024 here in Copenhagen, Denmark. Listen, we're going to be off to a pretty good start this morning as we go into round 4. Will we have 5 rounds? Will we have 6? Well, that's going to be decided not with this round, but with the next round, depending on. We have 6 undefeateds left. They will turn into 3 at the end of this round. And then based on if that odd number out ends up winning their game, we could get a 6th round, or we could remain at the 5. So who knows? This could be the semifinal round, or this could be the second assistant regional manager to the semifinal round. But this round 4, we are going to have 2 countries we haven't seen so far in the stream, and that is Iceland and Belgium. We have the Ice Guardians going up against Go Figure from Belgium. It wasn't super clear that the Ice Guardians were the Icelandic team. We got to hang out with them quite a bit yesterday, even got to play a game with one of them, which was quite a bit of fun yesterday. And we had dinner in the Chow Hall, as it were. And turns out we have a lot of RPGs in common, which is super dope. That said, the Icelanders also gave me a Monster Energy this morning, so they're very well maybe a clear favorite. But it does look like. Alyssa, could you ask him how to say his handle on the right side floor? His name in like Longshanks. It's like Nehetar or something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it does look like we have Hydra. Let's jump down to the game screen as they get set up. Does look like they will be Hydra on the right. Oh, look at that. I had made the Ice Guardians. Looks so nice. Nehatar. All right. Perfect. Thank you. And then, who's the gentleman on the team? Jonathan. Oh, let me just go ahead and pass the Hydra thing for the second time. All right, we gotta go all the way around. So the Ice Guardians.
I hate myself.
Well, you're obviously very incorrect there, if that is how you feel. And then over for The other team, we have Jonathan, who could be going Cabal or Hydra. So it could be a bit of a mirror match. We don't quite know just yet. Yo. And so let's go ahead and look at Jonathan's roster here. So we have Ultron, Metal Tyrant. I should actually probably like post this post, right? That lets everyone know that not only are we going live, but what's going on. Man, I'm so good at this. But yeah, so okay. So Jonathan has Ultron, Metal Tyrant, Baron Zemo of the helmet variety. Not actually of the helmet variety, just regular Baron Zemo. Crossbones, Merciless Merc, Winter Soldier, Operative, Red Skull, Master of the World, Thanos, the Mad Titan. I'm not talking your ear. Reality and Space Gem for Thanos. Bob, Agent of Hydra, Red Skull, Master of Hydra, Nebula, and then regular old Bucky. As far as Team Tactics cards, he has Dark Range. I am a Baron, after all. Brace, Cosmic Obliteration. Oh, looks like we're getting priority, and that is going to be going to Belgium. But the other Team Tactics cards we are looking at: Brace for Impact, Cosmic Obliteration, Patch Up, Recal, Survival, Soldat Activated, Warpath, and Power of the Cosmos. Over for Thor, we have Red Skull, Master of Hydra, Baron Strucker, Arnhem Zola, Bob, Agent of Hydra, MODOK, Scientist Supreme, my favorite MODOK, Lizard, Pyro, Hela, Rhino, and Electro. Team Tactics cards: Huge Shock, Brace for Impact, Cosmic Obliteration, Pyrotechnics, Sacrifice, Scientific Method, Survival, World Domination, Instant Recovery, This is a Robbery, and a Recal. All right, so we have our threats, our Crisis Eye as well. So we have Deadly, Legacy, Virus, some might say, not quite a bacterial infection. And what was the Secure, I'm sorry, Intrusions. Jonathan. Yeah, it was actually very easy. Yeah, that one's a easy one to remember. So, I just gotta say, I would not be anywhere near as alert right now if it wasn't for the Icelanders giving me a monster. So huge shout out to them. And the right one. It is my type. So good job. Good job. All right. So between Intrusions and Legacy, it looks like we are going to be playing 19, I think I heard. Yes, they are awesome as hell. We used them last night when we played. Here, let me actually show it off on the camera real quick. So we recorded a game last night with Thor, actually, and he has kind of this texture crackle stuff on his movement tools, which make it look like broken, like iceberg ice, and it's rad as hell. Rad as hell. We have a beautiful focus on the screen right now, so I'm going to go ahead and lock that in. Boom. Lovely. And let's try to do the same thing on the dice tray, because it is perfectly focused currently, and boom. You're rad. Lindsay France, why are you awake? Unless Emmett woke up and you're in his room watching, and then, hey, I appreciate you. Nuts. So we also, so while I did get a Monster Energy from the folks from Iceland, the Belgians gave us chocolate, which is absolutely fantastic. I did too. I felt bad about taking more, but then I took more anyway. But yeah, some of the other games that are out there going on and about, we have Pork Roll Protocol going up against England 51% affiliated with Peter and Pat Dunford. So that would be a hell of a game. Hell of a game. You want a treat? Well, I'll bring one of these home for you. I'll keep it in my pocket. I'll go through security, the whole nine, and travel the world to give you this mighty chocolatey Côte d'Or. Ooh, excuse me. But once again, a massive thank you to everyone that helped get us here. Between the WTC GoFundMe that Gil put up, and then also Gil and Norbert and the rest of the WTC staff for making sure that we were, number one, able to come over, and number two, had access to everything that we would need to make this a good stream. So a huge thank you to Gil and everyone involved, and to all of you out there. All right, so there is going to be a legacy virus right behind that pillar. Let me see. Yes, I can. Let's go ahead and use the John Madden patented. So there is going to be a legacy virus right here. Boom. So, and because we're in England, let's draw a happy little teacup. Boop, boop. We're not in England, actually, some might say. At all. Some might say we're in Denmark. So this is actually a cafe cup, not a coffee cup. You need a little bit of a... And because the Iceland folks have such magnificent beards, let's go ahead and make a little coffee cup beard. Yes. There we go. And we'll put some bling on it. Have a couple rings. Boop. Boop. And then like some beads here. There we go. Now that's a happy little cafe cup. Could you draw a wiener dog and a hot dog bun wearing a cowboy hat? I mean, we'll try. We'll try. So, wiener dog and a bun. Whoop. I'm drawing a wiener dog and a hot dog bun wearing a cowboy hat. Hold on. This is really important, and his little legs are going to stick out from under it. Okay. So, listen, that's the best I'm going to be able to do. All right, so this is for the Ice Guardians. It is fine art. So there are a lot of very nice art museums here in Denmark. So we're just trying to do what we can here. All right, so it does look like we are running Baron Strucker, Electro, Lizard, MODOK, Scientist Supreme, Bob, Agent of Hydra, and Arnim Zola. Is this 6 wide? Yeah, gosh dang right it is. And then as far as tactics cards, we are using Instant Recovery, Sacrifice, Survival, Brace for Impact, and, most importantly, the Scientific Method. Perfect. Okay. And then for Go Figure, we have Thanos with the Space and Reality Gem. Red Skull 2, so Red Skull Master of Hydra, Baron Zemo, and Crossbones, the Merciless Merc. As far as tactics cards, we have Cosmic Obliteration, Recallo, Patch Up, I Am a Baron, after all, and Brace for Impact. Boop. So we'll just mark that there and this here as those boys. And we'll mark this as well, just to denote that that is in fact where that thing be. The intrusion. Oh. I needed this. Very good. Not a lot of sleep popping and locking out there. Not a lot of sleep. But I mean, this should be a pretty solid matchup. Cabal into Hydra. Fast friends between a lot of these particular characters. Do they all hail the same thing? Well, sometimes. Always nice to see a Baron Strucker out there. Love seeing Arnhem Zola as well. No, yeah, I guess. Well, no, yes. Yes. I don't know. It is Cabal and Kahydra here for round 4, the first round of day 2 of the WTC. And unlike yesterday, for those of you that happen to have been watching on the good old YouTube, I'm going to remember to pop out chat today so that I can actually see y'all talking in and on Das YouTubes. And we're going to shrink it down a bit. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so that looked like we had Crossbones, Merciless Merc there on the bottom for Finland, and Baron Zemo up at the top. Belgium. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get hit today. And then Thanos dead center. Over for Iceland. Looks like we are getting Strucker in the center with Pyro above him. MODOK, Scientist Supreme. And then Zola there as well. Back over for Belgium. We have Red Skull, Master of Hydra. With his grunts all the way up the top by Zemo. And then a precariously placed Bob up on top of the Cosmic Hot Dog stand, known as Wiener Spacen. Electro will also hang up that. Hey, Happy Hobbit. Tim, I'm going to sleep because it's 12:30 in the morning, but know that you are a beautiful man. Rob, no, you're the beautiful man. Do you see people deploy less than max from the table edge very often, other than for the sake of fitting someone in a cluster? Yep. Yeah, that's normally pretty much it. Or sometimes in, say, X-Men, if they're going to be potentially really setting up like an early storm hop to with like a beast or something like that to make use of that additional movement. Which that has changed, right? Because of Oh, we could probably make this a little bit bigger. Let's do that. There we go. There we go.
It's complimentary. You pay for it.
Huh?
It's complimentary.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he paid for it or not. But Rob, who are you paired up against? Yeah.
Football player.
Okay.
I'm against the football player. Art's playing into Pat's Asgard.
Okay, so Art, for those of you on Art Watch, is in fact playing up against Pat Dunford, Asgard on Asgard.
Jin's in the web mirror.
Jin is in a web's mirror.
I think Ben's playing X-Men again.
Ben is playing against X-Men, which is perfect since he's Apocalypse. And then Rob is caballing off with another
15 points on Gamma and Legacy Virus.
15 points on Gamma and Legacy Virus. There you go. I mean, it couldn't be a more pure Cabal game. So,
The only thing different is their tactic cards. He
okay.
has Sacrifice and Cosmic Obliteration. I have Survival and...
Is he going to send a message to his rival? Who's that? Chochacho. Best of luck, Rob.
I'll be back in like 20 minutes, though.
Okay, yeah, fair. All right, so that was... Oh, Rob. That was somewhat of an odd first activation with Thanos just kind of moving up just a little bit. And then Lizard took the Legacy over there. So there is an intrusion here and here. Now that I've changed the camera and none of that was accurate anymore. All right, Bob, Agent of Hydra, moving on up. I'm assuming he picked up this center virus. Oh, Thanos got it and then moved back. Okay. So then we're going to have Baron Strucker move up into a safety position. Crossbones has the bottom Legacy Virus. Lizard had the top. And Baron, Mr. Dr. the Zemo. Looks like we might get a I'm the Baron here for a charge, potentially. Hopefully that terrain gets destroyed so we can see those objectives. So if they could do me that solid, that'd be dope. But it does look like Baron Zemo goes up to contest that top intrusion. All right. Here's the big boy. I don't know about many others. Hey! Jones. 44 for the sub. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Any Prime sub, any bits donation, anything like that, guys, really helps us get to these things so that we can provide this coverage. So I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right, Zola into Zemo with a little bit of experimentation. Ooh, 2 wilds. That's exactly what he wants to see. And Zemo only blocking 1 so far. And with cover, so he's good. But he probably does, in fact, add some special conditions. Also, excuse you, camera. I told you to not refocus anymore. You need to listen to Daddy. Shock and slow going on to Zemo. Ooh. Great choices there. That is a debilitation, no breathing for Baron Zemo up at the top for Belgium. Looks like we are getting Red Skull Master of Hydra. So we're going to activate those grunts first. Kane, you're not very late at all. Listen, we just started. It's still round 1 of round 4, so first game of the day, but good to see you, sir. Then Red Skull, Master of Hydra, is also going to move on up. And then he's probably going to do it again. So the grunts are out at the top, so that top point is contested evenly. And that is going to end it for Red Skull, Master of Hydra. As we go back over to Iceland, who has Mop Top, MODOK, and Electro still. It did just get a little bit brighter in here. And it does look like we're going Electro. Getting just about in range of Red Skull, Master of Hydra. Oh, nice. I can. I don't know which side's which, but I assume this is the electric side. Kane, yeah, the table looks really good. Cosmic Terrain really popping today. All right, Electro into Red Skull, starting strong, so that is definitely going to be a shock. Showing 4, blocking just 1. Going to go ahead and get a Strucker reroll. Does not convert, but looks like Red Skull Master Hydra is going to be taking 3. With shock. Wow. Hydra really actually doing a very solid job shocking some of the serious damage dealers over on the Cabal. And slowing Baron Zemo too. How rude. All right. MODOK, Scientist Supreme. Moving on up. Surprised he's moving short. Isn't that MODOK a long boy? Or a medium? No, he is short? Maybe I just cheat a lot when I play. Rude. All right, so that is going to bring it 3-2, putting Belgium in the lead by 1. But Hydra has certainly added a decent amount of stank onto the Cabal to really slow them down. Shockingly so. That is going to keep priority probably for the majority of the game with the Cabal in Team Go Figure. Yes. Well, the red Hydra token is the standard issue Cabal token. And then I have a green one for Hydra. Hard to move when you don't get out of your office chair and just flail around in directions you're trying to move it. That's very true. Thank you, Jojo. Elite Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, I need to be a lot better about my posture. So we're gonna slide our chair in. We're gonna sit back up and go about this way. Yeah, now I'm imagining MODOK Scientist Supreme as like a kid in a floaty, like trying to move away or back to the shore or something like that, and just flailing his little feet, going like, eh. Oh, I would love to see someone do a MODOK Scientist Supreme in like a beach theme with one of those like pony floating rings. Yeah, actually. All right, so it looked like we were activating Thanos, I think, for Belgium. and their delicious chocolates. No, I just referred to delicious chocolates from Belgium. All right. And that does look like where we're going. So Space Jam up. Now this is really kind of the fight of the century. Hydra Bob versus Thanos. Really equally matched here. And both capable, some might say, of excessive violence. So much so the terrain can't even stay down. The artificial gravity just isn't doing it. Ooh, MODOK. Uh-oh. So that's going to be a cosmic portal onto the Modifius MODOK, the supreme scientist, which means he's a regular scientist, but with tomato and sour cream. And listen, Bob is going to end up taking this for MODOK. Not sure if you knew this or not, but Genius requires sacrifice. Your sacrifice, Bob, to be precise. So it looks like we're showing 3. Bob, however, absolute champion of the people, blocking 2 of it and only taking 1. But Bob is going to be thrown about it because that wild was triggered. So it looks like he's going to throw Bob right back into Electro. So that'll be 2 damage now on Bob. And a dodge check for Electrus of the O. So how was yesterday evening? A lot of beer was drank, or were people taking it easy? A little bit of both. And this is the dodge roll on Electro. And nothing. Electro taking 3 right out of the gate. Ooh. Ooh. But yeah, I actually got to play a game against Thor yesterday that we recorded, so that'll go on the YouTube at some point. Food was had. I'm sure there was a lot of alcohol consumed. And then I went to bed probably around midnight. All right, this one into MODOK again. MODOK blocking just 1, showing 2 crits on the attack roll, and 3 crit. Oh, with the skull. That's right. Showing 5. Blocking 1. MODOK going to be taking 4. Rough. It looks like he might be able to get some rerolls because I don't know if you knew this or not, but all in this world are beneath him. So he will end up converting one of those. Oh, that was actually an Arnim Zola reroll. He did roll a skull though, so that means MODOK is going to be bleeding about it. So he ends up taking 3 plus bleed. So not only is MODOK kicking his little tiny feet in that chair, he's also spraying blood everywhere. MODOK really needs to hydrate. You know what I mean? And by hydrate, I mean use like a hydration lotion on those legs. They're just dry and crackly. Very similar to the Ice Guardian's movement tools. All right, Electro is up. That is a size 4 piece of terrain, I believe. So I think they're guesstimating what can actually be seen through it with that line of sight, or whether he has to move, or whether he can fire twice. But Red Skull, Master of Hydra, also has 3 damage on him already. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world to potentially be going into him. Okay, going Hydra Bob. So that was Hydra Tactics, or did he actually move short? There's a move. All right, Hydra Pistol into Thanos. Thanos blocking 2 with a crit. Dan converts it, blocking 3. Actually, a solid roll, though, still for Bob. Being able to block, or being able to throw 3. Looks like he is going to have an Arnim Zola reroll, which will convert. Oh, Strucker reroll, even better. And now he's going to spend a little bit of power to get another reroll. Hopefully it's not a Skull, because that will, in fact, kill Bob after this activation. Oh, not going to. But still, 1 damage through... No, 0 on Thanos. Because he can, in fact, reduce his damage down to nada. What's a nada with you? So that is going to be it for Bob. Initially, I was a little surprised he didn't go for the excessive violence right away, but because Jonathan would be able to do the throw, that would probably be another very painful dodge for either Baron Strucker or Electro. Also a little surprised we didn't have a MODOK activation there. Because by his calculations, Thanos could have been dead in seconds. As MODOK is the one capable of throwing that size 4 piece of terrain in the center. It'd be a real nice thing if he was able to do that. What just happened that would have this? Oh, Skull is going to go through the portal. And he does not get to go where he wants. So he's going to be going up to the top for Crossbones. And going to go for it again. And he can go where he pleases this time. Yes. And we do have a new, because of Bob's activation, or Bob's, we do have another MCP special with Bob. Bob was, in fact, left alive on 1. Little post-play, but listen, it's still early. And looks like he set up a pretty solid beam for Crossbones, which is definitely the way he wanted to head. So Plasma Beam here with a Pierce on a Wild and a Skull. It is Beam 3, and it does look like that will get both. Or was he trying to make it hit all 3? It actually might. So this could potentially be... Okay, so it is MODOK and Strucker, it looks like. Because you can always choose to do it a second time and potentially get Bob in the second one based on how the first one goes. All right, this first one is into MODOK. All right, showing 3 on the attack, 2 on the block. So just 1 damage through on Mo Dizzles. A little bit more power on the Fat Brain himself. And then I believe we're going into Strucker next. And showing 3 so far. Yep, 3. Ooh, Strucker not doing nothing about it. He is a master strategist, though. And he will convert, so he looks like he'll take 2. All right, I sure hope Crossbones can't do that a second time. Oh, wait. He can. All right, Genius requires sacrifice. Specifically, Bob's sacrifice here, as MODOK shunts this beam over to his boy Bob. Looking like showing 2, blocking 1, gets a reroll. Will he survive this? The answer to that riddle is no. And that will daze Bob. But how, some might ask, if they're reading the back of Bob's card. Almost, Bob. Bob was so close. Bob could have, I believed in Bob. All right, this one going into Strucker. Showing 3. Strucker, however, blocking 1 with a crit. With the beam. Yeah, that would still I mean, from my vision, that would overlap it. Yeah. So that was no damage on that, I don't think. And then he's going to try to portal. And he may go where he pleases. So Strucker did end up taking 1 there. And that lets Crossbones go back. And he's going to be able to pick that Legacy Virus right back up. It's the great thing about a Gainer Beam where you're getting 4 attacks in 2 actions. You're going to get a bunch of power about it. All right, so that'll bring us back over to the Ice Guardians. Who, I mean, me personally, this would absolutely be a MODOK activation, but it doesn't look like that's the way it's headed. So it will be Electrus, which will put him into Baron reroll range, and within range 3 of Slim Thanos. So that has him in range of both Strucker and Zola for any potential rerolls. And looks like he's going to try to zap a Titan. Titan blocking 2 with the crit skull. And doesn't convert it. So that's blocking 2. He's currently doing 2. However, Electro still has his Master Strategist reroll, which does not convert. And he could choose to Arnim Zola. And he does not. So big whiff for Electro, which we've been seeing a lot of recently. Okay. We are going to be going back over to Belgium. And Zemo is going to attempt to portal. And he will go where he pleases. And there might be a little bit of trouble here. Electro is going to try to make a little bit of a trap here. So this hits on hits and crits. And he gets 1. So that's 1 little chunky boy on Zemo. For those curious, that red token right above MODOK is not an objective, but a bleed token from an Arnim Zola reroll, where a skull just happened to pop up. And Master Swordsman into MODOK with shock. Oof. So nothing all around so far for the defense, but showing 1 on the attack. There's the Master Swordsman reroll, converting the 2, make that 3. We're going to pay for some Arnim Zola rerolls, and he does convert 1. So instead of taking 3, he's only going to take 2. And that was only action number 1. And that, look at that, is going to give Baron Zemo pretty much just enough power to do that same song. When thinking about the odds of doing this twice or shaking the shock, I think he did make the right call here. Though 4 dice doesn't feel nice. All right, so blocking 1 out of the 2, Master Swordsman. He can... Oh, and that is enough to take him down. Yeah, I think it was a huge mistake not activating MODOK earlier, throwing that size 4 terrain at Thanos, attacking twice, maybe adding Incinerate. And now MODOK is not going to get that activation at all. Damn shame. And losing him before he activates is also not going to be giving him priority. And he's going to try to portal back. And 1 big fat skull, so he is going to go wherever Thor pleases. And he'll go back up to the top, which is actually kind of where I think he was going to go anyway. We'll see if he ends up portaling again. And he does not. Oh, he did interact with that one at the beginning, that's right. The hall is rather somber today. In round 4. Pretty quiet in here. Very, very serious stuff going on. All right. Zola shooting Zemo. Showing just 1. But not blocking anything, so it's all going to go through until a Master Strategist says, yeah, I'm going to let that all go through. And I'm going to do that again. This time much better, showing 3 with a crit and a wild, so that's going to be another status condition. And a skull. Zemo blocking 2. He is, however, a Master Strategist. So Zemo will take another 1 chip. So that has Zemo at 3 damage taken. Stun, looks like. Oh, bleed? No, stun. So Zemo now shocked, stunned, and slowed. So it looks like we are now going to be getting Red Skull, Master of Hydra. Grunts first, showing 1, popping off at Lizard. Lizard blocks it. Apocalypse would like that for a 14 dice spender. And they will just move up to contest the point, as the Hydra Troopers are, in fact, able to contest Secures. The Grunts go into the portal. Oh, Redshaw. So you can put him where he wants. So he is going to put Red Skull in the middle. A shocked Red Skull, that is. And then he's going to live wire Red Skull and get 1 again. All right, my guess would be is we're going to get some empowered gauntlets. Yep, there's the 2. Into Strucker. And a Death's Decree. Into Strucker. This is going to hurt. Uh-oh. 2, 4, 6, 7. Strucker black and 1. So that's 6 damage through. Not a huge point in the rerolls. That is Baron Strucker dazed. And as we've seen this list used a pretty decent amount, Rob Reality's running a very similar roster. And he gets teleported back down to Clown Town, Charlie Brown. Second action, shaking the shock. All right, so that is Bob and Strucker dazed. Looks like we have just the Lizard left. He's going to be going into Zemo here. And it looks like we get Scientific Method onto Lizard, giving Lizard a mystic attack. What else does this do? Scientific. I think it does something for his defense dice as well. When an enemy character targets this character, he adds 2 dice unless the attacking character pays 2. All right, so yeah, solid roll there. And that is going to have the Grunts dead. So Lizard is a great target for this because when you put the Scientific Method on somebody, they do take 2 damage, but with fast healing, he's going to take at least half of that off. Becomes harder to target and gets a mystic attack that also does additional damage for the skulls in the defense roll. Not to mention just being a 6 strength mystic attack for 1 power. And going to attempt to teleport a Lizard and fails it. And by that I mean gets it. Yep. All right, so we're getting, I believe, the scientific method attack into skull, only showing one skull block in it all. And it does look like Thor forgot to drop the objective with the teleport, so now it's very flagrant misuse. And he's going to go to the middle. So this is one of those times where it is a shame that we are not in the position to interrupt. You want to go over and ask Gil? So it's really unfortunate timing with that, just in general, but that's... So that is going to have Cabal scoring the bottom and the top. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 for Cabal and 1 for the Ice Guardians. Yeah, that's why the timing is very unfortunate on that. Yep. Yep. Mighty chocolatey, mighty reason, as they say. But we did find out that the Ice Guardians were the ones that dropped off this super dope Ice Guardian. Viking Man. And what are we getting here, this tactics card use? Bob is the target of survival. You cannot... You want to kill Bob? Too bad you can't. What this also means, however, so during the power phase, an allied injured character may spend X to play this card, where X is their threat value, so this only costs 2. The character that played this card drops all objectives. Until the end of the turn, that character cannot be damaged by effects, use reactive superpowers, or reactive team tactics cards. So as far as making sure that excessive violence is offline, not going to happen. Here is also a very cool interaction with it as, enemy effects. So he can still be hurt by the damage that he takes after firing excessive violence fire. If they target MODOK, he can just retarget it to Bob. Oh my god. Kane. Yes, that is very true. Bob is the unstoppable Bobby Guard now. That is awesome. That is awesome. Yes, it can. Yeah, just genius requires sacrifice. Your sacrifice, to be precise. I love that. I want to use that now. That makes me very happy. Here's the bad news, however. Oh, no, but how is an innate? It is not a reactive. Okay. I was curious if the thing that keeps Bob alive would be removed by that, but it's not, because it's not a reactive, it's an innate. Because, no, on Bob, yeah, because survival also prevents you from using reactives, but how is an innate, not a reactive, so it still functions. Oh, but how? Good morning, beautiful people of the WTC stream and a morning coffee. Well, Guy, first off, great to see you. And cheers, buddy. Let's have that coffee together. All right. I am a Baron, after all, is going to heal up. Baron Zemal. And he's going to use it for the heal. So with this being round 3, that's going to heal Baron Zemo 3. Can't take damage from enemy effects. Yeah. So he'll still take the damage and stuff, but he'll also still come back. All right, so we did have a trap there from Electro, giving 1 damage back onto Baron Zemo, who's now at 1 damage taken instead of 3. And he has the power, I believe, for 2 Master Swordsmen. Because that's only 2 power, right? Yeah, it is. All right, this first one is into Strucker, only showing 1, but he got a crit, which is always a benefit because he can reroll them all. Strucker only blocking 1, and does look like he converts. And then Master Strategist, so showing 3, blocking 2, taking 1. And looks like we're getting it again, but this time with a Death's Decree. Into Strucker. Uh-oh. Showing 4 with a crit. Turning it into 5, but Strucker, however, is blocking 3 so far, but it looks like he's doing a total of 6. So he does explode the crit and convert. So he's going to block 4. He's going to take 2 off that. And a bleed. And we are going to use instant recovery because he has fast heal, so that's going to heal him back up too. On Strucker. Oh, gotcha. So, yeah, okay. So we just spent it right away. All right, then Zemo's going to try to portal. Oh. Shortchanged himself. That's a shame. All right, Strucker is going to go back up, and he's going to pick up that deadly legacy virus, Zemo. And, you know, at the end of his turn, he could have been getting rid of one of those special conditions, but forgot. Mm-hmm. Is that still a thing during the... Oh, maybe it doesn't. Legacy virus doesn't cure status conditions anymore. Strategic Genius versus Strategic Genius. That's right, Kane. MODOK throwing that size 4, getting rid of the brace. It's a 4, I believe. Oh, it could be a 3. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think that is 3. And on the attack here, not showing anything too great. Just going to go ahead and block it all. And looks like he's having Genius requires sacrifice, and he's going to get some rerolls, and then there's the Incinerate. So now he's showing 3, blocking 2. Nothing's going to go through, but he does get the Incinerate. All right, now that the Incinerate's on there, that's going to be really good. So he's going to do it again. Ooh, just showing 1. Thanos not blocking any. Looks like he gets 2, so that's 1 damage through. And he's looking at rerolls now. Anything that he does here that he converts is, in fact, going to be positive damage. So he's going to get 1, doesn't convert. And then Strucker reroll does convert. And because of the affiliation ability, he's going to be able to transfer the bleed to Thanos as well. And he'll take 2 damage, bleed, and incinerate. And I don't think MODOK was damaged, but that would allow him to heal as well. So Cosmic Portal MODOK, which gets him out of being able to sacrifice onto Bob. And then Thanos turns to him. And looks like we're going to get punched. Showing 1, 2, 3. MODOK blocking 1 with a crit. Make it 2. MODOK only taking 1. And no, there is a throw triggered. So he's testing to see if after the throw he'll still be in line of a Cosmic Blast. And he will boop him into the Snoop'em, which will not destroy that piece of terrain. But he will hit it before he quits it. So Monarch will take another single damage from that collision. This is actually where something like a Warpath would potentially get MODOK back into safety to be able to sacrifice somebody outside himself. And looks like we're doing a Cosmic Blast, powered up a little bit to 8 dice, and he gets some conversions here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. MODOK blocking nothing. MODOK is removed. Genius requires sacrifice, and sometimes that sacrifice is yourself. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the fast healing. You got 3 to 2, right? That was the fast healing. You got it down 1, right? Yeah. 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 Oh, gotcha. Yep. All right, and then he is going to Space Gem himself, and then he'll take a bleed damage if he remembers. And he does, looks like. All right, and that is going to push it back over to the Ice Guardians. Still have Zola, Strucker, Electro, and Bobbert. And Lizard. All right, looks like we're getting some Electrus here. So, here's the other thing we want to fix on the annotate and draw is to get rid of this. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. So what he really wants to do here is to get the shock into Red Skull Master of Hydra. Especially since that gentleman really likes to do things like count blanks. But also, Red Skull Master of Hydra has a decent amount of damage on him. He's taken 4 so far, which leaves him at 3 remaining. So it is not out of the question for Electro to take him down. It's just going to be real uphill when he's in his energy defense form. Yeah. So, yeah, it is a shame setting up that survival sacrifice on the Bob did not pan out. Lizard teleports to the top. And he's going to attack Zemo. And he doesn't have the power for Master Swordsman, so this is just a tail push, showing 2, blocking nothing. Master Strategist, blocking nothing, 2 damage through. That's going to put Baron Zemo with a 3 damage taken. See if he remembers the stun. And he does. Nope. He looks like he put 2 power on him. Oof. Should only be 1 power on him. Oh, we remembered. Oh, awful Mystic attack. Only showing 1, but who knows how many skulls Zemo might roll? The answer to that riddle is none. He didn't pay for Master Swordsman, however, so he's not going to be able to get more than the Master Strategist reroll. And doesn't convert, so 1 damage through. Said it's going to put Baron Zemo up to 4 damage taken. If he decides to put that 1 damage on Baron Zemo, that is. And he does, look at that. Yeah, Lizard does not gain power from the scientific method attack. All right. So, looks like we're getting Crossbones using the teleport. Setting up a really nice beam on 3 people. Granted, the one on Bob doesn't matter, but he'd still gain a power for making the attack, even though it won't do damage. Yeah. And he'll end up teleporting to the top. And will he do it again? That he will. He'll interact a second time. And fails it again, so moving Crossbones back to the bottom. He cannot interact with that point again. I mean, he still has the lineup here. He could move up and hit and run. But he will use that. Oh, he wouldn't have had the power to do both. So he will pick that Legacy Virus back up, and he will move back, and he will be done. Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan's rolls on these portals have really not been great. Have not been great for him. All right, and that'll be Electro moving up. And attempting to put a shock onto Red Skull. He still has a Baron Strucker reroll. Into the Red Skull. Can he get the wild this time? Yes, he does get it, and he's showing 3. Red Skull showing 2 with a crit. 1 crit converts for the defense, but not for the attack. Strucker reroll. So now he's showing 4. But he's blocking 3. 1 damage and shock. But yeah, the shock is actually pretty solid there. And that is going to put Red Skull Master of Hydra up to 5 damage taken, having 2 remaining. So we could see something really cool here where if Red Skull Master of Hydra is able to port where he wants to go and place, it is within the realm of reason, on average, that Electro would be able to do 2 damage with his trap. Red Skull is going to bring back the Hydra Troopers. I believe when they come in, they get an attack. Oh, okay. So we do that. Zemo is, in fact, MCP special. So that is going to bring us up to 8 of those. All right, so they will make the attack, and there will be nothing there. And a portal is going to work. One up to the top. Make it drop. Interesting. Okay, so it can interact with Secures and doesn't pay power to do so. And looks like Red Skull, Master of Hydra, is in fact able to go up top. Interesting. Figured he'd be trying to take down Strucker, but looks like he's going to try to take down the lizard. And he is going to hurl a little something. Would have been a lot nicer if he threw that barrier, but whatever, you know. Maybe not a throw. It looked like he took terrain off, but he might have just been resetting special conditions. I mistook him moving the special conditions for throwing a piece of terrain. All right, so it looks like Empower Gauntlet spending. Oh no, that's a spender. Spender into Lizard. I cannot see the dice. There's so much shine on them. Is that... For blocking 2 or 5, did you do? Oh, the blanks. Taking 2 after the damage reduction. And he'll do it again. Except this time it's an Empowered Gauntlets and a Builder, I assume. Showing 5. Well, that's 4 successes. How do you roll so many defense dice? Oh, he didn't pay the 2. So he gets the extra. Okay. And looks like he blocks it. Yeah, he did 4. He blocked 4. So he does, however, get the push. And he will get him off the point. Oh, yeah. The acrylics be astounding. All right, gonna portal again, and he can go where he pleases, which is back down to safety. So we still have Bob and Strucker left. Bob and Strucker. Navy beans, navy beans, navy beans, navy beans. Bob and Strucker, Bob and Strucker. Meatloaf sandwich. Is Bob really going to excessive violence into the Hydra Troopers? Or is he going into Zemo? I assume he's going into Zemo. Because it'll kill the troopers with the explosion. He's going to go into Zemo. I mean, 9 dice is very well should take down both. I mean, it is going to take down the Hydra Troopers, because I think they have 2 health. No, they have 3. Oh, because Baron has less than 2 left. So, yeah, so Baron's going to be down regardless. And he's just got to somehow do 3 damage to the Hydra Troopers with 1 physical defense. 9 on 1. Can he do it? All right. Hydra Troopers, we believe in you. You can do this. All right. Don't count them out like that, Alyssa. They could pull it out. Okay. Yeah, I have a plug down here that you can just throw it into. Yes, it is. But how, though? Alyssa, but how? But how? Yeah. Bob just doesn't die if he's doing it to this. Strucker says he'll go where he wants when he teleports. Listen, they're all Barons. They are, in fact, all Barons. So, all Barons all the time, as they say. What's up? Who? Strucker went up there to pick up the extract. He portaled up to the extract. Yeah, he picked up Baron. He picked up Baron Zemo's extract after teleporting up. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't. I was looking for something in my bag, but like I caught it. All right, we're going to end the round 6-10 as Hydra picks up 3, as does Cabal, going into round 4. So that is going to keep priority with Kabbalah Bala Bill, y'all. So, where will Hydra start off this crime? So Thanos still taking a little bit of chunk here from the bleed. Hi, Dr. Norbert. He did. But how? So the electro damage did how much? 2? But that seems like a decent amount. And not only do we have Norbert, but we also have Gil as well.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back, Gil.
Thank you. We just finished counting up all the opinion votes.
Oh,
And cover category is really close, and there's a few that was absolute landslide.
really?
Yes. Best table had more votes than all the others combined. The big base had twice as many votes as the closest one. And the other categories was like very close.
Okay.
So that was good.
So what was the winning model?
We'll give that away at the awards ceremony.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, people out there, but somebody, you know, they might tell a friend if they find out, oh, I know that guy. I'll let them know now. So we want a
Oh,
surprise at the
fair.
end.
Yeah, no, that's very fair.
Yeah. Actually, I want to. Are you going to be able to video the award ceremony, or how we? Can we
It
do
depends on where it is.
something? It's right here backstage.
I'd be able to do it in video, but I wouldn't be able to stream it.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that'll be cool. They need to put up later.
What happened there with Crossbones, Alyssa? Well, what was it? You didn't tell me any of it, Alyssa. Oh,
Oh, did we have MCP special?
we did have another MCP special. Electro's now alive on 1.
Oh,
Oh, we patched up Skull, so Skull is now at full health. So
Yeah,
that must mean we're back on Hydra's turn.
hey guy. I mean, getting left on 1 leaves you enough power to patch up some of your friends. Because, I mean, you should have a ton of power by then,
That's right. That's very true.
and then go hurt somebody.
So I think Arnim Zola really wants to get over there and start shooting Thanos, but he's just a little too far away.
Well, he's not known for his speed. Let's be honest.
That's true. He's a big boy. So they are talking it out right now to see exactly how they want to go about that.
What's the issue? Oh, okay. He's trying to measure if it's worth to him.
Oh, okay. So is his spender range 3? I know his builder is
Arm Solo's right there.
oh, because I typed in Hydra. Yeah, so he was already up. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got range 3 on the spender, 4 on the builder.
All right. So it does look like Strucker drops his legacy virus, teleports down to where he doesn't potentially want to go, as he failed the roll. So he will go nowhere near within range 3 of Thanos.
Oh, if he has power, he has another go.
He is out of power.
Ooh, yeah, then.
That hurts.
Yep. But at least it's not like the first version when you took a damage every time you went through.
Yeah, very much so.
It's so painful when you did like double fail and like 2 damage and you're back in the wrong place.
So we saw a really awesome setup earlier where the Hydra player put survival on Hydra Bob
Yeah.
with a Modoc right there to just be able to regularly sacrifice Bob.
Oh.
But Thanos said, you know what, I'm just going to Cosmic Portal Modoc over there so he can't do that.
Yeah.
It was an awesome setup. It just didn't pan out.
No, it didn't account for Thanos. Yeah.
But in theory, really funny and really awesome. All right, going into Thanos, showing 3. He is a master strategist, so he will get a reroll here. Thanos currently blocking 2, reducing by another 1, so he will not do anything.
Nope.
Thanos did only roll 2 there, right? Because he's incinerated? Okay, good. There was 3 dice at the end, but I think he exploded a skull or something. And that is going to be it for Baron Strucker. So it looks like Jonathan is looking at the range 4 to see what the Hydra Troopers are going to be able to shoot. And they can, in fact, go and shoot an Electro, who is, in fact, alive on 1. And they are going to do just that. Showing 2. Electro blocking nothing. That is Electro down.
Yeah.
Wow. Hydra Troopers just always doing work. 4 dice is somehow significantly more deadly than 5 almost every time.
Well, if it's grunts, always the grunts.
Yep.
I've taken so much damage from grunts, and everybody has. They're like, yeah, we shouldn't grunt. Yeah, you're going to take 3 damage on average. I know.
And then Red Skull is going to be able to teleport as he pleases. So he's checking Death Decree range. I assume, anyway. And that will place him in the middle.
Oh, I just realized it's Thanos on Thanos.
Thanos, no, it's that's a Zola.
Oh, that's a solo. Oh.
They're right there, yeah.
I got to check my glass. I got to get new prescription, I think.
You're not wrong, though, especially in the shoulder, like
Yeah,
being
yeah.
gold and stuff, and the helmet.
Yeah.
Like, so he has a lot of options here. He could have Red Skull go into Zola. He could have Red Skull go into Strucker. Electro's dazed, and Hydra Bob is dazed. Bob did use an excessive violence on Hydra Grunts, but that was only because there was a Baron Zemo right next to them that was alive on 1.
Ah.
So he was able to take them both out. And looks like he is going to go on Strucker here. Thanos and him both take 2. Oh, gotcha. Death Decree. So it looks like he's showing 3, 6? No, that was a spender. I'm assuming because that's way more than...
Yeah, it's 3 successes on that roll.
Yeah. I was expecting the Empowered Gauntlets and a Builder.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that would Death Decree. That would be...
Yeah, he did pay 2 off Thanos. But yeah, Red Skull still being shocked is certainly reducing the amount of fun that he can have with his attacks.
Yeah, you don't like having shock on your beat sticks.
No,
It's
not
just,
at all.
just,
There was a point earlier where Baron Zemo had slow, stun, and shock. But that's what Hydra do. And he can't sacrifice into Bob because Bob is dazed.
yeah. Yeah, that's a crooked dice.
Oh, was that last round? Oh, okay. Never mind. I take that back.
So 1 into 0.
But showing 3 there with the Empowered Gauntlets.
Oh, it's a gauntlet. Yeah, then it's 3.
And Bob will daze. Surprisingly, somehow. That's right. The excessive violence was in round 3. That's my bad. I'm trying, Alyssa. So with Bob dazed, that will get Red Skull a couple power. Nice little tax refund there. And we'll go back over to Hydra, who still has Arnim Zola and Lizard. But first he'll portal, and
Fail.
he will fail it. So he is going to go... That is a surprising place to put him.
Don't he has models down? He don't want to be attacked. Oh, well, he's going to go again and then go where he wants to be.
Yeah, and that time he will roll a crit, so he will be able to get back down to the bottom. Oddly enough, the shock token does not have to spend power to go through the portal,
Nope.
which is really nice that they allow that for free.
Yeah, well, you stick it in a back pocket and it just travels along.
That's right, yeah. All right, Zola, a little too far away from Thanos, so he's going to have to move his slow butt over there. But he wants to be on that point anyway, because he might not already be contesting it. Or does he want to go for crossbones? I mean, adding shock on a Thanos isn't going to be the worst thing in the world.
No, it might mean he just doesn't do that extra damage and get the shock on you.
Yeah.
The throw on you. Or the spender and the slow.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going for crossbones.
I think he said he was just out
Oh.
of crossbones. Okay, so this will go on Thanos.
Yeah.
Take that crit out. Good, there you go. Okay, he got the wild he wanted. Thanos is blocking one, which means he's already taken nothing.
Yeah, so he gets the shock, which is what he wanted. The thing is, if you can't put a lot of damage on him, you rather just give him the condition and then not give him power to do stuff.
Yeah, very legitimately.
I mean, that's sometimes what you do with Storm as well. You hope for the shock and no damage on somebody who just can't charge you.
Yep. Yeah, because my damage rolls are normally poor, I'm the same way with Incinerate. It's like, listen, as long as I get the Incinerate on, I don't care.
Yeah.
All right, there's a Space Stone. And a medium move onto the point. And looks like we're probably going into Zola. Unless he really wants to do Bob for some reason, but... Oh, Bob is dazed, that's right. So some might say there's only one legal target. And that is Arnim Zola.
Then you gotta hit him, don't you?
So this is a spender. Looks like he spent 2 on it. So he's showing
7, so he's got 3.
4. I think that shiny one's a wild.
Yeah. Why do
Oh,
you roll
5.
the extra one? So, does he have the reality gem on Thanos?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he's got a skull as also as a crit.
Oh,
So he's got 6 in total now. No, what's 3, 4, 5?
5.
5 in total.
so how much did Zola take,
And he's
Alyssa? He took 3 and gets thrown.
pushed.
Pushed.
Spender, a push and you get slowed. But
That's
he's already
right.
slow, so
I'm so used to just Thanos throwing people with his builder that...
yeah. But that's the old trick. You portal somebody in behind the guy you're going to hit and you just punch him into that.
And this is absolutely debilitating because of that wild. Arnim Zola's now slowed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not going to be breaking any speed records at this point.
No.
Nor was he before, but
No.
it's still on there. But that's actually kind of a negative, I guess, when you think about it under Baron Strucker's rule, because that slow could be transferred to someone when damage is done.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a neat little thing. Oh, you give me slow, well, I'll give it right back to you.
Yeah.
I just saw a question from Kai earlier about the drinking last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of beer, whiskey, and stuff drank. I mean, Norbert was leading the charge with the Irish, and then we went into the bar, and somebody from the streaming team, not sitting at this desk, was out drinking late, but she's feeling all right, she says.
Yeah.
She came in too when I was going to bed, very happy, and they found some new friends at the bar who were still drinking, so went over there. Yeah, so I think there was few people up till 3 in the morning, which always happens.
That's a big part of the con experience in general.
Yeah, it's a
If you're not
WTC
overdoing it Saturday night before finals, like, are you really participating?
That's the thing. I mean, if we don't have somebody either taking a trouser out in the hall, showing a leg or something, or somebody falling asleep under the table, it's not a WTC. And we did have one guy taking the pants down, showing a tattoo or something yesterday.
There you go.
Yeah, one of the Danes. I was so proud of him. Yes, it's now a WTC proper.
All right. Alyssa, what is this?
Oh,
All right. A lizard with the scientific method attack. Some ESP leakage potentially might be happening. Into Slim Thanos.
you know, it's a big thing because they're both standing up now, getting ready for the dice roll.
It's serious when everyone's on their feet.
Yep.
So this is 6 Mystic, and Thanos' skulls not only count as the first one as a crit for Thanos, but it'll also count as damage done from the ESP leakage.
Oh,
And he is incinerated as well. So just showing, all right, showing 3.
no, 4.
Is Thanos 4s for defense, or is he forgetting that he's incinerated?
No, he's got 4 mystic. That's
He's
his
got
good
4
one.
Mystic. Okay.
No, you drop it. Oh, okay.
All right, so this is actually a really stellar. Whoa. 2, 4, 6, 7. And that is Thanos down.
Oh, that changes a lot.
Oh, yeah. And Lizard is going to pick up that deadly legacy virus.
Oh, okay. So Thanos down, and you doing a 2-point shift that way.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, actually 3 because now Thanos is not on the middle point either. So that's a big point swing
That is a big point swing.
and attrition as well. He needed that being behind that much. So this game is really open. And how's the final score going to be then?
So that is going to be, I mean, I think it's going to prevent the win in this round for,
Yeah. Because he's taking 2 points in the
for
middle.
Cabal.
Who's got the bottom point?
The bottom point is definitely going to Cabal because they have 3 characters on it. Crossbones also has a deadly legacy virus, so there's 2 points being scored down there. And Zemo was scoring the top.
He's going to come down and play now.
So it looks like he's going to be able to charge up and go into Arnim Zola. Showing just 2, Zola blocking nothing. However, as a master swordsman, he's going to convert all 3 of those. So that's 5 going into no successful defenses, and that's going to daze Arnim Zola.
Oh, that's a swing back. Did Zola had a cure on him?
Zola did not, I don't believe, have a legacy virus. Yeah, because there's
There's one on Lizard, one on...
one on Crossbones and one at the top.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the one they dropped. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, so now Zola could,
Zemo can jump back now.
yeah. And does he? He does.
He does, yeah.
So he gets back up to the top, and that is going to be 2 extra points for.
Yeah, he's picking that one up. That gives him 4 against 2, so it's still 14-6.
14. Yeah, so it'll be 14-8.
Yeah, 14-8. Yeah, 14-8. Yeah.
Leave that old TV alone, Zemo. I mean, yeah, for real, guy. Sometimes you do have to hit a TV to make it work a little better, but in this case, it was the hitting the TV to turn it off.
Yeah, he didn't like that channel that was on.
So that's the end of round 4, and that will be Cabal at 14 and the Ice Guardians at 8. And hey, priority will finally change hands.
Oh, yeah.
Going to Hydra this time, which could be very, very needed.
Yeah, I think they need that too.
Yeah, the ESP leakage would also hurt him. Oh. No, it's you take before damage is dealt, you take a damage for each skull in the defense roll.
Oh no, guy, don't call us old.
Oh.
Is it?
So actually, it's perfect that we have the head judge here.
Yep.
So with ESP leakage on the scientific method attack,
Yep.
so if Thanos rolls a skull, he would be taking a damage. But with the reality gem,
It counts as a crit for all purposes.
counts as a crit for all purposes.
If he counts it as a crit, so does the opponent. So it's not
Okay.
a skull for the one of the skulls.
The
It's not-
first
yeah.
skull would
Yeah.
be ignored. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It also means when you're playing against Loki and you have somebody who can reroll skulls, you reroll that one so you don't take the damage.
Yeah. All right. So ESP into Thanos. Yes. All right. Showing 4 with a crit. Showing just 1 on the block, I think.
Yeah, what's it? Yeah.
And he does convert the crit. And by that, so that looks like that'll be 4 going into Thanos, who's blocking 1 and reducing by 1, so 2. He's paying for some rerolls. He does convert 1, so now 3 damage on Thanos.
So is the skull leakage? There's only the defender's dice.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's got 5 against basically 2. Yeah, so 3 going through.
So he's contemplating doing a recal here,
Yeah. He wasn't.
and he'll take the 3 damage.
I'm gonna jump out again because I'm also gonna make sure that we have rooms for you tonight.
Okay.
And
Oh, do I got to get my stuff out of the room it's currently in?
yeah, because those guys are not staying, are they?
I don't believe so.
No, so I'll sort something else out. You might get my superior room in Wilkeston. I'll talk to the. I'll check if I have another one, or I'll talk to the hotel and
Okay.
we'll just sort out superior room for you instead. So I'll drop out, but I'll probably pop back in round 2,
All right.
round 4, because that's the important one. Because we find out if it's the final round or we have to play a 6th round.
That's very true. So it is counted in all purposes the first one as a crit. So damage would not happen there. But if he rolls more than 1 skull, it would. It's just 1 skull. Yes. So how much goes through on that one? All right, no damage on the second ESP, but that does get a bleed on Thanos. Oh, yeah. Can't actually pass off the bleed when your leader's gone. All right. Going with a Cosmic Blast into Electro. Electro, actually showing up a little bit. Blocking 3 out of 4. Only taking 1. If he wanted to do that damage back and shock him, he could. The damage wouldn't happen, but the shock would. And looks like we have the same thing here. Shooting 3 with a crit. Not blocking anything. And there is a wild for the throw. So currently taking 2 and a throw. And it looks like he might be paying for some rerolls here. Lizard is going to take the 2 and the throw. And that will go into Bob. And it's the last turn, so he'll brace it. And the bleed is still on the Lizard. All right, Electro's going to go. So looking at some terrain stuff here, Electro is slowed still. So he might ride the wires a little bit here. And all right, I heard this could work, so let's see what shenanigans Electrus might be doing. So he's looking at terrain. He does ride the wires. He goes through it. He's now point blank. And he's going to try to teleport. And he goes where he wants. And he's going to pop up top to say hi to Pop, whose real name is Thanos. Looks like he is still within 4 of Arnim Zola for rerolls. And we're going in Thanos. So showing 3. Thanos blocking it all. Zola is going to give him 2 rerolls. Nothing. Nothing. Blanks and blanks. Wee. Totsy, totsy. And we have a Ben.
We have a Ben.
He is the Ben. And not a hen.
Heyo.
Because he's then.
What is it? Oh,
And not when.
Cabal Hydra.
Cabal Hydra.
Cabal Hydra. Both are bad guys.
Cabaldra, some might say.
Cabaldra. 14-8. Love to see it.
What's Cabaldra with you?
What's the Cabaldra with you? So are you awake? I'm not awake.
Not very.
I'm not. Yeah.
Not very. Thankfully, the Icelanders gave me a Monster, and I've been downing some coffee. So.
Oh yeah. Your heart should be fine after this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's just when we go back to the States, just heart explode.
All right, so Electro does go end up to the top, and
Hey,
he's
those
popping off.
Those are some dice.
Showing 4.
Yep, that's some dice.
What's 4 when you can say 6?
Hey, Tor, stop that.
And
Just murdered.
that's
You're
going to
doing
be
it wrong, Simon.
5 in a Zemo. So he says,
There
you
you
know
go.
what? I'm a Baron. I'm going to recalibration matrix that.
Okay.
Barons can afford really good computers.
I mean, yeah, you didn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he goes from 6 to 2.
Yeah. Well, that's what you use recalibration matrix for,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So that's just 1 on Zemo.
We love to see it. So who in the chat? Who's awake? Anybody else awake?
Guy is having his morning coffee. Oh, we're getting a Counter-Strike here as well. Guy's having his morning coffee. Kane has been up and around.
Okay.
Happy Hobbit was awake before going to bed.
A big old whiff on the Counter-Strike.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see it. You love to see it. 2 power, well spent. That's called value.
Yes.
It's called value.
So that is an MCP special that brings us to double digits, number 10 of the weekend. With
Are you guys
Emo Alive
actually
on 1.
Keeping
We are absolutely keeping track of MCP specials this weekend.
That makes me pretty happy. That makes me pretty happy.
I wanted to track something throughout the course of the weekend,
Yeah.
and that just happened to be the perfect, I think, fit.
I love it. Considering a second coffee, Guy. Well, if you're gonna keep up with Tim, you need about 300 more.
Yeah, take 3. They're small.
They are. I will say the cups here in Europe make you feel like giants.
They do. The fact that it's just like,
Yep. Yeah. About quantity control. Like if this was a freedom land, it's, I want to supersize my coffee, right? I see a lot of dice coming.
All right, what do we got, Alyssa? Cosmic Obliteration to get rid of the shock.
Ooh.
And then showing 4, 5 on the attack roll because of that Reality Skull. Blocking 1 on the defense. So 4 currently sitting, pending in queue.
Pending in queue. Oh, you're so European now.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you're moving up in the world.
And that is, that's going to be 4 damage into, was that Lizard or Zola? 4 damage into the Zola. I didn't see a wild on there, so unfortunately, Arnim Zola is at his full speed of short instead of being slowed.
No mix slow. Love to see it. Yeah, you love to see two hits with 1 block.
Well, let's say 3 with the reality gem.
Is this Thanos hitting?
Yeah, this is Thanos and Zola.
Okay.
Zola blocking 1, Zola's gone. Sometimes you punch the TV too hard, and instead of being fixed, it just leaves the table.
I've done that to a couple TVs in my lifetime.
I'm not shocked to hear that.
He was shocked. Sorry.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, he was shocked. Yeah, sorry. I get it. It gets confusing. So we see some Hydra shenanigans. I want to see how come it's not up here. This is not guest friendly.
Because it's hard to see the dice rolls if we do that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, Bob.
Oh, okay.
Bob
Yeah,
and
there
his
we go.
emo.
Oh, look at my beautiful face.
Right.
Have you ever just considered how beautiful I am?
Bob with a Hydra pistol showing 2. Zemo blocking 1 so far. Buddy is a master strategist, and he'll also take
Bob.
damage. Bob,
Bob.
the hero of the world.
Yeah, Bob, best 2 threat in the game.
I mean, who can stop this man? But how?
But how? Fun fact, best friends with Deadpool.
They are actually
They're
very good friends.
Best friends.
I don't know if the friendship is both ways.
Hey,
but
sometimes, those introverts need some extroverts to get them out of their,
That's true.
That's what we do best. I married an introvert, and now she's in Denmark.
That's right.
You
That's
know?
right.
There we go.
Doing, absolute work.
She lost her hat again.
She did. She's had to be more of a judge this time then.
Oh, has she?
Yeah. So that's why she's
But
not wearing.
is that why? Is that why she got promoted?
Yeah.
Slightly promoted. Yeah, that makes sense.
Assistant to the regional judge.
Yeah, assistant to the regional judge. We see some crossbones moving.
Yeah.
You
All
love
right.
you love to see crossbones.
Crossbone's getting his steps in.
Hey, you know those small moves are power steps too. Like I mean, those are steps with authority.
They are. And that is going to be game. So Crossbones doing some CrossFit to get back onto the point.
That was.
I was going for a Letterkenny thing and then was like, oh, nope,
Yep,
I remember what the next one is. So, all right.
What a game though.
17-11, both scoring 3 in round 5. That will go to Belgium. Go figure. Hey, Court.
Celebrating some waffles, celebratory waffles.
Yep. And some delicious chocolates that they gave us.
What?
I would have given you one, but I ate them all.
You're so kind.
You know,
Sharing is a gift.
that was really rude, Alyssa.
What did she say?
She just blew directly into the mic in my ear.
Got him. It woke you up though, didn't it?
It did.
Didn't. So Tim, tell us what are you thinking of WTC so far?
I'm really enjoying it. Compared to any other convention I've ever been to ever, I have gotten 3 games in.
Yeah.
I'm 0-3 for the weekend.
Doing great.
Doing great. Doing God's work over
Yeah, you're doing the Lord's work. Yeah.
But no, I actually got to play Tor right there,
Yep.
who was just on stream. We had a very fun game that was filled with laughs and an absolute lot of fun.
Okay.
One of my favorite parts of it is, for those of you familiar with the Oh Yeah, the Power Phase stream, I am normally want to just, as soon as Dan attacks me, say, oh, they have stealth.
Yeah.
And I was getting that done to me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So,
Whoops.
At point blank on Black Panther, it's like, oh yeah, stealth. And I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. That's called super stealth. Got him.
Yeah.
Got to be
So,
within range 1. Yeah. It
was-
happens to everybody.
It was really good, though. It was a really fun game.
That's awesome.
Played some Shield into Avengers.
So, as you've experienced all of these wonderful countries, which is the best country in the world right now? No pressure. We're going to put you on the spot. Everyone's listening. Answer carefully.
Best country
In the world.
in the world,
Yep.
Chad.
Chad. Okay. I saw that Chad team. They're doing really well.
Everyone loves Chad. Just
Yeah.
in general, everyone loves a good Chad.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so yeah, gonna go hard Chad.
Yeah. Hard Chad.
Hard Chad.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense. I will. Ooh, France.
Oh, France. Actually, France should have been the obvious answer for me, as
I will say.
as my surname is in fact France.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I just made that connection.
Yep.
But Chad. What do you want with Chad instead?
Yeah. Sorry, it's not France first. My first name is Tim. My last name is France. So, Belgium just after. I don't hate that.
That does make sense.
France number 1, Belgium 2.
Those waffles.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
waffles though.
Those
I mean,
waffles.
but sometimes I'm not in for a waffle. Sometimes I want a crepe. And
No,
that's
it's crap.
Crap.
Crap. Grape crap.
Crepe.
Crap. Yeah.
And that's when France pulls into the lead.
Yeah, and French fries. Yeah. and
Actually,
French-
so yesterday, the food line ran out of mashed potatoes, right?
Yes. it did.
And a little while later, they were like, well, we're bringing out some fries. And so there was a handful of Americans that were just waiting by the buffet. And they're like, it's going to be a little while. And they're like, no, we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
We'll wait.
Come on.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Uh,
I will say, I did meet a lovable Frenchman, Poulet.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm saying it right. Wonderful guy, who was trying to talk me into eating snails.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which
is like, it was hard not to giggle.
I will say, escargot is actually very good. It does not have the texture you would think it does.
That's gross.
No.
I told him it was gross.
Nuts.
It was all gross. But a wonderful gentleman. He's doing great. I think he's on the other French team. I think it's called. Oh no, it's 2 kinds of French players.
There
I
are
think
2
it's-
kinds of French
Yeah, I think
players.
that's what the team is called.
And there we have Quality Street on the board. Nice little tin. Did it have cookies in it? Did it have
Yep.
sewing supplies in it?
I
at one
mean,
point?
yeah, maybe. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
But so Europe
Oh, there
101,
it is.
Tim, you always say the name of the country you're currently in. That's absolutely what I should have done.
So you,
So as quarter Dutch, as quarter Danish, yeah, Denmark.
Denmark is cool. I will say, I've been getting a lot of interesting looks from the Danes on the outside. Apparently, and this might surprise you and some of our viewers, I'm considered a loud person.
You're considered American.
Yeah. And so as I've made my presence known, just kind of, just by talking,
Yeah.
a lot of the Danes just kind of like look at me, are like, yeah, you're an American. Yeah. I had a Metro police officer. We were talking on the bus. He was a wonderful guy, and I just like. Alyssa said something funny. I started laughing, and I swear about 5 people, including the police officer on the bus, looked back at me. And so I asked him about it. I said, "Hey, so one of the things I've noticed about Copenhagen, especially, it's very quiet.
Yeah.
Everything shuts down at like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and it's very quiet for a capital city, right?
Yeah.
And I said, "Is that normal?" He goes, "Well, it's fall break, and you're just very loud."
So, whoa, what the hell did I do there?
Oh, hey.
But speaking of, so a couple things. So Guy said, or Mr. Blanc says, poulet means chicken in French, and chickens eat snails.
Hey, so it's logical. Yeah.
Well, let's go over to the Longshanks to check on some of those other teams.
Yeah.
Let's look to see how Poulet's team is in fact doing.
You got it right there. Yeah.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you could have just.
Listen, I was gonna have to refresh it anyway.
Technology's hard.
So Poulet is on the
Other
two
French-
type of French people,
Yeah.
or two type of French players.
Man, you were scrolling so fast.
I am. There's the French Gambit. I probably scrolled so fast that I completely passed it.
I can't see it. Scrolling so fast.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to help you.
There are two
There it
types
is.
of French
There.
players. All right, so it does look like they lost their round, but
Poulet won.
Poulet won.
Yeah, Poulet won.
Poulet it off
Pou-
with convocation into webwares.
Yeah, wow.
22 to 20.
Yeah, look at that.
Poulet was supposed to be my roommate for the event. Ah, nuts. Ah, nuts.
Guy, is that a good thing that he isn't, or is it a bad thing that he isn't?
The Invaders won their game up against the Crisis Protocol A-holes from Belgium as well. The Fantastic Five took it over Denmark Ragnarok.
Yep.
The Ace Guardians, while losing on stream, have taken it over the Belgians with Go Figure. The Belgian Patch-Up Boys are now still undefeated, so I think we're going to be seeing them next. Beating out the Invincible Iron Brew.
Dude, we check on the
5-0.
Swedes. Check on the Swedes.
And let's go take a look at
There. That's so it's still going.
Sweden. Good under Steve is currently just 1-1.
That's at one. What table is that?
That is table 11.
Table. Might have to take a peek. Should be like right over there. Yeah. Probably where all the Swedish people are.
Advanced R&R,
Yeah,
the other
makes sense.
one of the other Swede teams, still in active struggle with the Canadian Beavers, 2-2.
Hey, are you proud of us? Look how well we did.
You guys crushed it.
Yeah, crushed it. That's a way to say it.
So Trost might pull it out, put you guys on the scoreboard.
Yeah, let's hope we don't get swept. Yeah, I will say so. What a gauntlet that we have been through.
Yes. So Ben, entertain people.
Entertain people, boogity boogity booty. Yeah. So if you're watching and have not come to WTC, I encourage you to come and check it out. It's a really wonderful time. I think they're trying to take bids about other countries where it could be in. So if you have a bid in which that has hotel access, meals and lodging and all that other fun stuff, let Gil know, and let's see if we can make something happen. But yeah, WTC is a great time. We're going to just kind of keep going through the lists of how folks are doing. It looks like the Montreal Shark Tank pulled it out, 3-2 victory over the Finland Wolverines. The London Spitfire won over the Banshee Bones, 3-2. And the Stockholm Syndrome team has won it 3-2 with the French Gambit, as well as it looks like the Austria something team that I'm not going to try to attempt to pronounce, forgive me, is won over the Cork Fights gang 3-1. So they've got one more game going, but it doesn't unfortunately influence the match. And then the Swedish leftovers have claimed victory over the Jutland Juggernauts 3-2. I will say it's really awesome to see the 3-2s. Hey, Thor, what up?
Can I leave this here so you on the stream?
Yes. It'll just make sure that Tim knows too, because he's the boss. I'm. Just hello, hello. How you doing? It's good to see you. I don't know if I told you this. Your beard is amazing.
Thank you. Well, I've got extra of these if you want them.
Do you
No,
you
no,
really?
about the stale.
I have
Sure, I'll
extra
gotcha.
of these.
So I've already got some from some Polish ones, but I'd love to have some of yours too. That'd be great.
Yeah.
And we have to get a
they're-
picture.
They're
Though.
just generic ones from Tim, but yeah.
Dude, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, any ones that come
But-
from Tor, you know.
So
is-
next round we are
Makes
going to
me
be
a happy
going into
camper.
what
Yeah.
could potentially be the finals
This was
based
the most
on
fun
if
game I've
the
had.
third
Even though
undefeated
it's
team
classic, it's the most fun game
ends up
I've
going
had
down or not.
all weekend.
So
awesome.
Yeah.
we are going to
I
take a
just
little
got
bit of a
crushed, so I-
brief
you know.
break.
I mean, Bob
But we
hates
should
you
not
twice.
be offline long. In fact, we're not going to be offline
Love to see it.
at
Both days
all.
behind Coyote.
So, guys, we'll be back
That
in
makes
just
me
a
a
little
happy
bit
camper.
for what
Bob-
potentially
Bob very clearly
is in
the
fact the
best.
finals. So
choose
we'll see
ready.
you in just a little.
I mean, not
Bet.
the scenario, but for
Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just.
And also the cat. It's not a good move. So what's up with CGR? Talk to me about him. Is he just like, because I know everybody was like so terrified of Immortal Hulk. They were like, oh my gosh, Immortal Hulk breaks this whole game. He's the worst thing that's ever happened in the entire history forever. Everyone's dead. Is he on like Malekith pre-patch level? I didn't see you used it. I didn't see you used it, Marsupial. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chris! They spent the points on it! No! There's a heavy strider! No! This is the consequences of my actions! Ah! No, 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 no! Get up there! Oh, there's one of them too! Oh, this ain't great! This ain't great! This is not super good right now! Ah! And the heavy strider got away like a little. Come here! Ah! No, 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 no! Protein?
According to Greek mythology, if lunch options are chicken meat or German sausages, you have to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Don't hate that. Don't hate that. It's not the worst one I've heard, but come on, Brat. You can do better. Oh, so this is just kind of its own like little secluded part of the beach. Oh, anything Tim Robinson is like the cat's meow, you know? Just wrote a Christmas nursery rhyme for you there.
Write that one down. We'll stick it on your Christmas tree.
Right, clip it. Oh, thank you.
We haven't seen Ray's yet today. He's supposed to be busy this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, back to Arthur. He's got Thanos, Groot, and Star-Lord left, I believe.
Yep. And
According to a homicide police report, 10 years ago I asked my childhood sweetheart, my best friend, and the most beautiful women in the world to marry me. And amazingly enough, all three of them said no.
will take it.
Welcome nutsters to the disaster zone. Oh my god. Am I allowed to say that?
And we are back here for day 2 of the Invitational here at the Las Vegas.
Of this brush, and I'm just gonna feather the feet a little bit, just to give it like a little bit of a brown hue to it, because he's been running around in mud. Because she's a good girl. I just realized I should have clipped that whole spot. I should have clipped that whole full sausage thing. If you click, I think if you hit clips, you can go back.
Oh, X-Men are my favorite thing in comics. I can't seem to make them work in this game.
Yeah, right.
Which is really frustrating. Every time I play X-Men, I get wrecked, and it's just like I don't know what to do with them better. So I need to figure them out, and I don't want to complain about the rules, but I feel like X-Men are unfortunate in that they have a number of characters that are seen as very lackluster for their threat.
Yes.
Wolverine,
This is our house now. This is our house now. This is our house now. I don't think that worked though. I don't think the voice thing worked. We're gonna break through this wall, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's maximize this again. Thank you. 4, 3. We're really rocking now. Ah! No, get away, man! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! It wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me! I'm friendly, I'm friendly, I'm friendly, I'm friendly! Ah! He threw a spear at us! We're gonna lose him! We're gonna lose him! We're gonna lose him! Oh, it's a bear! The boar got me!
That seriously sounded like it was my. I was like, what the? Because there's a door. The door with the washing machine.
Congratulations, Doctor!
Yay!
Absolutely beautiful. You must, I mean, that was a brow wiper right there at the end.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful game. Absolutely. So we have.
The victor. He is the victor.
Wonderful individual. He beat me at a game. It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. It's just scissors. He scissored me better than I scissored him, and I made him mod. Don't worry. I'll destroy this evil artifact.
Groot and Eyes on the Prize. I like Eyes on the Prize a lot.
Absolutely. Do we know who won priority? Dayton. All right, so that's going to have Dayton with priority.
Shield has priority. So Lexa yesterday was showing me most of the way through yesterday's tournament that Longshanks has some really cool data aggregation that you can take a look at. Where
how's your married butt
Oh yeah,
doing?
I saw all the new stuff in WoW. I got a little too excited and ended up doing a trial, and I created a new character.
You did?
And his name is John C.
There was a level of excitement that I had
big airbrush and you're gonna spray with a zenithal highlight. And I don't know who I'm imitating, by the way. And then you're gonna just take some of this contrast paint, which is on the other side of my model thing, which is back here. So then you take your contrast, Blood Angel Red, and you just slap it on your model. Boom, blammo, you did it. You got a painted Blood Angel.
Let's go, Master Hydra. Get the Hydra tank. It's all up there. It's 50% off. Also, Blab and Pyro. They're going to be coming out in December. Guess what else is in December? The day that those guys come out, Blab and Pyro, we're going to be going to Everwinter. It's in Boston. You can, check a link. I forgot to put one in the robots, but maybe someone will be nice enough
What
to
does she do? Tables. But how is tables a job? I can't know how to hear any more about tables.
All right. All right. So we're going to be at Everwinter. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be... Let's go! It's Friday! Okay. Poor gaming dad, good to see you.
He's trying to go.
It's a convention, biggest North American East Marvel tournament protocol. Okay? We'll be there streaming. It's gonna be a good time. Get your tickets now. They're on sale. The hotel rooms are
Not my dad!
According to Tim, the last time he was feeling sad, I put my hand on his shoulder and said Earth. He said that meant the world to him.
I really don't hate those. Like, I really aggressively do not hate them. It's a dang shame. Dang shame. Alright, so let's animate some dead friends, countrymen, Marvel Crisis Protocol champions. Hashtag player for MCP. Alright guys, if you have not... Sorry, go for it, Dan.
Mitch, number of players in the Contest Champions was 65.
Yes. 65 people. 4 people left. 1 champion, and it is Nate GG of the Gamers Guild. And you know what? Honestly, a great...
You just put in the chat there, Tippy token can spend power equal to the threat of the character. Hey, dealing with threat of the character, that was wild speculation. Threat of the character, and that character doesn't count or explode crits on defense, attack, dodge. This character begins the game with a Tippy token. When they have the token, it may re-roll up to 2 dice in its attack, defense, and dodge roll during power phase. It can move it back to itself. When it's dazed, it also removes from other characters and goes back to Squirrel Girl. So Tippy's very similar to...
Now. Ah! No, get away, man! I'm sorry! Wasn't me! I'm friendly! Ah! He threw a spear at us! We're gonna lose him! Oh, it's a bear! The boar got me! I was killed by boar!
Love with Philippe Descartes. He's a really good character, and I really don't know if he pops up later on. I don't remember.
There's not anything like official for him. If you listen to Gapapa, you find out I bring him back later, mostly just for funsies. And they're in, I think it's the Power Behind the Throne companion has...
Whatever,
According
Tim.
to Greek mythology, bros don't let other bros walk around with their flies down. It's called the zip code.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that. We're gonna snap here.
Tim on Dan.
Tim on Dan! Yes! Give me a tortilla!
Do you want bear paw or regular?
Oh, I wouldn't want to take the bear paw away from the first bear slap.
I know
Or bare-handed bear slap.
Oh, look at that. Nice.
I will hold it at the bottom so I don't accidentally punch
Yeah, don't
you.
hit me with your actual...
So much harder.
My face broken already!
Dan, you got a strong face, man.
Yeah, that was harder than I was anticipating.
Listen, it was a lot harder than I intended for it to be too, man.
He's like the tank. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Link Stat. Man, what are these names? Link Static. He had a shock thing. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. Kip Killigan. Yep, he's the sneaky guy. Yep, I do remember that. Vasquez. I don't remember that. Pretty sure that's an Aliens reference, but sure. Oh my gosh, they have the names of these things? Oh, we can't get the names. Archer, that was his name. He's the leader. That's right, he had the little arm crossbow thing. That's right.
You, Mitch. Good to see you. Yes, I believe Anthony is offering pizza and beer for anyone that is helping him move stores. Ben, Ravensguard, guys, it's good to see you all. All right, and Mitch, yeah, we support you, Tim, just not in the ways you want. Accurate. That is this network as a whole. All right, Liam.
Everybody's allergic to every alcohol beverage I have in my house.
Whoa.
Is that a cheeky bottle of red?
I think it's mostly just rubbing alcohol. I think that's it. But like,
You can drink that.
So like this leg is a good example, right? So like you look at this side, you're thinking mostly green. You come over on this side where the light's coming from, and you look at that leg, and it's just like bam, blammo, kapow, Catalina wine mixer.
Tom, can you believe it? This is the first Valentine's Day that I didn't get my card from my secret admirer. It was distressing. First my gran dies and now this.
Oh, that's so good. That's so sad. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's what? Dude, I feel like growing up there was like 19,000 different shows that had that as a plot line. Not with the grandma dying, but with the grandma being the secret admirer. Boy Meets World did it. Hey Arnold did it.
So, Wraith, we did cut Chuck off, and I took his card, and then he came over and he was like, hey, I need my card. And I was like, what do you need your card for, Chuck? And he was like, I want to go grab some lunch, okay? And I'm going to get, like, drinks for the table. And I was like, dope, great, cool. Give him his card back. He comes back with 4 shopping bags full of God tier stuff. Like,
Did he really?
massive.
This is a real story?
No.
Oh. I was like...
The way she says it with confidence. It's something...
All right, I'm sorry, keep going.
Wow. He comes back overloaded with stuff. No, he's cut off.
I was like, someone's walking home.
I was doing some thinking about things lately, Tom.
Oh, yeah?
Kara keeps telling me it is strange that I keep staring at the window every single time there is a heavy rainstorm here in Boston. I think it would be a lot less weird if she would just let me inside.
We like that. I've learned, and this was a lesson, and you might not believe this because I can't read, but what a good lesson it was for us to stop, to see a text-to speech from Dr. D and then just stop reading it. Don't read it, Tim. You're going to enjoy it so much more if you don't. And it holds real true. Real true. I don't think I'm gonna... Oh! I don't know why I wasn't expecting it. Like, I saw her over there. Oh, is he gonna buy this, play that, play this, play this? Dark Showdown. Everyone says, where we are going to have Nick Paltry over here on the left side of the screen, being our player 1. Did I get it right? I did. I guessed, and it worked. So that'll be Nick P there. And on the right is going to be the old Nick M, but he's not playing Guardians. Bless you. He is playing Convocation.
Convocation.
We still win that side.
According to space science, skulls commonly have tramp stamps on their back, and will do everything they can to deny their existence.
Kizma, thank you for the follow. As a Skrull, I just really want to sincerely say thank you.
Hey Tom, I went to my doctor yesterday. She is such an idiot. She asked me, do I smoke or drink coffee? I had to tell this dummy that I drink it.
All right. All right, we'll take that one. We'll take that one. What are we even doing?
I have a question. For the art store affiliation battle, can I bring Beta Ray Bill and the Inhumans? Pwetty, pwetty, please. Who let the dogs out? Who? Who let the dogs out? Who? Who let the dogs out? Who? Who let the dogs out? Who?
That was good. That was well done. So, I do really like staggering Hulk there. He
Yeah.
might get elusive as well. It could get him out of dodge a little bit. I mean, we've seen over the course of the weekend, yesterday during the LCQ, that Hulk has been whiffing a lot. Like an absolute lot.
Really?
So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yesterday we saw Baron Zemo hold off a Hulk for like 3 rounds, taking maybe 1 or 2 damage at a time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's shocking.
It really.
Bring my hands up and like this and pretend I'm a T-Rex. Then I just walk around the backyard. I'm hoping that got clipped. Me and Devin are now adopted by Mike. I am. Oh my God. you are.
According to Greek mythology, there was once a king that was only 12 inches tall.
Oh, yeah?
He ruled poorly and made so many mistakes. He was a terrible king, but he made a great ruler.
I had a feeling it was going the ruler route. I do like that, actually. Yeah, pretty all right. Pretty all right.
And his name is John.
All right, kill this kid. Well done.
According to Greek mythology, why do we hurt the ones that we hit?
Who said that? Dr. D? Ah, that's good.
My glasses and then up there.
I definitely didn't see that one coming.
Hey. I don't get it.
Because I don't have glasses on.
Okay. I was like, where's Okoye? How much damage do you have? She'll spend 1 to pick up the invitation because I guess I should actually try to get points.
Sounds made
I kind
up.
of forgot about those. Invitations, that is.
No breathings.
And then we're going to move over here.
Okay.
Your favorite Thunderbolts story arc was. We were chatting up because I asked Tim if he liked the Thunderbolts, to which he just got the biggest raging excitement about it, and started just rattling off stuff about Dark Reign.
Dark Reign, yeah, the Dark Avenger storyline, and even before that in Civil War, they were just
brutal.
A great book.
Yeah. Did we share it to all the groups?
I don't think so.
According to
I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. That's one of my favorites. Incinerate's the biggest because it's a minus 25% to your defense.
Right.
Shock, varies somewhere between like you're missing 20 to maybe 10% of like your attack roll, sometimes even less.
But bleed is just
But
obnoxious.
Incinerate's
The
massive.
shock wasn't too bad because I could get a lot of rerolls.
Yeah.
But it does decrease my overall potential damage.
My absolute favorite status effect in this game is slow though, because even if somebody on a huge base like that, if you take them from a medium down to a slow, that's just annoying.
Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Ooh. Oh, the misdirects there are.
that might be the best text-to-speech.
Jesus. Sheesh. God. That scared the hell out of me. I was just in here by myself for like 5 minutes. That just scared the crap out of me.
He doesn't have any
According
extra.
to Greek mythology, if April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. Last one I promise.
Wow. He will go left with it, but he won't do.
What? I don't get mad at you. I never get mad at you. That's not true. Don't tell these people on the street that we have an imperfect relationship. It's perfect all the time. Nothing ever goes wrong. I definitely don't say something stupid. Ever.
My brother likes small butts and cannot tell the truth. Each of us guards a door. One leads to an anaconda that is sprung, the other to certain death.
Oh my God! That. Oh.
Got to play Magneto. Tim has been wanting this for a long time.
Now you got it back.
You place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Which he currently
The nuclear
is.
missile.
Nuclear missile.
Right. He is in one of it, but not within the one that I want to be within it. Fucking long arm dong here.
You want help there?
Nope, I don't need it.
So Kara said you're great,
Oh.
and I had to tell her no,
Oh.
you're great.
Oh.
She was really
Wait.
happy and smiled at me all day. She is so dumb. All I did was correct her grammar. I don't get why she was so excited.
All right, lay it easy on the jokes today. Lindsay just fell down on the ground. Looks like she's going to be
Really
plugging
slow
in her
fall.
telephone under the table.
Wow. Wow. Arthur has 0 damage on him now after we are Groot and then Groot healing himself more.
I mean, Dan, I think you said it earlier. You said a war of attrition, and that is what he's here to play. He's up in points. He's going to be probably claiming those same points again. Male.
Hey Tom, I
Okay.
just got another dog.
Yeah?
I got him from a blacksmith.
Oh, nice.
As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. Also, it is Thor's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Thor. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Thor. Happy birthday to you. I like your dogs, man. You got good dogs. I don't think people are even really capable of having, I'm not even going to say it, but not good dogs. All dogs are great. All dogs are great. Well, if we go down this way.
Love, love, love that.
Wow, spoilers from a 2017 movie. I'm sorry.
I'm really interested to see too with like the Emma Frost sculpt how they're gonna do that, because like in her diamond form, I feel like it would be worth it to give, you know, ideally what Dan would want from an Iceman model, just like that like translucent bluish plastic. I would love that.
100%. Also, huge shout out to Monument Hobbies, who provided some of the price support for.
I'm gonna leave you guys get to this.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah, quick shout, Governor United Methodist Church and North Governor United Methodist Church. Thank you guys for supporting me and just putting up with a nerdy preacher. It's kind of, you know, it was a risk of taking a nerdy preacher.
Yeah.
We talk about superheroes and comics and nerd stuff, and you know it's kind of cool. And so I just big shout out for them. And I'm gonna pass it over.
I'm a huge dummy.
great
According
start.
to my doctor's prescription pad, I recently learned that my grandpa has a brutal addiction to Viagra.
No one is taking it harder than
grandma.
Oh, nuts. Ah, nuts. All right, don't hate that. Add a squirrel at each location. Don't mind if I do.
According to Greek mythology, Galactus is a big nerd. Okay, that was the last one.
So there you go. With that, and of course, Gwenpool has a whole bunch of different like retconning abilities and things that she can do to kind of like utilize her knowledge of the fact that she's in a comic book, but also able to do all the comic booky stuff to pull it out. So I'm looking forward to it. You're going to see the tactic cards in the future. The tactic cards get even wilder than these fine folks here. So watch for those on all the social media. But these were two characters that were very fun to pull together. Do you have any?
You saw my head turn too. I was like, "What is that noise?" Ah, jeez. You got that. That one got me.
Sure. I mean, that's already better.
Yeah.
2.
Okay.
Not a lot better, but better.
We're good.
Yep. All right, Hawkeye.
And then, can I bodyguard this?
Yeah, I believe so, as long as you're within range and everything.
What's bodyguard say?
When another allied character within 2 is targeted by an attack, this character may use the superpower. The character becomes a target of
game nights at their house, you know, because there wasn't a game store nearby that we could play in. So you just go into random people's game nights and you're playing random games, and you know, you see somebody's cool conversion or cool paint job, and you want to outdo them, right? And it becomes like it becomes this thing that you're pushing each other to achieve. Like, oh, my, you know, man, you really painted that to such an awesome, like, and you go home, you're like, man, I got to paint something that's just as good as that. And you're like,
So now we're just using a little bit of that Rhine oxide, and we're going to clean up some of these transition lines. Very, very watered down. I know a guy in Malden that would love to get all of your ricin. Because it's Wilmar. He was telling me just a couple nights ago, he's like, Dylan.
Yeah, you too, man. No, I think that was someone else. I'm gonna take this evac though. Have a good one, dude. Ah, no. Times you will. So we still don't know where this crate is, or this chest. I think it's in the cave with more gnolls. Also, if you ever get the opportunity, make sure to get as many gnoll ears as you possibly can. They are so good alchemically. Alchemically.
It's very powerful. So if you use
got
the
a muse for you. These nuts.
Greek mythology, Chiron was a half-human, half-horse doctor. This made him the centaur for disease control.
I actually liked that quite a bit. I liked.
Hey Tom, I went to the doctor and said I've got an earache, inflamed sinuses, conjunctivitis, and headaches. He didn't seem to believe me and dismissed me. He told me that it's all in my head.
Wait, hold on. Aren't those ogres and stuff at the very... It's hitting me a second time, that joke. Shuckle my rudders. Yep.
And say, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, chat for real. You saved that one. Man, imagine that.
I like that. As much as I want Andrew to win, we should play fair, says Neo Kenobi. And yeah, absolutely. Like, especially something like that it wasn't so much just like forgetting to use a superpower or something. Like, he scored that point, he should have it. Absolutely.
100%. It looks like Taylor is mostly healed from Ben's throttling earlier. But the path is interrupted.
According
All right, so
to
let's
Roman mythology, why do Romans always have a hard time ending relationships? Their ex is always a 10.
Or the chin, because these areas are the ones that jut out the most, so it requires more hair for it to be harder to see. It'll be like the most transparent, and then just make sure you get along the ridge line, or the jaw line, and then just make sure you also make sure it's in front of the ear, because that's where the hair actually grows. So if they have something on their face, that makes it easy. But what you do is you can do a couple layers, and what this will do.
All right, a lizard tried to poke a tree with his pointy tail, but between his legs is where that tail remained, as lizard did no damage, and he's the one to blame. Just wrote a Christmas nursery rhyme for you there.
Thank you, Tim, and as a reward I will say this. I was at a bar last night and the waitress screamed, "Anyone knows CPR?" I said, "Hell, I know the entire alphabet." Everyone laughed. Well, everyone except this one jerk.
Oh, that's really good. Also in Syracuse, this will be a 3-day event starting July 7th through the 9th. There will be a big 2-day King Ding Doppeldonger Challenger Standard event to lay your claim on who is the best Brotherhood player in upstate New York. So, I'm excited about that. There's tickets available. There will be links in the chat tonight talking about that. In addition to that, Bearded Drag Games and Hobbies, all that great stuff. Right now, they are running a deal.
Purple burglar. Purple burglar. Purple burglar alarm. See, in American, that's American accent. That's not hard. Purple burglar alarm. Purple burglar. What the hell? Purple burglar alarm. There's no reason that should be that hard. There's no reason.
And tacoed. So what you do is you take some shells, right? Some pasta shells, and
According
you cook
to
up
Greek mythology,
some...
Chiron was also a horse whisperer. He could always tell when they were feeling a little hoarse.
Okay. That actually like hurt my head a little bit. Oh God.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not gonna repeat it.
So I asked for alphabetical, and Alyssa getting into the finals was, I think, a highlight for us.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Twice. Because it got. Jesus Christ.
Hey, do you mind if I extract with you? Sweet. Just did like a naked run and just needed 2 Ichor bulbs and found them, and it's like dope. Now I have your white rusty SMG.
According to Greek mythology, I really wanted to play the guitar badly when I was younger. I can say after years of very hard work and practice and dedication, I can now play the guitar really badly.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Give me a horse, please. 1 horse. Which one do we want? Black Stallion, Chestnut Mare, the Pinto. Let's go with the Black Stallion. That just automatically go into my... teach you how to summon this mount. Okay, so now we go to pets, mounts. Whoa! We got this? We've had this whole time? I didn't have to buy a mount? Wow! Hell yeah. Everyone knows I'm dope. Everyone knows how dope I be. I've had a mount this whole time. I've had a mount this whole time.
My face broke it already.
Dan, you got a strong face, man.
Yeah, that was harder than I was anticipating.
Listen, it was a lot harder than I intended for it to be too, man.
How many tortillas are we to break?
I feel a little bad about that.
I feel a little.
I don't want to be
I said I already feel bad about it. Wow, okay.
Whew, my face is warm.
Hey, Shane!
Shane!
Alright, fine, Dick Cheese. How about this one? Kara says that salads I make tend to be a bit on the dry side. It's definitely something that needs addressing.
Hearing AI say dick cheese, You fools probably use crosswalks properly. You will never make it to my house before you freeze to death.
Tim, I have to say I recently saw one of my EXS a week ago when I was at the Museum of History. I just couldn't bring myself to go say hello, though. There was just too much history between us.
Shut up. For invisible elves.
Tom, let
Yeah.
me tell you.
Huh?
If you think Thursdays are depressing, you should just wait 2 more days. It will be a sadder day.
Alright. Alright, I didn't see the ending of that one coming, actually. I was like, why? What's going on Saturday? So, yeah, alright. I'll allow it. That was good. But I ate a bunch of worms. I got real mad about it. I'm real scared. You know, that was across the... you know better. Boop.
This is where I would put in a bad joke, but I saw that you have feet pics for professional casual on a website called feetfinder.com.
just as hurtful. Ah, shuckle my butters.
Nova.
Cassandra Nova.
Have y'all been making them drinks things while I've been getting off sleeping? Drink things, guys. Oh.
Alright, we're gonna.
It's empty.
We're gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, jeez. That scared me.
I hit the camera, guys. I'm sorry.
Did you really?
I did. I'm gonna go
Wraith, will you clip that, please?
I'm gonna go get another beverage.
Alright, I'm gonna mine.
Yeah, but my dad told my wife that never happened, and I felt so gaslit. So thank you. Can you please text her and tell her that was a real thing? Tell her to come on this stream right now, and I will tell her. No cap. Hey Mario, loads of people use things called a door to go in and out of their houses. Oh, got him. She's at work.
Consider the option that you and me may have a lot in common. Number one, that we don't like to be shot. So here's what I'm looking for. I don't know if you would like to go on an adventure with me. Oh, gotcha. That's oh.
You just trigger slip.
Yeah. Yep. I was holding down the button to.
If you come around the corner with the knife out, we could talk.
Okay.
Just have your knife out.
Yeah. No.
I
Yes.
got mine out.
Okay. Yeah. Listen. Whether you believe me or not. Oh.
I'm in the peephole.
Yeah. Look at that. That's a nice little hole, man.
Hey, man. What's up, dude?
Not too much, dude. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you? Sorry
Whoa!
for hitting
Hold up. Look at that fist. You got like a big Fred Iron Man fist. That's dope as hell.
Thanks, man. It cost me $10.
Oh wow, that's honestly worth the investment.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm just here to grab wood. Honestly, I was just trying to put pressure on you to get you to run away because I have nothing. I got a pistol.
Well, how about this?
Quest
Hey
log
Tim,
is full.
I was
Yes.
looking forward to how great this great stream was going to be
Oh,
since
me
we
too, man.
continue to find ourselves in this position of greatness where you play a game that the rest of the great world has given up on. To celebrate, I bring a joke. Walking home last night, I passed a slice of apple pie, an ice cream sundae, and a lemon cheesecake. I
Okay.
thought to myself that the streets seemed oddly deserted.
All right. No minimum fishing requirement for this, or I need a.
The pollen in Boston has been nothing short of astronomical. That might actually still just be trash metal. I'm a dingus. Don't mind me. I'm gonna grab the correct paint, which is speed metal. I promise. Again, I've used it so much it's worn off. Should probably shake it.
I wonder if he remembered.
Merzane, you know what? It's been so long since I've drawn a little happy corn. All the way back to.
Oh yeah, this is just for you, Mazane. Just for you, Josh. Clocks are 15:13. Okay.
All
Press
right.
the gem button. Oh,
Big
the
ol'
green
laser.
button. Press it. Well, there's a couple green. This green?
Be careful. I don't know what most of those are.
Because I'm gonna press this green button. I'm gonna press it.
And that's a happy little corn right there.
Here's the green. Oh, that's wholesome. That was a wholesome. You panicked a little bit. You panicked. Look, when people tell me to start.
Uh-oh! Let's go! Where is he? Let's get him! Let's get him! Shoot him in the head! Ha! Ah! Ah! Yeah! We got him! Ah! Now we got this to deal with. Let's get his gun. Shane, I can't believe you just did that though. Ah! Oh no, knives only. You're right. Oh, nuts. Good thing we're out of ammo. Oh, I think that means we have to do another knife run though.
Dice are ice cold.
Because she did roll 5 there, so Juggernaut taking 2 damage back on his own activation.
No. That's brutal.
Very good work, Jeremy. Nice punch it
punches
down
it
to
down
1.
to 1.
That
Juggernaut has been generally disappointing for Brotherhood this game. Oh, so good.
So, before I pop off, why don't we ask one of the new trivia questions?
Yeah. No, we'll do one right now. We got a bunch of people here ready to get your fingers ready or thumbs ready to type in your answer. First one to get it correct will get your information to send you one of these card packs. What do we got for a question?
We're gonna do a couple more too soon, but when Tim gets back on.
By the way, if you guys have not been taking clips, you guys should be ashamed of yourself because I have said so many things that I would be embarrassed to see play on the clip thing. And you guys need to step it up.
It's not funny. It's not funny or cool.
We've been here for a while too.
I thought I heard the door open something a long time ago, but went on to you can head over there to beardeddragongames.online, use code PCME10 to get 10% off your order, or if you're not into codes, just be a true bub. Don't put in any code, but pre-order something and you'll get 15% off of it for not even using a code. That's Bubberinos only for that one. Dylan.
Rev's right. We do need a bub cam. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're going to be bubbing a whole lot. This is really warm too. But
Are you hostile? Hello. You seem hostile? Yep. There it is.
why do people keep like just a couple potatoes in so many different places? That was a lot of potatoes. That wasn't a sound redemption, right? Is there someone here? Check my messages quick. Oh, geez, it was a sticker. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, cool. Dope. You can see that we are once again live again. Thank gosh. The UI is back. We are looking pretty. We are looking beautiful as Team Two Squids has told us that we are in fact going to be watching some Spider Foes today.
Spider Foes.
I'm excited about Spider Foes.
I am stoked
I like
about
Green
Spider
Goblin.
Foes. Oh, Tank Lords, welcome.
Sweet.
His local groups are playing too. Awesome. So, on Team Europe.
Tizzy, I hate to say it, but I think Magneto's probably the weakest of the. Jesus. I'm not sure I'm allowed to legally say this. I love mommy. Thank you for the thank you for the follow. I'm not sure if I'm not
sitting right next to him. So I'll go around real quick. You guys introduce yourselves. If you want to give a little information about who you're playing, you don't have to do too much at this point. Just a brief overview. So we'll start with my left.
That's me. I'm Danny. And I'm playing Imren Sealgare, and she is an Ishran Tidecaster. Super exciting. I'm pumped.
Yeah.
Oh man, she's like tall.
But yeah, level
Tom,
cap 20.
I have to ask you this as a doctor. Did your kid walk backwards to school recently? I heard it was back to school day.
Tom, I know you are dumb, so I will give you some advice. Something my uncle used to tell me was that you should always fight fire with fire. He was a smart man, but a terrible firefighter.
That's good, Dr. D. I don't know if you can hear those redemptions coming through Charles, but Dr. D's was, I know you are dumb, so I will give you some advice. Something my uncle used to tell me was that you should always fight fire with fire. He was a smart man, but a terrible firefighter.
fire on the stairs, yeah.
Mm. My heart's telling me I have to go up and get everything before it burns, but I'm just like,
Well, half of my brain is going, what happened to the rest of the people in the goddamn
right?
inn?
Like, where is everybody?
Yeah.
Like, that's been a lot.
You could pretty
shit down.
easily assume everybody in the tavern is awake from
Right?
the screaming and everything.
So, are they gonna put out the fire?
Oh, boom. Nice, 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 nice. Whoo, baby. Alyssa.
Hi, welcome back.
Got the red hit marker, but it didn't die.
That's so strange.
Okay. All right. Shane, you're a villain.
Bob and weave. No!
According to Greek mythology,
That was it. That was the only thing there.
according to Slavic mythology, Tim went to Baba Yaga's hut. That's bad.
All right, let's try it anyway.
How much produce can a producer produce if a producer could produce produce?
If I recall, got to play her a whole ton at Gen Con, and I think yeah, Deadly Origins. If you get the finisher, you get a Shock Baton follow-up. And a medium advance. New Black Widow is real good. I expect to see her quite a bit. She's a very, very solid 4.
It's cool to see a single character go through almost all the threat values.
Yeah. Yeah. And, on the opposite side, having Captain America all...
I'm saying? I'm like a ripe grape. You just gotta step on me. Don't clip that. What are you doing? Do I know you? Are you somebody I know? Like, sort of IRL? Have we taken a shower together? Did we go to college?
feel awful. So then over those next few days, that gets worse and worse and worse. They have stomach pain. And then when you come back, you switch it all back to regular, right? And now all of a sudden, as soon as you're back, everything's fixed. They feel better. They're happier. They're sleeping. They're hungry again. It's guaranteed. Guaranteed to make sure that they miss you. Are you just gonna stand over my corpse and not res me? No, don't teabag me. Rude. Rude, rude, rude. What a rude dude. Can you pick me up though? What's the pickup situation? There we go. I swear to God, I know you're gonna stop this cast. I know it. I know it. I feel it in my bones. I knew it was gonna happen. I'll send you back to the Shadow Realm, kid.
According to Greek mythology, Chiron was a half-human, half-horse doctor. Was Chiron a donkey? Then it would account for the half-hash-hash-hash jokes.
I don't hate this shtick. It's pretty good.
I need a sound effect, Wraith. What are you feeling in this moment? Captain America just got dazed by Blade's katana.
Okay. All right.
The ominous prediction.
What's that? What's that?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Suck it, Wolverine.
Oh man.
I just added that one. I forgot about it. Talking to Anthony, and then Chuck
Let me
came
tell you
in.
something that I hope makes you as angry as I was Tom.
Oh, okay.
I told the carpenter that came to my house last week to not carpet my steps. He just gave me a blank stare.
That took longer than it should have. I'm a little disappointed in myself for that one. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Actually, rather disappointed with myself on that one.
There is Baldur's Gate 3 though. Oh, we just missed that whisper. Someone just whispered us to report you. But it kind of looked like it was your name, so I wasn't super sure. Why isn't this? Yeah, we're back. We're back. See it. All right. Let's spin the wheel now that I'm winning. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go. Financial advice, 401k loans. Oh, I hope you're excited. We're going to talk about taking loans from your 401k. All right. This is so stupid. Listen,
there was a lot going on in that
I went to sleep and woke up and had the same amount.
I'm done, bud.
Yeah, me too. Let's get right into it. You can deploy first, baby boy.
Well, I deployed, so I'm just going to activate first.
Oh. Are we forgetting something?
Probably the power phase, but I already did it.
Oh, did you? You already have power on your things,
No
man.
one man should have all of it.
Well, and that man is Pete Davidson.
That is accurate.
All right. I'll do my power phase, I suppose, then. Matt?
I leave with this. According to Greek mythology, how do you say goodbye to your two sons? Bison. According to Greek mythology, Dr. D is a mythological comedian.
This guy was my friend. Mine. This is why we're not going to get people to play with us. Chris gave us a really good shot, and you guys murdered him 3 games in a row. You murdered him 3 games in a row. You were getting shot by a manticore, yeah? I'm sorry, Chris. In chat, Taylor. Why are you not an
Can you
officer?
believe it, Tim? My neighbors rang on my doorbell at 3 a.m. last night. Thankfully, I was still up playing my drums. The nerve of some people.
Oh, I like that one. I like that one quite a bit. There you go, buddy. Now you're a professional.
What? I get to slap somebody?
You do.
Hey, I don't think I'd ever get to do that.
All right, I can slap you. Is he still alive?
I don't like this anymore.
What, the slapping?
No, him playing that card. Now it's gonna hurt me.
Why am I getting...
Because I assume you're gonna throw
I
her
don't know.
into
Who redeemed it?
Torch, probably.
Ravensguard. All right, fair. All right, you've helped me out, Ravensguard, so this is fine.
I'm just gonna
I doubled
throw
mine
you.
up.
Oh,
It's
okay.
I'm gonna be.
Leave your hand.
What? Sorry. Oh, I'm in the way. Sorry.
I can live with that.
Oh!
There was less give.
So hard.
Doesn't it? It swings harder than you think it's gonna.
Right, a
What if
lot
we, every
harder.
time we get a new reduction,
And at checkout, get 10% off your orders. I'm gonna keep probably hitting the ceiling tonight. So
Pretty low ceiling.
yeah, so make sure to be purchasing your local game store goodness from Bearded Dragon Games Online because they're gonna need to replace these tiles tonight. In
Yeah, they're moving
addition,
anyway. Who cares?
right? In addition to that, listen, maybe you've seen them, maybe you haven't, but we got some tokens and some sleeves. Guess when they come out? Next week.
What?
They start shipping Tuesday, November 1st.
That's awesome.
Actually, you know what dunks taste like? Dunkin' D's nuts.
What the hell are you doing?
Pocket sand!
Pocket sand.
It tastes like pocket sand, huh?
Ah! It's Praxis!
According to the local hospital record, I accidentally drank a bottle of invisible ink last night. I just sat in the waiting room waiting to be seen.
pull the whole instance if I jump over with this. No, there's two of them. No, stop. No, no. All right, guys, we are back. We are heading into what very well might be the finals of the day, depending on if Italy can take and win their pair down. We have the Belgian patch-up boys going up against. Oh gosh, I didn't actually transition. My bad. Hey, guess what? Sorry about that. We are back. That's very fair. Tisdale makes that very clear on a very regular basis. So we are here with potentially what will be the finals of WTC 2024. There are 3 undefeated teams left, one of which is the Italy Maestros. If they win their pair down, that means the winner of this game isn't the final winner, but will go on to face Italy for the crown, the championship, the regency that is WTC MCP 2024E. But Belgium patch-up boys going up against the Canadian Beavers. So we still have some North Americans in this. Can they go all the way and bring it home for, the land across the pond? Especially when, Denmark and Canada, a bit of rivalry, changing flags, leaving scotch, leaving schnapps, some might say, on a little rock in the middle of the ocean between Greenland and Canada. But I heard about that story for the first time yesterday, and I thought it was quite delightful. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other matchups. As we go into this here, we are doing pairings. Not only are we doing pairings for this, but they have made this in the effective time. Great call by Gil and the WTC staff that the pairing will be on a 7-minute death clock. So get it done or you're done. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Longshanks. If you're looking for the link for it, it is right there. So you can check out where your favorites are, where they have been, and where they will in fact be as we potentially finish up the day. Let's take a look over here. So we have the Belgian patch-up boys going up against the Canadian Beavers. The Italy Maestros going up against the Fantastic Five. Team England, 51% affiliated, going up against Sweden. Good under Steve. London B up against Advanced R&R from Sweden. Montreal Shark Tank going against Poland with Team Poland Casual Play. Then we have Scotland and the UK with the Invincible Iron Brew going up against Canada Alpha Flight. We have another Polish team, right? Yes. The Hustlers of the Galaxy going up against the Finland Wolverines. Team United Nations up against Austria, Ireland, and Denmark. The Bunga Bunga Boys going up against Stockholm Syndrome. The Americans, the Invaders, going up against the London Spitfire, redoing some Revolutionary War there. Misfits into Team Sweden. Getting a chance. I must have missed that one before. I don't know if that changed or not. The Ice Guardians we saw last round going up against the French, and there are 2 kinds of French players. Pork Roll up against England Excalibur. Denmark Ragnarok with Swedish Leftovers. The French Gambit going up against the Belgians that we saw last round, and go figure. Banshee Bones, delightful gentlemen, delightful snack, up against Crisis Protocol A-Holes. Danish Huga Heroes up against Team NYC, baby. The Amazing Spandermen up against Specky Bams. Cork Fights Gang up against the Jutland Juggernauts. And the Finister Six against the Last Minutemen of Sweden. But as we are getting those pairings now, I see the clock counting down all around town, Charlie Brown, as they have a little over 6 minutes left. Their first priority role was the exact same thing. Beautiful. Gorgeous. All right, let's jump down to the game screen while we're at it. Make sure our dice cam is still nice and centered. That it is. Oh my gosh. Nameplate for the Belgian Patch-Up Boys. I changed you so that you would look nicer, and then you just decided to undo yourself. There you go. You go where I tell you to. As do these Canadian Beavers. So let's take a look at some of these rosters and what we might be seeing on this potentially final table. For the Belgian Patch-Up Boys, we could see X-Men, a Hydra Cabal player, a Asgardians Guardians player, Web Warriors, or Spider Foes. Off to the side as well, we have one Cabal, one Apocalypse, a Cabal Winter Guard, Guardians, and the good old Hellfire Club. Both these teams undefeated going into this final round. And I'm hoping that we see something a little different. We haven't seen Guardians. We haven't seen Apocalypse. We've seen a lot of Cabal. We haven't seen Hellfire. Avengers have we not seen? Or Webs. Or Asgard. We have seen S.H.I.E.L.D. though. But yeah, personally, I'm pulling for some Apocalypse on the table. Ugh. Just holding out to see Ben play Apocalypse on stream, but I'll take a Canadian if that is the option offered. But this particular Canadian team, the Canadian Beavers, comprised of a handful of folks from all over Canada, not one single area. We do have one player from British Columbia, Ontario, I want to say Montreal or Toronto. But yeah, a little bit of a spread, a variety of Canadian delicacies in these players. Bum, 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 bum. Gonna slide on over to a couple Discords, let them know that we are potentially in the finals here. Oh, someone already has posted. Oh, someone else posted it. All right, so I probably shouldn't post it on the AMG Discord. If someone else posted our link, why roll the dice, right? That's true. Yeah. 2 days ago, but still. What's that? I said I tried. Sorry. All right. All right. Whatever. Let's just end the stream. I don't even care anymore.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah, I'll play it safe. You don't know that? Yeah, fair. And then you were posted? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. That would be a good call. I have, that's the thing, is I don't know if anyone else has shared stuff over. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Let's share this too. 2024, depending on tear down. But one of the things that I've really enjoyed seeing here at the WTC, every time we have players coming up to do the stream, they're always talking about swapping jerseys and stuff like that with some of their opponents, which I just think is really cool. Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the death clock for the Canadian Beaters. They just lose the game. I don't know. It is a death clock. It means you die. Really? Gotcha. Got it. All right, so do we know who the two are that we do have? Oops. 1 minute. About it. Did I double post this? Am I an idiot? Can you see if I double posted that to the same group? Yeah. Thank you. It looks like just one, but I said the most recent thing. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Okay. I wasn't sure if I double posted it to the official one or if I posted it to the official and unofficial as intended. All right, so first off, just a really cool thing. Both teams have kind of like little cards with their rosters and stuff on it, and a logo. There's the Belgium Patch-Up Boys. I actually really like that logo a lot. That's super dope. So for WoW, it looks like we are running. Looks like that's going to be X-Men. With Domino, Iceman, Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, Storm Beast, Pyro, Toad, Dr. Voodoo, and Logan the Wolverine. Tactics cards include Children of the Atom, First Class, To Me My X-Men, Xavier's Dream, Pyrotechnics, Brace for Impact, Survival, Gotta Get Some Air, Sacrifice, and Instant Recovery. Then over for the Canadians, Chris has Zemo, Bob, Red Skull, Master of the World, Ultron, Metal Tyrant, Thanos, and Thanos. They also have Loki, Prince of Lies, Cosmic Ghost Rider, MODOK, Baron Helmet Zemo, Loki, God of Mischief. Team tactics include Patch Up, Brace, Dark Rain, Cosmic Obliteration, I Am a Baron after all, Joint Effort, Psychic Fortress, Survival, Brace for Impact, Recal, and Giant's Blood. So that looks like we have. Let's go ahead and check the Longshanks again real quick, because I believe if we have Chris and Wout, that will be X-Men for Finland.
I know all the parents are gonna, please put them in Longshanks to follow along with all the parents.
And X-Men, and that is going to be going up against Chris or Danks, which is all the way around to the beginning of the affiliation key. That was the last round, Cabal versus Hydra, so I'm changing that now, as we are going to have X-Men versus Cabal. Don't miss it. Don't go past it, Tim. Cabal's the first one. Cabal's the first one. So it should be after Mephisto and Dracula. Got it. Okay, there we go. So, X-Men Cabal. From the window to the wall, as they say. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We are finishing up that Icelandic monster, Mega Monster, Energy Ultra. Zero sugar. All killer, no filler. Keeping us going today in a great way. So we greatly appreciate that. Alyssa was just telling them after they, reveal their characters, the 5 or 6 or whatever, and the Cabal player laughed. You mean 3. You mean 3. I mean, X-Men will probably have 5 to 6. Safely 4, but I would guess 5 against 3, depending on what gets rolled here. So you can absolutely go ahead and ignore this threat currently, as we do not know what we're going to be running for Crisis Eye. But, so, did the Cabal player laugh when you said 5 to 6 characters? Was that what the laugh was about? Yes. That's, yeah, so WoW actually stands for World of Warcraft Tim. So I appreciate the Belgian player. No? I mean, I guess that's probably better. Yeah. No. Nope. Everyone's been really sporting those GT dice. Also, Alyssa, I do have their roster list and stuff over here if you want to give those back to them. And we'll go with Prio. And that looks like it'll be going to Belgium. So Will... So a little bit of a tidbit here. Danks was asking, are we picking each other's cards or our own? Because by the official rules, you do choose one of your own Crisis cards. And we have the Crisis, which are going to be Swords and Hammers. What a great way to potentially figure out the day. And what threat will the Beavers choose? Between 15 and 18. It is the Beavers, so I am going to assume we're going to be playing at 15 threat. Cabal loves that a lot. I'm whispering it so I don't affect the game in any way. But I would put dollars to donuts on 15 threat here. Dollars to donuts. That's right. $1 of donuts. This will be at 15 threat. Huh? I wouldn't mind a donut either. If anyone wants to... What's it? Yeah, there is a Dunkin' here somewhere. Alyssa. Oh, gotcha. But chat, what is your favorite donut from Dunkin'? Or from any other place? Actually, Alyssa, did you know that in Boston, they actually just call it a cream donut? That's true. That's a true fact. I heard it from someone who lives in Boston. Like, it was Dr. D. No, I did in fact hear that said. Whether it's true or not is not up for me to decide. And it will be at 18, so I have lost my dollary donut. You may have seen I've disappeared. I am getting a cafe, which is Danish. Probably. In Danish, they just call... Oop, I've knocked everything off the table. In Denmark, they actually call Danishes nothing. They don't call it a dang old thing. Yep. Yeah, so just as another thank you to an absolutely indispensable member here this weekend, Alyssa of Married Couple Protocol has been helping us tremendously as eyes in the sky. She's not a judge, but she's the judge of our hearts and our lives.
It's the worst.
And she has judged Warlock very harshly. And there's that beautiful new Eyes in the Sky uniform. I might actually have one to give you here, actually. Oh, that's right. I might have one at home to take that home and put on. Yeah. Yes. That will not be a problem. But yeah, Alyssa, once again from Married Couple Protocol over on YouTube, has gracefully given PCN a new Eyes in the Sky uniform, which will be used mandatorily going forward for anyone that is unfortunate enough to be thrown in the role of Eyes in the Sky. Whoa, I like that. Did he magnetize his token box? That is clever as hell. I think did the Belgian guy magnetize his token box to be on that tray? It looked like it was like stuck on there pretty good. It might have just been how it looked, but it looked like it like snapped off there. And I was like, that's a really smart idea. A tape measure? Judge, get him in here. All right, so everyone knows hammers. Everyone loves hammers. One of the big important things, especially at a level of play like the WTC, is remembering, especially with one or more hammers, you're going to have to spend a little bit more monies to be able to use your tactics cards. When you end up popping that survival or that reactive, you better be prepared based on how many hammers you have. What a perfect placement for that hammer under that terrain. We also heavily appreciate that the Crisis Eye chosen is not blocked by that center terrain piece at all. So thank you, hammers. You're the true OG. Boom, 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 boom. Doo-doo. So let's actually pull up Sword. Because that's not one we actually end up seeing all that often. We hear all sorts of horror stories, right, about who likes Sword, who doesn't. But on the blue area of the moon, you'll be rolling and looking for... Oh, that is the one where if you are doing it against contention, you're rolling just one die, 50% shot to flip it. And we did have Sword already, but I think what happened in that Sword game yesterday, it was tied every time, so no one ever got pushed. All right, so rosters. Looks like we have for the X-Men, Shadowcat, Iceman, Nightcrawler, Storm, Toad, Pyro. And 4 wide for Cabal with regular OG MODOK, Ultron, I'm assuming Red Skull, Master of the World, and Thanos? Oh, Helmet Zemo. So I just need tactics cards, and you can just read them off if you can see them. Yeah. So for Cabal, we have I Am a Baron After All, Dark Reign, Cosmic Obliteration, Brace for Impact, and the good old patch-up. Over for the X-Men side, however, we have Xavier's Dream, Survival, Pyrotechnics, Brace for Impact, and then First Class. No patch up. So Wout for Belgium. Yep. Yes, it is, Huggy. Also, dude, hey, how is you? I'm looking around for you now. Huggy is... I see the one Swedish team, but that's the Swedish leftovers. Hey, Super Turtle. Thank you for the follow. Oh, no, not that Huggy? Oh, dope. Okay. You know, so I do this a lot at cons where I mistake people in chat for other people. There's a gentleman, a House of W, that I always think is House Party Protocol Will. There was another one earlier with Mike that I thought was Mike Whalen from the Pork Roll Protocol. That was not Mike from Pork Roll Protocol. So now we have a third. So listen, we've made the trifecta now of mistaken identities. But welcome in, Huggy. The Belgians are your locals, but you are not the first. My Discord name is Huggy. Gotcha. But no, no, oh, it is. It is Huggy. No, not that one. Love that. Love that. All right, so we are getting some deployments here as we start what very well might be this final round. So once again, if the Italy Maestro is able to win their game, that means the winner of this round between Belgium and Canada will go on to face Italy in what some might call the actual finals. Boom, 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 boom. I should have brought water back because I have, yeah, I do, yeah, I have my water bottle, my Adepticon water bottle that I left out in the sun, so the Adepticon logo has fallen off pretty aggressively. Yeah, Tisdale, fix. No, I have a bunch in here. But thank you, though. I appreciate that. All right, this is going to be our first Iceman of the event, as well as our first OG Modok, our first Ultron Metal Tyrant, and our first Helmet Zemo. So a lot of new models that we haven't seen yet this weekend at the WTC. So I'm pretty stoked. If this was a canceled podcast called Wreck My Podcast, you could say I'm stoked on this. What's up? Oh, gotcha. But, well, Huggy, out of the other Belgian locals that are here on the Belgian Patch Up Boys, who's your favorite? I won't tell them. I promise. Is it Wout? Is it Steve? Maybe it's Tommy or Matthias. Maybe it's Nikki. Maybe it's one of the other gens on the other Belgian team. That is a hard one. All right. All right. Well, we are here for it. By the way, over the course of the weekend, we have been counting up MCP specials. We are at 10 of them. This is round 5, so we are officially over the curve of 2 per round. What is an MCP special, you might ask? What an MCP special is when a character who is intended to be dazed or KO'd is left alive on 1. That is the MCP special. MPC. Not the MPC special. That's the Marvel Protocol Crisis special, which is actually very different. The Marvel Crisis Protocol special is when a grunt or a 4 strength attack one-shot somebody. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So once again, a huge thank you to the WTC staff, including Gil, Norbert, the rest of the council, for getting us here, as well as all of you for helping to support the network so that we can be at events, providing coverage of the largest in-person Marvel Crisis Protocol event in the world. Always Matthias. Hell yeah. Got caught up by advertising, but I love them all equally. Nope. Nope, not buying it. Not buying it. Don't believe it, Huggy. I don't believe it. But thank you. Thank you, Nat, for the follow. I appreciate you, and I'm happy you're here. Supporting your boys. So that was a Toad, drop down first up top. And we will follow that up with a helmet of the Zemo variety. Is it the OG Zemo? No, it's not. I made that very clear earlier. This one has a helmet. Yeah, it would be weird if you didn't put up Matthias. Oh! Do we have a partner in chat? You have to come clean, Huggy. You do. This is serious business, Huggy. And Iceman is down right above Shadowcat. And we also have Red Skull, Master of the World, down below the Cosmic Taco Stand. So I was hoping to have the Apocalypse player on stream. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Pairing just didn't mash out that way. But he is the first table I see to the left, so I can keep an eye on that Apocalypse from here. I have slept in the same room as Matthias several times. And that's what MCP conventions are all about. We have a Storm down. We also have a MODOK sitting very precariously with those little tiny baby legs up on top of that Cosmic Taco Stand. And then the Grunts for Ultron, those Ultron drones, are going to be placed right next to the middle tyrant himself, right before Nightcrawler, the Teleportation Master Disaster, and of course, but not least, is the last character for the X-Men, who is Pyro. Huggy. Huggy, we still need your answer. Who's your favorite? You can't parting shot away from this one. It's going to do a damage. Actually, you have to parting shot away from this one because it might do some damage. All right. Oh, you did? You loved them all equally. No, we can't accept that. But that is a Toad going up and picking up a hammer. That is one hammered Toad. But after the game's end, that's typically what happens. Let's get a little coffee. At least not that I see. I did not, but there is a first class there. So any Uncanny X-Men interacting for free this round. Oh, maybe I just read it wrong. All right, so it is Matthias as well, as he was my WC Guild Ball roommate for 3 years. Hell yeah. Miss Innuendo is happy. In whose endo? Red Skull, Master of the World, is also going to pick up a hammer. It is, in fact, hammer time. That is a direct quote from Our Eyes in the Sky. All right, 2 medium moves and a range 1 teleport could get there. Shadowcat could also potentially get to that back line, but boy, would she be in danger. Storm moving up. Will she push a button? Yes, but she doesn't really have to contest it. She just gets it. JK. They should rotate hammers. It is just too popular, aka I am tired of playing it. I still love hammers. it's a super guilty pleasure. So that is Storm getting that sword base. We will go back over to the Cabal. The Canadian Beavers damming up potential hammer options here. Where will these drones go? It looks like straight up. And within range 3, they will be, I think, looking to go outside of it. At max range. Ultron, the tyrant of metal, moving up medium towards the center of the board by his little babies. Whoa, neat Belgium. You'll have to have a Flanders red or 2 for me. Hell yeah, Mystic. Hell yeah. I'm already sporting my red flannel, so it would only be fitting. And looks like we are getting an attack. On to Toad. Starting strong. This is an energy attack. There is a skull there. He is going to count that as a crit, so we are showing 2. Make it 3. Toad blocking nothing. But guess what? Storm affiliation, he can re-roll it. Sometimes 1 skull isn't enough. Take 2, they're small. And he does get the trigger. So Toad will get poison and bleed in addition to 3 damage. And then he does gain 3 power for that builder. But because he exploded that skull, that will take 1 power away. And then I think we're getting a little, probably little echidna beamer here, maybe? Pulling Toad forward. Oh, and then he is going to slippery away. Toad alive on 1. That is going to be an MCP special. But with the bleed, Toad has action. Oh, he did block 1? Oh, because the cover. That's right. Only took 2. Yeah, so not an MCP special at all. That was a joke. It was very funny. Everyone laugh, please. So, I mean, next round, unless he gets chased down, Toad could... Thank you, Huggy. I appreciate that. And that is going to be turn for Ultron the Metal Tyrant. And he did press the sword base button, so that is 1-to-1. Both top sword bases are in control of their respective deployment zone controllers. Looking like we are going to try to set up maybe some Incinerate on Ultron, the Lord of Labor, the Sultan of Steel, the Tyrant of Titanium, the Master of Metal, the President of Pewter, the Avatar of Aluminium, the El Presidente of Electrum, the King of Kryptonite, which is an element that is real. Whether it's metal or not, I don't think it is. But it could be. I was also very bad in chemistry. He could also be considered the Titan of Tin. The Titan of Tin? Hell yeah. the boss of bronze, the commander of copper, the maestro of magnets. He was not the master of magnets, right? We know who that is. It's the Insane Clown Posse. What else we got? Diamond is technically a metal, so the dynamo of diamond. That's a little known fact, by the way, for those of you educated in the U.S. Who probably didn't have to take a whole lot of chemistry. Diamond is a metal. Hardest metal known to man. Outside of Stiltman. All right, Iceman. Sliding on in from Iceland. Being outside of range to take an attack back from Red Skull. Diamond is a metal. Wait, that making me second guess myself, so much so that I dropped my mic. Constantly 2 range ticks on the table. Yes, that is. They should be giving warnings from those. Yeah, unfortunately, without a judge right there, that's not something we are supposed to be interacting with. Yes, I did. So there is a pass from the Cabal. Is diamond a metal? Non-metals are generally not so hard in nature, but diamond is the exceptional case of non-metals. So I don't want to, like, if diamond is considered a non-metal, metal's in the name. So I'm going to count it as a non-metal. It's carbon. You're carbon, Dan. I hate that. That's, I guess, kind of accurate. It's Tim's show and he can do what he wants. Yeah, on this channel, diamond is a metal. Also, that Iceman does look super dope. Dan, I don't know if you saw it, but one of the dudes from Iceland has this incredibly cool crackle painted movement sticks that are painted up and highlighted so well to look like cracked ice. It's so cool looking. I'll try to get a picture later. Yeah, you could also go back and look at stream. Nightcrawler moving on up. Just hanging out with his buddy Iceman. The fastest of friends. All right, there's a helmet. Followed by a Zemo. Is he going to pick up that hammer? He is. And he will push the button. It froze for you too. I'm not seeing any warnings, thankfully, as far as stream freezing or slowdown. But sometimes just a refresh will take care of it. I did? Really? That is really not fun. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oof. Let's make sure that we have that Ethernet cord plugged in all the way. Looks like we have an attack here. And this is going into Ultron, showing 4, Ultron blocking 1. Or the grunts. Okay, and that will destroy said grunts. From Mr. Dr. Master, the professor of the Pyro. Also gaining a little bit of power for doing that 2 damage. Whoop, there it goes. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, MODOK, that big boy with a big old base and a round thing in your face, he gets a hammer. And is going to move on up. Get out of here, you spooky grunts. Oh my gosh, we need a character that has spooky grunts. Someone that has a couple zombies or skelly boys or ghosts. Yes. We really need legit spooky grunts, please. AMG, please. AMG, please. AMG, please. All right, Modoc double moving, grabbing a hammer, being on the sword. So that is going to make parity for this round. I believe we're going to be going 4-4. But Shadowcat still around. She could put herself in danger to potentially try to take that down. And it looks like she might. Huge risk, huge rewards. Dying one, gaining another. Go 5-3 in round one. It could happen. And she will interact for what a lot of people would consider free, as she is X-Men and under the first class. And she will get it. Flipping that back. Huge first round risk for a huge first round reward. That is going to be the last activation of the round. So that is going to be 5-3. Going into round two, Cabal now gaining priority, but down by 2 points. All risk, all reward. Love to see it. You get spooky grunts when they do Marvel Zombies. Oh, bruh. That'd be dope. That would be dope. Okay, so Toad has to remember he is poisoned and will not be gaining any net of power going into round two. But I wouldn't be shocked with the power that he got from that 2 damage if we just get a move, a hop, and a shake of the bleed. Kitty went big, and she did not go home. That is very accurate. And because we have that X-Men control of those sword bases, there will be a push this round. Not super common for round two on sword base, but to protect Kitty a little bit, as she does have stealth, looks like we are going to be pushing Modoc. Hammer Doc, some might say, a doctor of hammers. As I believe George Tarleton does have his doctorate. But for those of you at home, please feel free to share to your friends and family, especially the friends and family of some of the players here, that this stream is in fact up and live, and this could very well be the finals of WTC 2024. Toad should have 0 power, or am I mistaken? Hammer grab. Hammer grab didn't cost... Oh, yeah, he did have to pay for that. 2 damage, 2 for slippery, and poison. Ooh. Yeah, he should have 0 power. You're right. I do believe he put the power on regardless of the poison. Yeah, I forgot he didn't interact for free because he's not an X-Man. He did not go to school. He was the janitor of the Jean Grey School for Gifted Youngsters. However. But yeah, I fell for the trap. It was the trap that smiled back. Goldfish. Okay, Cabal has some important decisions to make. Who will he be going with at the start of this round? With that push on Modoc, I'm not positive. They did? Okay. So Toad has... I don't know if this is going to be range 3 or not. Because otherwise I would probably be going right into Kitty. But... all right, Sword Strike into Kitty. This is physical. All right, so it does have Pierce, and on a crit and wild, what happens, Alyssa? Oh, he gets that advance. And she is going to spend to bump her defense dice here. All right, helmet showing 3. Kitty showing 2. 3. Baron Zemo reroll. Does convert. Looks like 1 is going to go through. 2. Oh, was that not a block? It was really shiny, so. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he is going to use the follow-up attack where he gets a couple extra dice on another sword strike. And I don't believe she had the power, so it looks like she buffed her defense again. She's currently showing 3. Showing 4, piercing 1. Not showing great there. That is a cocked one, but it's definitely a hit. So only showing 1, and it gets pierced. Re-rolling with Zemo. So now showing 4. She's going to take 3. Yeah, potentially looking at an Xavier's Dream. So now that Toad not having power is a very big deal. This would leave her alive on 1, you said, right? Oh, with the Pierce, yeah, there's no defense, so that would be a dazed Kitty. I want to say she's 5 and 5. Is that true? Who knows? Reese Evans. Sorry I didn't see that, but I am noticing you now. And she will take 3 in days. So that is 1 Kitty down. He will press the button and flip it back to the Cabal side. Flip down Charlie Brown. And that'll be the end. And because of the crit in wild, he will get his advance, and he will move himself just a little bit up while still contesting to set up for next round. And that is Zemo activated. He helm up butted Kitty right into being real sleepy. All right, Toad's going to shake the bleed, and then he's going to move. Hiding in the corner with a hammer. And Cabal will pass, moving it right back over to the X-Men. We still have 4 activations left. While Cabal still has 3 with Red Skull, Master of the World, MODOK, and Ultron, Lord of a metal that begins with the letter L. Pyro moving up. Trying to get an Incinerate on the boy. Probably a route too if he can firewall. And there is, in fact, the firewall. So now he is rooted and slowed, if I recall. Or is it root and stun? I know root's part of it. I'll pull it up quick. Wow, rude. Rude and slow. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Root and slow. Thank you, Jamal Macau. Makwai? Jamal Makwai. Yes. Let me know how close I was on that. Or Jamamakwa. Oh, GM Amakwa. That makes more sense. That's something I should have picked up on. As a frequent tabletop role play guy, should have gotten that. I should have gotten that. So that was a move up, firewall, move back, pyro into safety, and pretty heavily deflating Ultron. Metal Tyrant. Which is rather frustrating. So now it's a 4 power throw, 3 power Encephalo Beam. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Buff a firewall. Makes you fire crawl. 'Cause you're slow. And it costs you more to use powers. Looks like we're going MODOK. Might try to melt a brain or two. MODOK, I believe, only sitting on 1 power. So he's not going to be going up and throwing stuff or anything like that, but he could go up and just 1. Yep. Yeah, you probably had the same exact thought I did. It's like, oh, you could move up, throw, move back, but doesn't look like that'll be the case. Because throwing something like this, right, into an area like here would create a lot of damage, which you don't really want to see. So it looks like he could go into Nightcrawler, who's not next to any terrain to be able to get his stealth. But yes, he is currently outside of range 4 of Iceman. This is greater than 4 right there. You're the John Madden of MCP? Well, that makes me happy. Oh, I can't draw on myself. This stupid idiot right here. Can't draw. Okay, Zemo's going to spend 4 power. 1 from himself and 3 from Zemo, I believe. And going to punch a Nightcrawler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exploding the crit. Ooh, that is 6 being shown. No, now 6. Yeah. Oh, there wasn't a skull. I thought that black was a skull. So that's Nightcrawler down. Unless he wants to Xavier's Dream here. You're never in a good spot if you have so many great opportunities to use Xavier's Dream. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts, but that is in fact why he is the master of the world. If Nightcrawler does in fact go down here, that will be priority going back to Belgium at the end of the round. Because that would leave just Storm left. No, it still would not be, huh? He'd still have Iceman and Storm. So yeah, that doesn't even get back priority. Shuckle my butters, man. Will that early lead that he picked up end up costing him quite a bit here? If he has two characters that don't get activations this round, that is gonna be yucky McDuckies. I mean, and Red Skull with a hammer, certainly not incapable of taking down Iceman as well. And he did have a wild, so there would be a shock on this. Or was this the reality rupture? Was this... He paid to teleport himself, right? Not to do a spender. Builder with a hammer. All right, so that is going to be a dazed Nightcrawler. And this is the thing, is this is what Cabal wants to do. This is that Cabal attrition meta. The dream, yeah. So now, after gaining 6 power from that, he's looking at a reality bows to me. He rolls a crit, a wild, and a hit. He would get reality rupture and be able to go into pyro as well. Oh, he is not. Okay. Big Blue, good morning, sir. All the way from the year 2005. Quite the traveler. Quite the traveler. So what do you think of this whole Twitch thing? Because that's not around yet, I don't think, in 2005. Might still have been Justin TV, if it was around at all. I'll take a single ha. That's a win in my book. I'm writing it down in my dream journal. Maybe he was born in 2005. Nope. 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 People don't do that. I've never heard of that before. That's never happened. Someone using a number in their name that denotes the year they're born. That's made up. That's not a thing that's ever happened. Born in 87? Yo, 86 here, bro. Hell yeah. Pushing 40. Skull. Skull with 2 hammers. Does he flip the point? He does not. Fist bump. 83? Hell, dude, listen, we're all 80s babies here. I refuse to believe that there were people born in the 2000s outside of my 2 kids. Yes. I also excuse my 2 kids for being born after 2000. But outside that, it doesn't happen. This is now a Marvel Crisis Bro protocol stream. Hell yeah. All right, let's fist pound everybody. Ready on the count of 3? Punch your screen. 3, 2, 3. Boop. There we go. I said on the count of 3, so as I started counting down, I was like, oh no, I gotta end on 3. Protocol. All right, so that's Red Skull down. Or done, I mean. Not down. Okay. My boss told me they had people born in 2000 applying for a job opening on our team. No. Nope, those are fake people. Those are babies. Even around the network, Taylor is the baby, and he was born in 1990. So it does look like if both Iceman, and this is from Our Eyes in the Sky, if both Iceman and Red Skull Master of the World are both contesting that objective, then that would mean Iceman and Red Skull are within 2 of each other, and there was no slow put on Red Skull. Yep, that was a good point. There's 2 range tools happening again. Yeah, I would. All right, so we have an attack showing 4, but blocking, or showing 3, blocking 3, blocking it all. There is now. GM, there is now. And doing it again, showing 3, blocking 2, taking 1. And who was that one on? That 1 damage? Baron? Okay. So Zemo taking 1 there. Looks like we're doing it again. This looks like a spender showing 2, 4, 5. Blocking 3. Or blocking none, sorry. And so this is on Zemo, and Zemo gets spendered right down via Iceman. And by that I mean Red Skull. I saw the reroll there, so I assumed it was Zemo, but and that is an MCP special officially, as Red Skull is left alive on 1. Moving the total up to 11 for the weekend. And looks like we are looking now that MODOK would be safe to move up. Potentially either a double move to grab the point or a Brain Blast. But if he wants the point, I mean, it's a little rough as McGuffers. Okay, so retroactively catching the slow on Red Skull. So that's good at least. Red Skull is going to own that side next turn if he's powered up. Yeah, and he is. He just took 5 damage. And we are going to have MODOK double move. Oh no, MODOK might be slowed. That is going to really affect his movement. Gotcha. Who will have priority right now? Cabal. No, that's not true. 7 Dice Mystic. MODOK, more like less Doc. All right, so we're getting a Brain Blast into Iceman, showing 2, 4 on the attack, 3 on the defense. We do get a sap. And I think he's potentially looking at Baron Zemo reroll. Does not convert. So 1 damage and a sap. He might have forgotten the sap. And then he is going to throw a size 4. He's going to hurl that boy. It's a size 3. It's definitely what I said. Definitely a joke. Teehee. Into... And he's just throwing it away? Is that why there's no dodge roll happening? Oh, he braced. He braced. Okay. Well, Red Skull on 1 HP and X-Men to start the turn is a lot better than not starting the turn. Yeah, that's aggressively accurate, especially when that Red Skull has 2 hammers. But Zemo is in fact activated, so yeah, they both have 1 left. There's Storm and Ultron left, so that would have X-Men going with priority into round 3. So what does he do when he uses Storm? And Ultron is size 3. I believe Storm Throw maxes out at size 2. Yes, it does. So currently, the Cabal has 3 hammers and 2 points. They'd be scoring 5. The X-Men have a single hammer and 2 points, scoring 3. So that would tie up the game going into round 3. The X-Men having priority, potentially taking down Red Skull. Certainly losing their priority, right? But at that point, you've got to be pretty happy. So we've temporarily lost our eyes in the sky, so bear with me while, because both of these players are very quiet. So I'm going to try to do my best here to maintain what is going on. But this is a lot of time deliberating on the clock. Belgium currently down a little over 2 minutes on the death clock. Yeah, the retro grunt place, and she's just going to shimmy shake. And we will go over to Ultron. So starting with the grunts first. We are going to get a move up. Because they came in this round, they are staggered, so then we will go over to Ultron. Ultron is in fact slowed. I mean, he's going up in a big way here, gaining 5 this round. Is it worth just double shaking on the point? I mean, you're certainly not going to want to wait until, he's dazed. Double move Ultron and try to flip the point. Oh yeah, and then you get the push too. And then he would get the push. It does look like he's going to move once, and he is going to shoot at Iceman from range 4. So this is 6 dice energy. He does get the wild, so that'll be a poison and bleed. Iceman blocking 1. Rerolling, doesn't get it. So that's going to be 3 damage on Iceman. Put him up to 4 damage taken. The Belgium defense dice really not doing super well here. So yeah. So that would have Iceman, I believe, going into the next round alive on 1. Is he 5 health on his helping? He is. And so he will take it. So that is another MCP special. X-Men special number, or MCP special number 12. And he is going to Encephalo Beam storm off the point. So he does pay the full amount with the root. And we'll go 3, 2, 5 there, going into round 3. All tied up, 8-8. Priority does switch hands into the X-Men side. That is going to be Nightcrawler flipping to his injured side. Red Skull, probably a priority target here. However, if he goes with Iceman for it, he's going to have to do that on his first attack. Otherwise, it will be pretty rough for McGuffers. Shadowcat also switching to her injured side. I forgot that that was in the second round. Of course it was. Because she was one of the final activations of round 1. Tim, you silly Billy. So yeah, I think the obvious, right, it would be to use Nightcrawler to take down Red Skull. Potentially pump an Azemo as well, maybe. He has the power to do a Brimstone Blitz. He gets the triggers a whole bunch of times. Could be a really phenomenal start to the round. That's nice. So there is going to be a very quick bathroom break on the clock. And he's already back. That was the quickest pee in the West. Good afternoon, X-Paxes. How are you? It does seem it was just water. So what you missed, Alyssa, was you were here probably for Nightcrawler getting slapped around. Storm, I think when you left, Storm was still deliberating. She ended up just kind of standing in place. Ultron moved up, attacked Iceman, did 3 damage, applied bleed and poison, and then Encephalo beamed Storm off the point, and then also moved the staggered drones up 1. We scored, so it's all tied up, 8-8, going in around 3. And the Cabal, the Catrition, some might say, the Cabal attrition, is starting to take effect. I am tired, but I think I might have preserved my streak. You very well might have. We did not take a break for lunch today. So your streak should potentially still be intact. One would hope. Nice. All right, so the streak continues. So one thing, this isn't something I would normally do, but we are going to shrink this down a little bit so I can add in some more of the sides so we can see a little bit more of the power for... that didn't really do too much, so never mind. We'll blow that back up. I really thought it was supposed to be in the Zemo, so I definitely thought Zemo was dazed. But the damage was in fact placed on Red Skull via miscommunication. Yeah, so how do you do that? The good news is there would be no change in the victory points here, as Baron Zemo does not have a hammer. Okay, so Judge was in fact watching at that point. Judge Gills Lane. Folks from Canada made the trip, yeah. Assuming Red Skull will have a lot more HP left then. Yes, he will. So that is Zemo now dazed, but with a bunch of power. And Red Skull very happy and healthy right up in the front. Is this the finals, or is there another round potentially? So there is another round potentially. If Italy wins their game, there will be another round. If they lose their game, as they got the pair down, there will not be another round, and this will be the finals. So that does in fact change pretty drastically what the first activation will be. Who's this? Into who? So this is Pyro. Showing 2. It's all being blocked. I'm assuming that was into Red Skull. Gets the wild though, so that will be an incineration, but no damage. And that incineration will spread to MODOK as well. Hey, X-Pack. Thank you so much for the gift sub. That's going to Huggy, but not that Huggy. Now no longer having to deal with ads. So Huggy, you can enjoy the rest of WTC ad-free on X-Paxis for free. Thank you so much, though, X-Paxis. I really appreciate that. By the way, did you get anything in the mail yet? Yep, 40K still not fun. LOL. Hey, at least you spent money to do it. Keebler. Well, good to see you, man. How you doing today? How many deep are you? And we are going to go with a pyrotechnics on Red Skull. Oh, no, MODOK look like. Because I don't see the hammer on MODOK's card anymore. Yep, there we go. That's my secret cap. I'm always deep. Hell yeah, Keebler. I was caught in an advertising loop earlier. Got an ad, then the stream crashed, and then it repeated. So thanks. Yeah, hell yeah. All right, and then a short move. I'm assuming that's off the pyrotechnics as well. Is there a push on that? Yeah, there sure is. You can spend X for each power spent, choose an enemy character with Incinerate. So that is 2 hammers down and 2 pushes for displacement. My wife told me I got a package. I'm away for a week, but will be able to pen it when I get home. Okay. Well, it's waiting there for you, buddy. X-Men players are aware there's 2 other leaders, right? Right? So then Pyro is going to move up and pick up Red Skull's hammer. And that is going to be the first activation of the round, and a great start. Pretty heavy displacement on both huge damage dealers with hammers, getting 2 off of the Cabal. Ultron currently not in the greatest position to be able to do a whole ton of much. So we might see Baron Zemo try to take down Kitty. That is a pretty clutch tactics card. That's true. Keebler, I mean, you know I only run Cyclops. I'm not going to run Storm. I'm going to laser and I'm going to speed of sight. Never, because I never hit the trigger. But I'm going to do it anyway. Absolutely, dude. Not again. I'm assuming Pyro probably didn't have the power. No, because that absolutely tapped him out. But, I mean, looking at a potential, if he had the power to firewall Red Skull as well. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Looks like I lost the stream. When do you travel back home? Tomorrow. We'll be back home tomorrow. And with the time difference, from when I take off to when I land, local time, I'll take off around noon and I'll land about 2:30. Ooh, I don't know on that, if that is actually going to be in range or not. But it actually looks like a lot of the pork roll fellers and ladies are also going to be flying out at the same time. So we will have a pretty MCP heavy plane ride. But not Jeff, because Jeff hates us for whatever reason. Mile high pro. I like that a lot. I like that quite a bit. Speaking of, thank you for bringing that up, Xpaxis, as I can now and Zemo is spending to put Dark Rain on Nightcrawler. And we are going for the place, and Zemo is also going to help him out in paying for that. And he will pick up said hammer. This attack is into Nightcrawler here, and we are showing 1, 2, 3. And Nightcrawler blocking 2. So 1 damage. And he does have a couple of rerolls. He will convert 2 of them. So that goes from 1 damage to 3. And this could be another potential moment to so will we see the Xavier's Dream here? And looks like we will. So that is going to be spending off of Shadowcat, Iceman, and Pyro. Storm, Shadowcat, and Iceman. So that will bring that down to nothing. Oh, but yeah, Xpax is had to remember to check into my flight. So thank you. Jeff is a diva. Jeff is a diva. Also, hey Will. Good morning. Mutants have an interesting roster for hammers. Usually the Storm Kitty play is for F maps or scrawls. Fair. My flight is asking me if I plan on staying in the US for more than a day. So we got that. All right, Cosmic Obliteration. All right, so Cosmic Obliteration is going to be putting some special conditions on Nightcrawler, assuming Incinerate. Oh, it looks like Hex. Hex, Root, and Incinerate. You can choose the same character multiple times? Oh, for each one spent? Yeah. I think you can only add one. Oh, so just Hex. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make that 6 damage into Nightcrawler. Blocking a couple, or that was into Iceman is where he's putting the damage, so that wasn't into Nightcrawler? Wasn't Iceman alive on 1 though, earlier? Did he get patched up or something? Hmm. Yeah. Well, then he scooped up a whole ton of rerolls, so I assumed maybe he Dark Rained Iceman? That's for sure on Nightcrawler? Okay. Well, maybe there was a sacrifice there? But oh, 1 to Iceman. I thought Iceman was alive on 1. Oh, so he is dazed now. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. So that is Iceman dazed. He was at 1. That gives him enough power to flip the point back. Because it is now... No, Pyro's contesting it. Oh, Pyro's did not actually make it. Oh, Okay, so it is a little bit further down. So that will flip that over to the Cabal side. Cabal now controlling 3 of the sword bases. So that is a pretty good spot to be in. And it does look like our flight is full tomorrow, as I cannot change my seat. Oh, never mind, I can. All right, now this time into Nightcrawler. This is Nightcrawler activating. Not being able to explode the crit, so just showing 2. 1 goes through. Gotcha. Okay. So everything was blocked then in that case. Okay. He will try to flip the point and gets it. So Nightcrawler will flip that point back. The 4th sword is behind that piece of terrain, yes. So 3, because he's still hexed. It all goes through. So 3 damage. Onto the reddest skull I know. Red Skull, Master of the World. He is alive on 2. And another Brimstone. This time with a little bit more oomph, showing 3. Blocking 3. And no trigger. Shuckle my butters. Hex was a great call there. Not for that last Brimstone Blitz, but... And then he is going to place himself a little bit further away. Off the point. But Red Skull's already gone, but hopefully that'll protect him a little bit. And he will run away after the Storm Hop. They should save him for the round, but not bringing down Red Skull. Hurtsy McGurtsies. Red Skull's back to 2 hammers, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, with so much of the X-Men pretty much back in the deployment area, the Belgians still have Nightcrawler and Storm, but not a lot to do with them. Oh, and Kitty. There is still Kitty as well. While the Cabal, MODOK, and Ultron yet remain. Oh, and Zemo. So as long as I can control the VPs here, X-Men will be keeping priority. And by that, I mean they won't, because they both have 3 characters left. That was another joke. Got you. Tricked you guys. All right, Zemo into Kitty. He will treat that skull as a crit. So that's showing 2. Kitty paid, and she will block it all. Because there was no wild for the Pierce. He will reroll and get one more. Okay. So now one will go through on Kitty. Who's now back to 2 power and can shield herself again. All right. So he does play I Am a Baron after all. He's going to get rerolls this turn. And he'll do the Sword Strike this time. It is 7 dice or it's still a 5? Looks like he didn't pay for the other thing. Oh, it is 7. All right. There's a crit. He might be out of power to explode the other one. Kitty, however, showing 3. And Baron rerolls, not converting any. Regular Baron reroll, converting, showing 4. 5. So 5 with the Pierce, which means she's only blocking 1, and that is a KO'd Shadowcat. Knocked out. And he does trigger the quick step here, so he will get an advance, and that is going to have him uncontestedly flipping that point back, moving 3 sword bases over to the Cabal. Cabal. Huge activation for Baron Zemo. And that's going to move back over to the X-Men, who, remember when I was joking around before, saying they weren't going to get priority back? Well, now they will. Now they will, as they only have 2 characters remaining, and that is Storm and Toad, while Cabal still have Ultron and Modoc. Hey, whatever time it is, Tim. Hey, thanks, man. And he's going to concede, and they're going to hug it out. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. I figured he'd go in for the next round, but so Cabal would have been scoring 5 there to 13. It's Tim time. So right here in the land of the Danes, it is 2:13 p.m. So Rob, how did your last game go?
I won.
You won?
I
All
beat
right.
Avengers.
Okay.
Yep.
Cabal into Avengers, and you took down the good guys?
Some Steve turtling nonsense.
All right, so some heavy Steve Turtle?
Steve Turtle.
Steve Turtle?
On Demons and Senators.
On Demons and Senators?
Demons and Senators.
All right.
I was very shocked that he had Senators.
Yeah.
But he just kind of ignored all the Senators and just were right after me. He was like playing attrition, but turtling in the back. It was very weird.
Huh. How's the rest of the team doing so far?
Jeff, I think, losing. Art lost. Jin and Ben look like they're going to win.
All right, so looking potentially like a pork roll win.
Can't tell, but Ben's not screaming.
But we'll see. Currently it is 1-1 over there. Don't end up in Bratislava, Rob. Mike the cop says don't end up in Bratislava.
What's that? I don't even know where that is. Anyway.
In Bratislava? I don't know either. Hey, good man. How are you? Good. Hell yeah. So that is going to take a quick look over at the Longshanks and see how some of these other games are going for these two. We'll refresh these two bad boys. And for the Belgium patch-up boys, looks like that is their only finished game so far, which seems odd to me. I could have, there's another game that just might not have finished their thing. Oh, so that actually makes it 2-0. Because this game just must not be input yet. Nikki from Belgium taking it over Rob, the Canadian beater. And looking at some of the other games from around the WTC. Let's see if anyone else is finished up. So Italy's still in it. So we do not know if there's another rounder yet, or yet not. We do not know if there's another round yet or not. this was a huge game right here. Team England 51% affiliated going into Sweden good under Steve, last year's champions, and it does look like England has toppled the Swedish there. London into Sweden in another round as well, currently 2-2, anyone's game there. Montreal Shark Tank currently leading 2 over Poland. Good, let's go Canada. The Invincible Iron Brew currently 2-1 against the third Canadian team, Alpha Flight. I'm just gonna throw
You
it
didn't
there.
want that anyway.
Yeah, I don't need that. Hi, Alyssa.
What's up?
How are you?
Oh, I've been better. Is this in?
Yes. Yep.
I'm good. Ish.
But
The event's great.
yeah. So I was a little surprised to see that concession there.
Yeah, I think all he had was that back point. Like, that's where everybody was, so
Yeah.
doesn't have the mobility to do anything. I mean, he would have scored, what, 3 to 5, and
2, I think. Because he had a hammer
there's 8
and that
points
one
on the
back
board.
point.
8 points on the board.
So he would have scored. Right. So where was the third point? 'Cause he had,
He
a
had 2
hammer and
hammers.
a point. What's that?
He had 2 hammers.
Oh, he had a hammer and Nightcrawler too.
Yep.
Okay, so that would have been 11-13.
Yeah. 2
And he would have had priority. Interesting.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe just didn't see him keeping up with it.
Yeah.
So,
Will says hi. Is
Okay.
there an event where PRP didn't actually play Shark Tank? There's still
Yes.
potentially a round left.
Shut up.
Who knows?
Shut up.
Who knows?
Shut up.
Who wants to watch the real finals and we could potentially watch that?
Nobody
Um,
cares about like the actual finals. We just be like, all right, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah, right.
PRP and Shark Tank. Yeah, no, they dodged them. Dodged them.
So a lot of really weak throws because they did end up successfully dodging the Montreal Shark Tank.
Hmm.
Let's take a look to see if there's any updates.
I don't
This
think
is-
they played any Canadian team either, and there's like 3 of them, right?
Yeah, that is actually
Yeah.
surprising.
Didn't get
Uh,
any kid.
But 1-1 over on the Italy and Finnish table. So this
Still anybody's
this,
game?
this could still be popping right on.
Are
Was
we,
this the finals? Was it not?
Yeah. How's it looking? Looks like we have 2 games left in this group.
Yeah, it looked like
Is it
Belgium
decided yet?
won the other one. So they are 1-1 right now in these particular throwdowns.
Oh, so there's a game that's not in because there's 3 games finished.
Oh, there's 3 games finished?
So
this
somebody,
could-
yeah.
So
somebody's got
someone
that.
is closer to victory. Someone is one away from winning the whole gosh dang thing.
Yeah.
So we will see.
Yep.
But yeah, so how was the energy at the table there?
Both of them were great. They had mentioned before about like really precise measurement and clarity because they're both War Machine players, which was great. Hi guys.
Yes.
Yeah, you want a selfie real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was great.
Separate. Together would be dope.
One group photo. Yeah, you have to do a group photo. We'll come around.
Maybe let's go against one. Do you have like the statue?
What a good game. This is my stream now. You can go away.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just play Doodle Magic on my phone if you want to entertain people.
Well, I don't get paid enough for that. So no, it was really good energy. I think the one thing that might have caused some, I wouldn't say tension, but some like emotions to shift was the miscommunication
On
into,
Red Skull and Zemo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, it's hard for me to hear some of it, so I didn't even hear the original. It's not my job to correct it anyway.
Yep.
Obviously, I think we probably would have gone in, got a judge for that, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that probably caused a little bit of a sadness.
Yeah.
It
Well-
changes plans.
Well, it very much does, and that's also a Zemo without a metric ton of power, and doesn't make a very easy target for the X-Men right
Yeah.
out. But I thought it was into Zemo.
I know he was measuring to Zemo, and then
Yeah.
I thought it was decided that he was like out or something that I didn't catch, and so he was like,
Gotcha.
we'll just do it into Skull.
But thankfully, it wouldn't have changed the victory points. So it was just, okay, Zemo's injured now, and we take the damage and power off and put it
Yeah.
over there. So it was thankfully an easy fix. But that was also a point where Judge Gilslane had stepped away. So yeah.
I think and every other like missed where poison came into effect, where they accidentally gained the power, they ended up catching it later, or like
Or the slows from
and stuff
Iceman.
like that. All of that, I think they were good at being like, oh, this should have happened, and that was pretty easy fixes.
So that is 2-1 now officially for Belgium. So there are still 2 games. One looks like it's finished up, and they're entering it now. So we
Finished up.
So we could potentially have the winner right now. We could know, or it could be 2-2. So either the
Toe-to-toe?
tensions are going to get higher, or we do in fact have a potential champion.
Oh, where's Belgium? We just had Belgium on the Patch Up Boys, right?
Yeah.
That is this round, right? Yeah, they swept. Yeah.
Oh yeah, last round.
Yeah.
The Invincible Iron Brew. And then just recheck and see if we have an update on this 1-1 with Italy to see if we're going to be getting a 6th round. Still 1-1.
How are we looking with our other 2 local-ish? We've got Pork Roll in Montreal.
So it looked like Pork Roll.
Montreal's 2.
Montreal's 2-0, and then Pork Roll sounded like it was going to be positive. Art lost, but
2-1?
Rob won.
We've got 2-1 right now. Who's left?
So they are looking also pretty good. The Pork Roll just needing to win one of those 2 final games.
Ben won. Or he finished his game. Did I see? He
Ben did win against Norbert. That would have been a cool round or a match to watch.
I wonder if I think they had a Webs player, right? I think. Yeah, there's a
so.
Webs player. I wonder if he got the mirror.
Gotcha. Yeah, you must have. So
Yeah,
there's
and then
another convocation.
I think Ron Wild is potentially. Nope, JJ Knight. Okay. I was thinking that Jeff might have got the convocation defenders, but he
Yeah.
did not.
But
Dope.
my Nerd Cop also says hello, Alyssa.
Hi, friends. Hi, friends who don't hate me.
Yeah, Ben's a suspicious lack of a particular character name in chat today, which is good. I didn't even say it.
I'm so glad people can't send pictures.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just so creepy looking. He looks like he wants to eat your face.
He does. Okay, so like very legitimately, that particular character, which we are not naming, does look like a face eater.
Yes.
Um,
There's no way you could have made that look nice. It's the only box we don't own.
are you going to be refusing to get it?
And well, so if Ben ever really wants Sunspot, or if he ever really
Try to
wants
find
more
a
like
single
he can buy the box himself, assemble it,
and paint it.
prime it, throw some paint on. I'll show him how to dry brush on something else. He can paint that model himself. Or if he really only wants Sunspot, fine. I never put Warlock together.
So that is potentially looking like yes, that round is in fact going to Belgium. So Belgium taking it 3-1. Here in what is still potentially not possibly known as the finals yet. But we are rapidly refreshing on.
Yeah, there's still 3 games left. You can see them right there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's that table. Bunch of blue shirts.
Bunch of blue shirts. But yeah, so very potentially that could either have Belgium as the winners of the WTC 2024 or semifinal winners of WTC 2024. But congrats to Belgium and congrats to Canada for playing good games, man. All 3 Canadian teams, having not been represented at the WTC before, all coming in actually pretty good spots, all in the top 50, which was their goal. So a very good initial showing for Canada.
I'll be excited to see final standings too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if there's another round. There's the old Viper of the Hyper Viper.
Where?
Right there. He has the shirt on that says Hyper Viper.
Over there. I thought you were looking here. I'm like, where? I know who he is. I just gotta keep spinning. Got it.
Have you guys gotten around the area much? What is it like? I haven't at all, but Alyssa, you guys have been out and done some stuff, right?
Oh, yes, we've done a lot. So we got in Tuesday morning here. First thing we did was go to the aquarium. We walked like 10 miles every day, honestly.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I better have some really amazing looking shins after this. Or calf muscles. What did we do Wednesday? Shoot, we did a lot. We went to the Royal Palace, did the ruins under the palace.
Nice.
We saw a lot of churches. When we were walking past stuff, there was one time where Ben just heard bells and he's like, it's this way. And then he just like walks in a door. He's like, I'm holy, this is fine. Saw a lot of churches. What else did we do? Rob could tell you. Rob knows everything. This is really amazing bar called Eiffel Tower. Little hole in the wall. Pretty cool.
Nice.
On Rob's birthday, actually, we went there. So that was Tuesday night, I think.
Okay.
And the bartender was like, hey, it's this guy's birthday too. It was really funny. I know we did more than that, but.
You did an escape room, right?
Oh my goodness, yeah. So we did an I have such a bad memory. We did an escape room, and it was like a train car. So that was really fun. And then yesterday, after dinner, we went out and did the hardest level. So the train car was easiest level, and then a bunch of us went and did the hardest level, which is the ring.
Okay.
So super spoopy. Actually, they had you, when you go in, close your eyes and hold the person in front of you so that you could, like,
all right.
You didn't know where you were going. So the creepiest thing, and I volunteered for it because why not? So once we had a clue, we were holding the metal knobs and you had to like let the electric current go through you to like hold hands.
Mm-hmm.
It opened the doors and it was black light and it was very creepy. And I'm like, who's going in? And I'm like, all right, I guess I go in like immediately, like no hesitation. I'm like, why did I just do that?
Yeah.
So it's like there's a black light in there. There was a couple flashlights.
Mm-hmm.
Like first up there was a code, but then there's this door and it starts jiggling. And it really scared me the first time. And then I did it again. And I'm like, if a person comes through this, you are getting punched. And I asked that beforehand. I was like, I know there's going to be stuff in here to scare you.
Yeah.
But is there a person that's going to, like, is there a physical person that will come try to scare us? And she was like, no. But then when that happened, I was like, you're going to get punched if you actually come out. Like, I love, like, getting scared and I love, like, that stuff. But doesn't mean I won't, like, scream and just wail.
Yeah.
Not that I like wail on somebody, but
I just want to hop on a plane now. You have one laying around somewhere. Yeah, probably.
There's actually a crashed plane set. So sorry, you missed out.
So like it is laying around in pieces.
I don't know if we can reassemble it. Sorry.
I mean, there's probably like a lot of waterways and stuff, right? You could like flip over part of like the nose of a Avengers jet and like paddle it here.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
I mean, it all depends on how much you want it, I guess.
You're awful.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a lot of jokes that you said and you couldn't see me. So like you said them and I literally turned them like,
I did miss that.
Joke.
That's what I'm normally looking for whenever I talk is either a sigh, or something along those lines.
Well, they were so concentrated, and I noticed this game more so that like when I was talking to you, they were like almost like thinking I was checking in with them. So I was like, oh, they think I'm like talking to them. So I really didn't want to like say stuff to distract them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think we will probably take a little bit of a break here with still 3 games going between the Finns and the Italians.
Do you want to refresh?
I do want to refresh.
Because they either haven't finished or
they're talking something out. I mean, it was still 1-1, so it still wouldn't be decided. 2-1 for Italy.
Yeah, well, one of those games is done. I think they're just putting it in now.
Okay. So we're either going to know when this game gets put in,
Oh, Belgium won anyway. What am I talking about?
Well, right, but they might have to play the Italians
Oh,
in
touche.
round 6. So is there going to be a 6th round? That's what we are waiting eagerly with bated breath for. I thought there was still 2 games going on over there because there's still definitely one being
Well, if
played.
it's 2-1,
And the far one.
then yeah, there's 2. Yeah, it looks like there's 2.
So I think we will take a little bit of a break here, and then we will come back either way here shortly as that game finishes up to let you know whether it's going to be round 6 or not. If there's not, then we will sign off and say our thank yous and crack a few jokes. Maybe have some player interviews, talk to Gil, maybe one of the other judges, maybe some of the other team captains, and go from there. So if there's a particular person that you would like us to potentially interact with, let us know in chat, and we will take that under advisement and definitely read it and be back here in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. Was that the finals? Who knows? It's a mystery. Like an escape room, you don't know until it's over.
Bye.
Actually, you know what dunks taste like? Dunkin' D's nuts? Pocket sand! It tastes like pocket sand, huh?
And also the cat. It's not a good move. So what's up with CGR? Talk to me about him. Is he just like, because I know everybody was like so terrified of Immortal Hulk. They were like, oh my gosh, Immortal Hulk breaks this whole game. He's the worst thing that's ever happened in the entire history forever. Everyone's dead. Is he on like Malekith pre-patch level? Captain, who is Defenders.
Oh, okay.
Probably pretty confident in that matchup, I'd assume, right?
Yeah, I mean, we both want to kill each other.
Yeah.
I think my list does it a little better.
Well, especially because you're probably going to be running kind of a more narrow list, so
Yep.
the opportunity for like a joint effort, Devil's Deliverance is not going to be as prevalent.
My goal is to get a 15-point E scenario.
Yeah.
And just run Hulk, CGR, and Star Ward, and just run it up the middle.
Can we set it like right in here? Hell yeah. Out of the way, love it. If I make a video for professional casual for my Bretonians like Taylor did, is it okay if I wear sexy leather pants? Yes. If you don't wear the sexy leather pants, I'm going to take it down. So that's kind of on you. Let's try to see if we can hold down a chicken nugget.
Eat it, you big dumb idiots. Ugh. That counts as one drink? No, never. Nope. Not okay. That was a sip of redemption. You wanted 10? You wanted 10? I don't owe you nothing. No. Nope. Nope. A sip of redemption. A sip is about a half an ounce. That bottle was 16.9 ounces. That's 32.
If you were sitting around thinking, man, I really like Arachne, but I want it to be way more uptight, listen to Metachem.
We can get her back, though.
According to Greek mythology, Tim is a 16-year-old with wings made of wax. What a nerd.
brutal, especially when you have somebody like Toad who's like, I'm just gonna hang out back here, snab that one objective, and then run away. He now can't do the runaway piece. So it's kind of like Black Widow's the same way. Nebula don't care. Objectives aren't real. Objectively, they're objective.
Objective.
In her
Yep.
mind. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to, make the game last longer because this is going to be quick. So we are going to start out with Black Widow over here.
My brother likes small butts and cannot tell the truth. Each of us guards a door. One leads to an anaconda that is sprung, the other to certain death.
Oh my god, that.
Contrast paint, which is on the other side of my model thing, which is back here. So then you take your contrast, Blood Angel red, and you just slap it on your model. Boom, blammo, you did it. You got a painted Blood Angel. There you go. Like and subscribe in the video down below.
Your favorite Thunderbolts story arc was? We were chatting up because I asked Tim if he liked the Thunderbolts, to which he just got the biggest raging excitement about it, and started just rattling off stuff about Dark Rain.
Dark Rain, yeah, the Dark Avenger storyline, and even before that in Civil War, they were just
brutal.
A great book.
Yeah. Did we share it to all the groups?
I don't think so.
He's like the tank. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Link Stat Man. What are these names? Link Stat. He had a shock thing. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. Kip Killigan. Yep, he's the sneaky guy. Yep, I do remember that. Vasquez. I don't remember that. Pretty sure that's an Aliens reference, but sure. Oh my gosh, they have the names of these things? I forget the names. Archer, that was his name. He's the leader. That's right, he had the little arm crossbow thing. That's right.
Okay, alright, cool. You did it. You convinced me. Here we go. Let's go over to Twitch. This will be permanently increased. Viewer rewards, channel points, hydrate. $250. No, that's too heavy. That's too much of a tax. $200. Okay. Also updated. Also updated the We also updated the description of it. You monsters. How's your married
Oh
butt
yeah,
doing?
I saw all the new stuff in WoW. I got a little too excited and ended up doing a trial, and I created a new character.
You did?
And his name is John C.
There was a level of excitement that I had for you playing classic WoW, and listen, you memed it up. It hurt my soul. Like, it literally hurt my heart. My heart is hurt.
I am sorry and want to. According to Greek mythology, why did the computer go to bed? Because it had too many tabs open and needed to crash.
You brought me an entirely different way with it. Oh. Are you just gonna stand over my corpse and not res me? No, don't teabag me. Rude. Rude, rude, rude. What a rude dude. Can you pick me up though? What's the pickup situation? There we go. I swear to God, I know you're gonna stop this cast. I know it. I know it. I feel it in my bones. I wife of a holy man who punched him. I can do no wrong. The fact that that's all in caps too. Ah, I am a terrible human being, and I have never struck Tim. You have
Tim,
threatened.
for real though, this is what you get for sleeping with my husband.
That was good. In Tim's defense, you invited. Ooh. The thing is, though, is the time I slept with Ben was before I was online. Use that code PCME10 to get 10% off your order. Right?
Every time.
This is why Taylor doesn't allow that sound on there. I was.
You were speaking.
I was.
You are broken. Thanks, Rafe. That was great.
What's internet? Go there. We're shit.
Other great stuff at the Professional Casual Network.
Yeah, what's going on this week, Dan?
I don't even know.
Because I'm blasted now.
Mondays we got Lost Omens podcast, where we play Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Danny's running us through the Extinction Curse Adventure Path, which is super fun. If you haven't checked it out yet, make sure to do.
I think it's Strider's.
I think we have to do that
Heavy
now.
Strider. Do you have to kill him?
I didn't see you used it. I didn't see you used it, Marsupial. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chris! They spent the points on it! No! There's the heavy strider! No! This is the consequences of my actions! Ah! No, 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 no! Get up there! Oh, there's one of them too! Oh, this ain't great! This ain't great! This is not super good right now! Ah! And the heavy strider got away like a little. Come here! Ah! No, 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 no! You know that was across. I mean, you know better. Boop.
This is where I would put in a bad joke, but I saw that you have feet pics for professional casual on a website called feetfinder.com.
I can't win. This is hurtful. Ah, shuckle my butters.
Take a whole day off, but I think I can probably get out a little early. I do like these. Ha! The timing was off yet again.
Hey Tom, I went to my doctor yesterday. She is such an idiot. She asked me, do I smoke or drink coffee? I had to tell this dummy that I drink it.
All right. All right, we'll take that one. We'll take that one. What are we even doing?
To play Magneto. Tim has been wanting this for a long time.
Now you got it back.
You place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Which he currently
The nuclear
is.
missile.
Nuclear missile.
Right. He is in one of it, but not within the one that I want to be within it. Fucking long arm dong here.
You want help there?
Nope, I don't need it. All compliant with that?
According to Greek mythology, a man goes to a funeral and asks the widow, mind if I say a word? She says please do. The man clears this throat and says bargain. The widow replies, thanks, that means a great deal.
I was not into it until the follow-up. Like the bargain, I was like, oh, he said a word. Like he didn't say what word it was going to be. But then the response to it is, yeah, we like it.
Really don't understand the logic behind the bubbles because sometimes it feels entirely unavoidable.
Like I feel like normally I don't have a big issue just kind of like getting out of the way and not having one behind me, but it was like I'm completely surrounded.
Kara gets annoyed with me when I mess with her red wine collection. So I started adding fruit and lemonade to it. Now she's sangria than ever.
You know your boy likes a good alcohol. Like a lot. Like a lot. So Dan, out of all the games that we've seen this weekend, what was some of your highlights? In order, alphabetically.
Alphabetically. Ben losing. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not gonna repeat it.
So I asked for alphabetical, and Alyssa getting into the finals was, I think, a highlight for us.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I was doing some thinking about things lately, Tom.
Oh yeah?
Kara keeps telling me it is strange that I keep staring at the window every single time there is a heavy rainstorm here in Boston. I think it would be a lot less weird if she would just let me inside.
We like that. I've learned, and this was a lesson, and you might not believe this because I can't read, but what a good lesson it was for us to stop, to see a text-to speech from Dr. D and then just stop reading it. Don't read it, Tim. You're going to enjoy it so much more if you don't. And it holds real true. Real true.
It's so good. Look at that transition. Look at that. It's so good. Of this brush, and I'm just gonna feather the feet a little bit, just to give it like a little bit of a brown hue to it. Because he's been running around in mud. Because she's a good girl. I just realized I should have clipped that whole slide. If you click.
So just a quick update here. Italy and Finland are in fact 2-2. So we still are aggressively not clear on whether this is over and the Belgians have taken it, or whether they have to go on to face the Italians with the Italy Maestro. So we are still in the thick of it, but just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update quick that we are not clear.
whether the game is over, whether the WTC has finished, or whether there's going to be one more game. Looking over there now, with that one game being finished, or with that one game still being played, there is quite a crowd around that. But we will absolutely update you as soon as we have that information. We are still spamming that F5 button to see whether the WTC is done or not. So there we go. With that crowd still around, Gil right next to the table, making sure that with a game like this that is going to decide a lot going forward, what exactly will be happening there. That said, guys, we will be back either way to let you know how the day is going to conclude. So get ready for the World Team conclusion here very shortly.
All right. Rolling into Proxima. This is it. This is huge. This is big. I don't think she can martial prowess here. She's too far away. Does he get the wild? 7 successes. What? That might KO her. She blocks 4. She takes 2. What? See it. All right. Let's spin the wheel now that I'm winning. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go. Financial advice, 401k loans. Oh, I hope you're excited. We're going to talk about taking loans from your 401k. All right. This is so stupid.
Thanks for coming, Tim. I know you're a busy guy. Anytime you're here, we get way higher ratings. Because we're streaming straight to CNN, not a sponsor.
Did they end up? Nursery rhyme for you there.
Write that one down. Let's stick it on your Christmas tree.
Right, clip it. Thank you.
We haven't seen Wraith yet today. We're too busy this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, back to Arthur. He's got Thanos, Groot, and Star-Lord left, I believe.
Yep.
Because we are playing organized play, Tim.
Right.
We have decided here at the power phase, through no decision of my own, everybody else's, we will be playing strictly organized play rules for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Moment of silence for drop off. Big rips.
Miss you drop off.
I only got to do it once, so I'm very upset. That is I am of course still new to this game.
Alright, fine, Dick Cheese. How about this one? Kara says that salads I make tend to be a bit on the dry side. It's definitely something that needs addressing.
Hearing AI say dick cheese, I didn't see you used it. I didn't see you used it, Marsupial. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chris! They spent the points on it! No! There's a heavy strider! No! This is the consequences of my actions! Ah! No, 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 no! Get up there!
Here at the Las Vegas.
Did say that.
Right.
Fuck you, I heard
Language,
Sorry, oh my
Missy.
God.
You settle down, Danny.
I am so sorry. I muted myself. Give me
Wow.
the card. Give me the card.
Get out!
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Tell me if you heard this one. After dinner, my wife asked me if I could clear the table. I needed a run up, but I made it.
According to Greek mythology.
That one took me a second. That's a good one.
You can head over there. Okay, so another little update here. So the 5th game that's over there right now, between the Finns and the Italians, is in fact webs on webs. It is 17-17. They have both lost one character. And according to the rules, just from what I'm hearing, I'm not sure if this has actually been checked or not, they would start a new round. And they would go by clock. And if they run out of time, or they go past the time, it'd be a double loss, which would mean it is still tied for the other 2 games, or other 4 games. That's 2-2. So there's a lot up in the air right now over this game. A lot up in the air right now over this game. So we are still no closer to knowing whether this is going to be the end, whether we're going into a round 6, whether the Belgians have had this one for the last half an hour, or whether, who knows? Who knows what could happen? It's really aggressively up in the air right now. We're going to just keep refreshing. There's still a crowd around there, so I can guarantee that the game hasn't been input or finished. I don't envy Gil right now as the judge next to the table. So, yeah, once again, guys, we'll be back. But in the meantime, enjoy, stay tuned, grab a, here's what's going to happen, right? Here's what's going to happen. You're going to get up, right? You're going to be like, oh, I could really use a Coke Zero. You're going to go to take off the top, and you're going to be like, oh, wow, this doesn't come off all the way because there's like a little hinge here. And then it's going to be decided by the time you get back, and you're going to be like, ah, nuts. But I will say, for those of you in other countries around Europe, is this like a standard thing with this little like flappy boy? It bothers me incredibly, only because it's different. But is this like a standard dealio that your bottled drinks, especially bottled soft drinks, have that little tab to keep the cap attached? I don't hate it. I'd have to get used to it, but I don't hate it. But yeah, Ed and Sammy still in the throes. Webs and webs. But we might as well check in with a handful of the other results that have come in. There's a Simon here as well. So was officially 4-1 for the Team England 51% affiliated over Sweden. And London B has taken it over Advanced R&R. So UK taking it over Sweden a second time. Montreal Shark Tank 3-1, officially now 4-1. Canada Alpha Flight also winning. Poland taking it over Finland 4-1 with the Hussars of the Galaxy up against the Finland Wolverines. Austria going 3-1 against Team United Nations. Agents of Crack 3-1 against Denmark. Stockholm Syndrome, the only Swedish team that has won their 5th round, going 4-0 against Italy with Aldo Alamos Oliva. The Invaders winning their game against the UK and the London Spitfires. 3-2 for Team Sweden, so I guess 2 Sweden teams have won in their 5th round, going up against the UK and England. Oh, they're both England. Double Englanding. with the Misfits. There are two kinds of French players going 3-2 over Iceland and the Ice Guardians. Pork Roll ends up taking it as well against England Excalibur. Let's take a look to see exactly how that one ended up playing out. So Jin did win his mirror. Rob, we knew, won against the Avengers. Asgard taking a win over Pork Roll against Convocation. And then Art and the Asgard losing to Defenders. So good on the Pork Roll, going 3-2, I think that makes them. Right? Denmark winning over Sweden's leftovers. The French Gambit winning over Belgians. Or Belgium's. Go figure. Crisis Protocol A-holes taking it over the Banshee Bones. New York City winning over the Danish Hug Heroes. Specky Bams winning over the amazing Spandermen. Cork Fights Gang going clean sweep against the Jutland Juggernauts. And the Finister 6 taking it over the last Minutemen. Yeah, it's standard. Thanks to you. Yeah. Web Warriors versus Web Warriors. Guardians. And there's a bunch of clapping. So is that around 6? That's around 6? It looks like Italy has taken it, and we are going into round 6. Round 6, all right. Re-rack them, let's keep going. We are not done yet. The end has not been decided. Italy is 1 over the finish, and we will be going into round 6. So that means we are going to be seeing the Belgian Patch-Up Boys going against the Italy Maestro up here to decide it all. They may have been comfortable in claiming the win already, but they're going to have to defend it one more time when they go into this final round. So guys, we are going to be right back. I'm going to get set up, take some pictures, do all that stuff, and we are going into round 6. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the actual finals of the WTC 2024 here in Copenhagen, Denmark, at the Comfort Hotel, Copenhagen Airport. Right? Think that's the right order? All right. Guys, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. There's more MCP for free right here.
According to my financial statements, I ran out of toilet paper, so I have been using old newspapers. You could say the times are rough.
From an enemy character? Ah, fuck! I don't like that one.
That was genuine. That was genuine terror.
I have those like tingles in my shoulders from that.
Wow. I'm so used to it streaming with earbuds in. The fucking loud shit is like, okay.
Right?
You know what gets me all the time? I have a quack.
Yeah.
And it just makes me jump so much. Anyways.
What was I doing?
You're gonna remove a damage from Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, from Black Panther? Yeah. That.
I mean, I'll take either.
That really, I don't.
That one's gotta go, folks. Or it's gonna be bits. Oh, it is bits.
Yeah.
Creepy.
Okay, thank you though.
You shouldn't have told Wraith that scared you, because she's gonna use it all the time now.
Tim, we mock you because we love you and your stupid egg-shaped head. And I know compliments make you uncomfortable, so I want you to know that I would buy a body pillow of you to give to all of the homeless people of Boston if it meant that as they slowly froze to death in the current cold wave, they will know that they should have left their blood on the bric-a-brac where it belongs.
tokens and some sleeves. Guess when they come out? Next week.
What?
They start shipping Tuesday, November 1st.
That's awesome.
According to Greek mythology, there was once a king that was only 12 inches tall.
Oh, yeah?
He ruled poorly and made so many mistakes. He was a terrible king, but he made a great ruler.
I had a feeling it was going the ruler route. I do like that, actually. Yeah, pretty all right. Pretty all right.
And his name is John.
The chicken's head bulbs.
Go. I'm trying to chase you, chicken. Get chased. Chicken, be chased.
The chicken's head bulbs.
I want to chase you. Help, chicken. Must have a. Let's throw it. Yeet. So, I thought maybe yeeting the chicken was gonna be the way to go. Uh-oh. Are we in trouble? Uh-oh. Stop it! I don't like that! Anonymous? Can't even be mad at anybody.
It's so good. Look at that transition. It's so good. What you do is take a hairbrush and you're gonna spray it with a zenithal highlight. And I don't know who I'm imitating, by the way. And then you're gonna just take some of this contrast paint, which is on the other side of my model thing, which is back here. So then you take your contrast, Blood Angel Red, and you just slap it on your model. Boom, blammo, you did it. You got a painted Blood Angel.
This is my actions. Ah! No, 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 no! Get up there! Oh, there's one of them too. Oh, this ain't great. This ain't great. This is not super good right now. Ah! And the heavy strider got away like a little. Come here! Ah! No, 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 no! We got it. Did he drop? Great
According
start.
to my doctor's prescription pad, I recently learned that my grandpa has a brutal addiction to Viagra.
No one is taking it harder than
grandma.
Oh, nuts. Ah, nuts. All right, don't hate that.
Awesome. So you have her to go last, right?
Jam. Jam it. Jam it, Bobby. Oh, boom. Nice, 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 nice. Whoo, baby. Alyssa.
Hi, welcome back.
Use that code PCME10 to get 10% off your order.
Right?
Every time.
This is why Taylor doesn't allow that sound on there.
You were speaking. You are broken. Thanks, Rafe. That was great.
What's internet? Go there. We're shit.
Other great stuff with the Professional Casual Network.
Yeah, what's going on this week, Dan?
I don't even know.
Because I'm blasted now.
Mondays we got Lost Omens podcast, where we play Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Danny's running us through the Extinction Curse Adventure Path, which is super fun. If you haven't checked it out yet, make sure to do.
Oh, that's weird. Let's stop doing that.
Sooner, putting another W under the belt.
Yep.
Got to thank the person that is shackled in his basement and has given him all the practice he could possibly need.
Yep.
This is incredible. What an upset.
There is Baldur's Gate 3, though. Oh, we just missed that whisper. Someone just whispered us to report you. But it kind of looked like it was your name, so I wasn't super sure. Why isn't this? Yeah, we're back. We're back. Lady dying on the side of the road. You have a chance to save her. Ma'am, do you need me to do the gamma leap for your Hulk before you bleed out? Oh, God.
Got to play Magneto. Tim has been wanting this for a long time.
Now you got it back.
You place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Place him within one of the nuclear missile.
Which he
The
currently
nuclear
is.
missile.
Nuclear missile.
Right. He is in one of it, but not within the one that I want to be within it. Fucking long arm dong here.
You want help there?
Nope, I don't need it. Do we have the quest for
According to my medical reports, I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask me out.
Hey, Dr. D. That actually, that's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Do you just Google these, or do you have like a website bookmarked? What's the, it's pronounced meow.
Why are you making a mage? I already have a character with the staff.
And his name is John C.
I'll eat the pain. I just have to find it first.
6 hours. Starts at 10. That's 4. With probably a break for lunch. I feel like those ducks were like laughing at me.
I
Scupper
heard there
Lake.
was a slap wager.
You fools probably use crosswalks properly. You will never make it to my house before you freeze to death.
What do you call a vegetarian with diarrhea? Salad shooter.
Ah. Oh, it just destroys the building. NBD. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, we can walk this off. We can walk this off. Then NBD. NBD. Okay. Okay.
Tizzy, I hate to say it, but I think Magneto's probably the weakest of the. Jesus. I'm not sure I'm allowed to legally say this. I love mommy. Thank you for the thank you for the follow. I'm not sure if I'm not.
Yeah, you too, man. No, I think that was someone else. I'm gonna take this evac though. Have a good one, dude. Ah, no.
Yes, so we've got another Black Widow, Hawkeye, Iron Man, Nick Fury Jr., Bucky, Bullseye, Luke Cage, Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, Crimson Dynamo, and Rhino.
Nice. So what do you think we're gonna see from Wreath today? I think we for it. We gotta somehow find some medical devices to keep us up so we can go into the jungle and maybe complete a quest. But we could have just done it with Chris. We could have just done it with Chris.
see, he's still helpful. That's a true G. That's a true friend. He's like, hey, I know you murdered me in cold blood, but I had medicine there. Maybe go pick it up. Maybe go pick it up. Look, thinking of us in the afterlife. We didn't deserve Chris. We didn't deserve Chris.
Huh. He'll have to, if he doesn't layoff. Why don't you make like a layoff and leave?
My brain just doesn't work that way, making up puns and stuff.
We like to do things correctly, and puns are specifically built for people's brains that find things that are broken.
Top tier Java.
According to Egyptian mythology, ancient builders were not entirely sure how to build pyramids. They could only do it to a certain point.
I don't hate that. I really don't.
Jumps back up to 9 and has a long movement. He might get that before he goes again. I don't want him to get run over. That hurts a lot.
It does. I've heard.
It's not even a collision.
We really, it would be huge, 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 huge right now if we could subdue him before he crosses those 2 beams.
Yes, yes.
So we have 1 round of activations.
So we need to activate 6 to do 3, and then we need to do another 3 damage from attacks.
Yeah.
Because he's at 6 current.
Correct.
So we need multiple attacks.
His head looks like an egg. Like an actual egg. Like the thing that a chicken lays. An egg. Tim, you have an egg head.
Not having my beard is the worst part of this. Like, the hat I don't care about. Not having the beard, I hate. I hate this. This right here, hate. Pure hate. Pure nubile. Just infant. I look like an infant.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Ricochet Blast. Good call.
Yeah.
Too late for that. That would have been nice here.
All right.
So rolling into Proxima.
This is it. This is huge. This is big.
I don't think she can martial prowess here. She's too far away.
Does it get the wild? 7 successes.
What? That might KO her. She blocks 4. She takes 2. What?
So, Mythin, if you're still there, explain to me what I should be doing with this crafted gear stuff. Rude. Aggressive. Aggressive, even. The like crafted gear, like, so like I get like I can like make an item and then I give that to somebody else.
All right, guys. You know, I knew that it was going to be worth signing on to stream today. You guys would get me
Last
fired
night
up.
I went to a bar with a friend of mine.
Okay.
The bartender asked me if I wanted to go out after this drink. I told her I have a girlfriend. She told me, okay, but I need to close the bar.
Ah, goodness gracious.
Give me a horse, please. 1 horse. Which one do we want? Black Stallion, Chestnut Mare, the Pinto. Let's go with the Black Stallion. That just automatically go into my teach you how to summon this mount. Okay, so now we go to pets, mounts. Whoa, we got this. We've had this whole time. I didn't have to buy a mount. Wow. Hell yeah. Everyone knows I'm dope.
All right.
Everyone knows how dope I be. I've had a mount this whole.
We are in fact back for, some might call it episode 6, some might call it round 6, whatever you want it to be. It's here, it's live, and it's now, as we have Italy Maestro going up against the Belgian Patch Up Boys. Well, those are some chops. Oh, with the as far as the actual like thing goes, but Yeah, guys, so we are going to be doing placements and pairings now. Only one team has dropped. Everyone else is back to play. So I believe Germany is getting a bye this round. But outside that, everyone's going to be here. Tim's looking forward to the 7th inning stretch. Listen, boys, that's what it's all about, is getting another one in, you know? I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Now I don't got to figure out what I'm doing the rest of the day. And stop down to the game screen where it looks like priority is being rolled. So that does look like Italy is going to have priority going into the pairing. Let's fix this. Looks like it was knocked just a tiny bit, but thankfully, still nice and straight. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, long day. But listen, boys and girls and everything in between, we are going to be going one more. So instead of the Canadian Beavers, looks like we have Italy Maestro. That looks perfectly formatted already. Look at that, making it easy on me. These Belgian patch-up boys, however, do not want to stay in the place that I was hoping for. So let's pop over to Longshanks while they're doing pairings, and let's take a look at some of the rosters that might end up being here for Italy Maestro. So looks like we have the options of Guardians, X-Men, X-Men Avengers, Hellfire Webs, or Avengers Inhumans. That would be a fantastic one to see on here. Well, let's take a look at that Avengers Inhumans roster. I do too, Alyssa. So we have Black Bolt, Miss Marvel, Quicksilver. Oh, so dear to my heart, that Quicksilver. Medusa, Ronan the Accuser, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Thor, Hero of Midgard, Bullseye, ooh, another favorite, Cable, ooh, another favorite, and then Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos. As far as Team Tactics cards, he has the options of Terra Genesis. Can I borrow that? Avengers Assemble, Brace for Impact, Survival, the Inhuman Royal Family, Fallback, Recalibration Matrix, Reserve Members, and Battle Plan. I also want to take a look at X-Men Avengers. I would have assumed with X-Men Avengers that is where Cable would have been, but he is in fact on the Human Avengers. So for this one, we have Magic, Professor X, Wolverine, Winter Soldier, Captain America, Luke Cage, Thor, Prince of Asgard, Electro, Pyro, Crimson Dynamo. Team Tactics cards include Cerebro, First Class, Xavier Stream, Avengers Assemble, Brace for Impact, Heroes for Hire, Pyrotechnics, Survival, Instant Recovery, and Fall Back. Guardians is probably pretty standard. That's probably why we don't see a Cabal list on here, because I'm sure this is where Thanos is existing, and it is absolutely where he's existing. With Beta Ray Bill, Drax the Destroyer, Groot, Nebula, Rocket, Star-Lord, Thanos with Reality Space, Psylocke, nice, Ghost Rider, OG, and Agent Venom. With the tactics options of Brace, Deadly Duo, Recal, Fallback, Power of the Cosmos, Deal with the Devil. For an assignment, we are Groot, Survival, and the Galaxy's Greatest. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, beautiful. So sounds like we have not Inhumans, but when you said Big Dumb and Stupid, I figured it was Guardians. But we do have all right, so for the Belgium patch-up boys, once again, this is super awesome tag. I love this graphic so much. We have, looks like, some spider foes with Doc Ock, Sinister Scientist, Rhino, Sandman, Kraven the Hunter, Mysterio, Lizard, Bullseye, Namor, Electro, and Venom. Tactics options include Surprise Webhead, Custom Upgrade, Sinister Traps, Strategic Retreat, This is a Robbery, The Grand Illusion, Patch Up, Brace for Impact, Lethal Protector, and Survival. And that is for Team Belgium. For Italy, we have Magic, Professor X, Wolverine, Winter Soldier, Captain America, Sam Wilson, Luke Cage, Thor, Prince of Asgard, Electro, Pyro, and Dynamo. Team tactics include Cerebro, First Class, Xavier's Dream, Avengers Assemble, Brace for Impact, Heroes, Pyrotechnics, Survival, Instant Recovery, and Fallback. Let's look at some crossover for Secures and Extracts. Doesn't look like a lot. So priority here will play a pretty major part. They have no common secures or extracts at all. X-Men / Avengers being able to run Gamma, Fisk, Intrusions, Hammers, Skrulls, and Montesi. While Belgium can potentially bring Riots, Madman, and Portals, Spider Portals, with Paranoia, Struggle, or Hammers as well. So Hammers is, in fact, the one and only crossover between the two. So we do know for a fact, hopping down to the game screen, that we can go ahead and get the Spider Foes logo up on the board, while the other one could be Avengers or X-Men. So if I was a smart man or a betting man, I would move it to Avengers, because X-Men is soon after that in our order. But I'm already on X-Men. You know what I mean? So, like, do I really want to do that? But we're gonna. The cycle all the way back. Whose is that? I love it. So let's go back to the Avengers. And Alyssa, those are there for you to take back to the gentleman which they belong to. As we get into this. So threat and stuff is unknown. So let me go ahead and update that. Boop, boop. And boop. Okay, so as far as the players here, it looks like we have Tommaso from Team Italy. And as far as our Belgian player, we have Nikki. Once again, that graphic does not want to stay put for me at all. Yes. Oh, it's fine. And honor is intact. The handshake is done. And the fun has just begun. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other pairings that have happened in this round 6 at WTC MCP 2024. So, going around the board, we have Team England 51%. Ooh, going up against the Montreal Shark Tank. Canada Alpha Flight going up against London B. Canada Beavers going up against the Hussars of the Galaxy. Stockholm Syndrome against the Invincible Iron Brew. Team Poland Casual Play up against Denmark Ragnarok. Sweden Good Under Steve going up against Austria. There are 2 kinds of French players are going to be going into Sweden and their advanced R&R. The Pork Roll going up against Finland with the Fantastic 5. Agents of Prague from Ireland going into the Invaders from the US. Team Sweden, the Giga Chads, are going into the Ice Guardians. And the Cork Fights Gang from Ireland going into Team Denmark Venom. The French Gambit going into the Misfits. London Spitfire into the Crisis Protocol A-Holes. Specky Bams going into England Excalibur. The Bunga Bunga Boys going into Finland Wolverines. Team New York City going into Team United Nations. The Amazing Spandermen going into the Finisher 6. Swedish Leftovers into the Danish Hugh Heroes. Last Minutemen going into Go Figure. And the Jutland Juggernauts up against Ireland's Banshee Bones. And it looks like we are taking a look at each other's lists up here. We're going to be getting priority and then going right into round 1 of game 6. A huge shout out to Italy Maestros for making the pair down win to stay in it. But I assume Gil will probably be hanging out pretty close to the table for this finals match. Let's go Italy, only because they are running foes. Hell yeah, GM. Hell yeah. So I know stream can't hear this, but I'm listening very intently to the opening rules that Alyssa gives to the players. I realized I was being pretty silent. So yeah, 3:33 here in the land of the Danes, Denmark. And we have a prior roll. With authority here, Italy is going to take priority. So, okay. What's Tommaso with you? Tommaso. Okay. Tommaso. And Nikki, yes. Yep. Hi, my name's Daryl. Ah, can you pronounce that? All right, Hammers and Fisk. Listen, I know people have feelings on Hammers. I love Hammers. I also love Fisk. First time we've seen Fisk, only the second time for Hammers. Fisk being able to stun and damage people during the cleanup phase, pretty stellar, and really heavily impacts the game and power usage, almost as if it is in fact stunning people. But other games from around town, looks like people are actually a lot of smiles. Sometimes when you have something like this where a game and an ending is really kind of decided off of tiebreakers or a pair down, people can get a little fatigued, and I'm sure people have flights to make and the like, but everyone seems in pretty good spirits. So it does look like this is going to be played at 18 threat. And yeah, putting those extracts down. Going into here and at 18 threat. Let's take a look at the Belgian list here to see exactly with 18 what he'll be running, if he'll be going oh, he's definitely Spider Bros. Never mind, I had that completely reversed. Abu. Abu. All right, now the dollars to donuts bat, the big Chuck Caw of the game, is going to see whether I remember I've swapped those. So when I go to change Italy Maestro's affiliation, whether or not I choose the right one, or whether I mess it up and have to go all the way through again. So let's look at that Avengers and X-Men list. At 18 threat, that could be, if it was running X-Men, Charles Xavier, Wolverine, Magic, that would be what? 4, 7, 11? And then another 7 points to spend. So that could be Pyro Domino. That could be 18. I have a feeling we might see Avengers there. At 18, that'd be Sam, Luke, Wolverine. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so Sam, Luke, and Wolverine would be a total of 11, but then another 7 points to spend. That could be... Oh, we need another Avenger, though. Oh, Thor. Oh, 18 is actually very precarious. Thor, at that point, to get 4 Avengers would make that 16, and I do not see any 2 threats. So I think X-Men would be the way of the game. Professor X Magic Wolverine, once again, being 11. And then a Winter Soldier 14. And an Electro for 18. Or a Dynamo. Interesting. Yeah, so 18 might be kind of a weird spot for this. Let's take a look. Does he have any 18 threats in his roster? Fear is 18. Right. Fear is 18. So maybe 18 is actually a comfort spot for him. And what is Mayor Fisk? Mayor is 16. Interesting. But yeah, I always like to see some spider foes on the board. As does chat. So we don't hate that at all. So here's something that's really perfect that I know you guys can't see at home unless I go in here and actually change it. In the framing of the dice cam, if we pull this bad boy down, you want to see something cool? Look at that hat right down there on the floor. Not a judge. Perfectly out of frame. So good. You know, now that I'm seeing it too, the Belgian team jersey is actually very good with the WTC logo on the right sleeve. Very cool. With a nice little kind of spiral pattern coming out of the claws. Yeah. Yeah. Claw letting his opponents know what he thinks about them. Yeah. Yeah, I would throw them down for that. Yes, that is my actual vote. Officially. No, no, if you already reported it, don't change. Okay. All right. Not trying to get any recounts here on the best team jersey. Simon walking over with what looks like 2 beers. One for his opponent and one for himself. What a guy. Never mind, it was first teammate. What not a guy. But some of the matchups over there, let's take a look. Looks like Peter, mid-table obscurity, is going to be going into Deviate Nick. Simon is going against a gentleman who I'm not sure who it is. Looks like the back of his jersey says Roomy. Pat Dunford going up against Nick Menard. And then looks like the invaders over there, Mike DeLuca and Hyper Viper, going into some of the Irish guys. iWargame himself as well. Oddly enough, on a different side than the rest of his American compatriots. And we have our first roster, all the way from Belgium. Thank you for flying that in. And, ooh, this is the first time we've seen this character, 2 of these characters, actually. So for the Spider Foes, we have Lizard, Doc Ock, or Sinister Scientist, Sandman, very excited to see him, Rhino, and Craven, the Hunter. As far as tactics cards, Surprise Webhead, Strategic Retreat, This is a Robbery, Custom Upgrades, and Brace for Impact. Over for the Avengers. Yes, we have Captain America, Luke Cage, Pyro, Crimson, and Thor, Prince of Asgard. That is 3, 6, 9, 13, and 18. There you go. Pyrotechnics, Avengers Assemble, Heroes for Hire, Brace, and Fallback. Not only is there Brace on the list, but it is my favorite Brace with Blob. It's the old Blob Brace. Blobby Brace and Ball. And that will have the Avengers, I believe, yes, taking the first deployment as they have priority this round. Nikki, by the way, I love the patches on your bag. The I Choose Violence and the, yeah, good stuff. Like it a lot. But yeah, so a little bit of a surprise. First time we've seen hammers this week, or not hammers. First time we've seen Mayor Fisk. That's one that really doesn't come up too often at cons that we go to. Hey JP, welcome in, bud. So not only, all right, here's the over/under chat. Let me see if I can actually get a poll going for this. This is important. What's that? What just happened? What is it? Ah, gosh. And that's from Italy or Belgium? Oh, that's glorious. Okay, so a very stern, stoic even round counter being used. It's going to actually be very hard not to use it. And it might be a little too girthy for some victory point trackers, but you'll just kind of have to have that sometimes. Hey, Gil.
Hello. Sidebar.
Yep. Yeah, I can send it to you.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
What's best email or something to send to you?
Yeah, email's fine. You have my email?
Yeah, actually, I probably do. What is it? Or let me mute this one. Boop, boop. All right, and we're back. So the poll that I'm curious about for everyone is whether or not we think we will breach 16 MCP specials. What do you all think? We're at 12. Alyssa says no. I think that's a quitter. I think a quitter attitude. So that would be for this game. I was initially going to say 15. So maybe that's a better reasonable one. But I'm just going to send these off quick. Boom. Attach. Send. Next and sent. We did it, boys. What are MCP specials again? Great question, JP. So an MCP special is when, during an activation, a character is left on 1 health remaining at the end of a couple of attacks that was clearly intended to daze or KO. All right, so we have Doc Ock Scientist, Sinisterine down there on the bottom side for the Belgian Patch-Up Boys, with Lizard right above the mid-center. And then we have Crimson Dynamo and Sam Cap over there on the Cosmic Taco stand with Luke Cage hovering around the north side of the board. For the Spider Foes, we are now dropping Sandman and Twisty, as his friends like to call him, the Sand Construct, not to be confused with Fisty, the other one. Heading back over to the Avengers. Oh, we still have Pyro to go out. And there's one other. Thor, Prince of Asgard. Alive on 1 after the activation. Yep. Does anyone with priority ever pick the left or right side of the map? Or north or south from the view of the stream camera? So on stream, there has not been an instance of that. But I can tell you right now, over on the Invaders and Ireland table, whoever won priority in iWarGames game did in fact decide to switch sides, as iWarGame is the only U.S. representative of the Invaders on that side of the table. Looking around at one of the other ones, one of the Poland teams, everyone, both team outfits are all red, so I would not be able to tell you over there. And does look like the same for Dutch's game, between England's 51% affiliated going up against the Montreal Shark Tank, as it is only Dutch that is sitting on the opposite side. Yeah, Oprah Smash, their nicknames, as far as I'm aware in the community, are Twisty and Fisty. It's Hanson? Skip. Okay. Okay, so I was going to completely disregard that completely until you made a Scary Movie 2 reference, and now I'm a little bit more receptive to it. So honor is intact, as hands have been shooken, shaken, or shaked, depending on your prerogative. So we will have that first activation. Rhino and Craven also deployed for Spider Foes, south of center, and towards the south up against Pyro for the Avengers, and Thor, Prince of Asgard, up on the north end above Luke Cage. I will also make sure that I have my lookup tool ready and good to go. And YouTube chat up as well. So if you are viewing this via to YouTube's, well, guess what? I can read your comments now. If you don't believe me, go over to YouTube and prove me wrong. You won't. You won't, coward. All right, so Thor, Prince of Asgard, Luke Cage, and Sam all going to be taking advantage of an Avengers assemble. And it'll be Thor's activation, who's going to be moving up to grab a hammer and contest that first Fisk witness. Hey, Robert. Viewing it both ways currently. Hell yeah. Appreciate you sounding off in chat. Staying hydrated? You look really, really thirsty. I have my Adepticon bottle. I have a Coke Zero. I have a coffee. Oh, he moved up, grabbed the hammer, moved back. Also, the other Mayor Fisk one is not even up by that hammer to begin with. So that was a very funny joke I just made. Tee-hee. Oh, I was going to Twitch, wasn't I, to make a poll on whether we're going to break 15 MCP specials or not. So we can vote on that through the first, let's say, round. Let's say the first round of the game. Looks like we have Rhino moving on up. Having a good gosh dang old time. And where's the poll button? Manage poll, create new poll. Will we hit 15 MCP specials? Yes, no, shut up, Tim are going to be the answers. You get one vote unless you want to spend some crab bucks. And we're going to make this duration for the next 10 minutes. Start that poll. I feel like I might know what the results will end up being, but we'll see. Ooh, a lot of people already seeming like we are going to be hitting that. I like the confidence. Oh, never mind. Now Shut Up Tim is slowly getting... Nope, now it is tied for the lead. Yep. Nope, nope, now it's in the lead. Okay. Oh, glorious. And already a judge call. So that Dynamo moving on up. Testing some ranges here, seeing if he's going to be able to laser down, some might say. Wow, 20 votes for Shut Up Tim. 83% of the votes are for Shut Up Tim. I'm not surprised that it's in the lead. I am surprised at how far it is in the lead. Maybe including that option to use channel points was a bad decision. I'm actually curious how many are from Tisdale as well. And that is Lizard moving on up. And that is Lizard activated. Back over to the Avengers. Dynamo is done. We still have Luke Cage, Sam, and Pyro. And looks like we are looking at a range 3 attack on Lizard, which is in fact going to be too far away. Potentially with a slightly different placement on deployment, but you really would have wanted Pyro there to potentially be getting that hammer on that bottom side. This poll was supposed to be anonymous. I can't see who voted for what. I'm just heavily assuming. Heavily assuming. You're just heavily hoping. All right, so it looks like we are looking at what Sandman's movements are going to look like into the Avengers. Once again, this is round 6. This is actually now the finals of WTC 2024 here in Copenhagen, Denmark at, some might say, the Comfort Hotel, Copenhagen Airport. One thing that I will say, which is super cool about this event, is that once you land, you are only about 150 yards away from the convention hall. You walk through a quick tunnel. You don't even need to go outside, and you're right there in the hotel. Walk down a flight of stairs, and you're in the hangar, which is where the WTC is taking place this year. We've had some incredible games on stream, some very close ones, some incredible moments. It is difficult to not think of a 15 dice Helios laser bombardment into a bullseye who was alive on 1. He was one of, in fact, those 12 MCP specials. And there may have been a pass there. The Sandman is now going. No, there couldn't have been. Yes, there could have been. Yes, there could have been. All right, so how close can Twisty get to securing that Fisk witness? Oh, Luke Cage moved up. That's what it was. Yep. And that is why we have eyes in the sky. All right, Fisty is on the board. Sandman taking a little bit of damage to bring his buddy Fisty out. But that's okay, Dad, as he has fast healing. And will heal some of it off at the end of his turn. So that'll be Sandman moving up, leaving Fisty behind, but keeping Twisty real close as he contests that Fisk witness. So to bring out those sand constructs at the start of his character's activation, if there are fewer than 2 sand constructs in play, you can take 2 damage and place one within 2 of himself. It gains an activated token and is part of your squad. So that's going to do it for the Man of Sand, Flint Marco, in the sand flesh. 2 options left for the Avengers. Sam Wilson or Perot not to be confused with the detective of the same name in any Agatha Christie book. That's right, I referenced an author and a book series. I've never read any of them, but I've watched the movies. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. And looks like we have Pyro moving up. Checking ranges. And a shot into Lizard. One on the block, but it is a crit, showing only one on the hit. Doesn't need to explode it. Gonna keep that explosion pent up for later. Nerd alert. Hey. How are you doing, sir? And that is Pyro activated. Moving back over to the Spider Foes. Doc Ock, Sinister Scientist, and Craven the Hunter left to activate for the Belgian Patch-Up Boys. Reading this guy. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. That would be a nerd alert if I did. But I don't. Still a nerd, just not one of them. All right, Doc Ock moving up. Is going to be in range of Crimson. But goes to contest the point instead. And by Doc Ock, I obviously meant Craven. Teehee, another joke. I got you with some tomfoolery. Maybe you should be paying attention more, chat. And that is going to bring us to the final activation for the Avengers. Italy's Sam Wilson. If I had to guess, is probably going to pick up a hammer. Probably going to pick up a hammer, move to that top witness to be able to claim that for the good guys. Yeah. Yeah. Could very well have been. So, looks like we have an attack or a shield throw. Showing 3, no deflection, but blocking 2, so 1 going through. And he does get the push, which is going to push Craven off of the point. Then a long move up to that hammer, pick it up. Then all day he'll have good luck. Sam should have an extra power as well. Or is his not a gainer? That actually might be the case. I think it's everyone else's but Sam's. Nope, the shield throw is a gainer. And we're looking at Scientist Supreme. Moving up onto the point. And that is going to end the round. 4-2 Spider Foes. All right, Shut Up Tim has won with 80% of the votes. Well done. Well done. Fortunately, Parliament has decided, okay. It is going to be a real awkward stream. Here's the real joke, you naysayers. While I can't talk, I can sing the commentary. So things look bad, and your back's against a wall. I did not. Where? Okay, so the Fisk witness is right above Domino. Oh my God, you can see it. Goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and get that beautiful Madden play-by-play to just track where this Fisk token is. So who all is going to be taking damage from that and stun? Who is, never mind. All right, we have a Fire Blast onto Doc Ock, I'm assuming. Showing 4. Blocking 3. 1 damage through and Incinerate. And that is also going to Incinerate Lizard. Is that going to Incinerate Craven too? So Lizard and Doc Ock being incinerated because of that. But here's the deal. Not sure if you guys knew this or not, but the Sinister Syndicate tactical ability might just get rid of that if he remembers to use it. Because with that affiliation ability, once per turn, not only does it gain an extra power after being attacked, but after an ally suffers damage, he can remove Shock, Slow, or Incinerate if he chooses to. And it looks like he is forgetting to. So I didn't want to say that too loud. And that is Pyro activated. Gotcha. So that was my question when everyone looked over, was if anyone took damage or stun from that. Okay. Yeah, fair. So it does look like no one took damage or stun from that Fisk witness. The Fiskness. All right, here's Twisty. And we're going to attack Luke Cage with it. Solid roll, showing 3 on the attack, 3 on the block. Reducing down to 1. And since damage was done, there will be a push. And it is a unidirectional push, too. So that means Fisty can go in there and get some fisting, too. Looks like it may just be outside of range 2, so he might not get 2 attacks, but he will definitely get 1. We need more streams of tournaments like this. It's excellent background for painting. I can paint and watch MCP at the highest level. Finish Psylocke. Hell yeah, Kane. I'm excited for you to be able to use Psylocke. She's awesome. Okay. So we will get that push on Cage. We will move over to Fisty, who is going to move up and give a nice friendly hello. And we'll give him the old sand slaps. Just showing 1. Luke Cage blocking it all. No damage done, no push. Sir, unidirectional means only one direction. Omni, means omnidirectional. That is what I meant. Nope. I didn't mean to say that. I said that wrong. It's a joke. Tee-hee, hee-hee. Now, Sandman. Going into Luke Cage. Stellar roll there. Showing 4, blocking 2, reducing by 1, so that is another single damage on Luke Cage. And looking at Sandman, he did get a wild, so he will have a throw here as well. And it is an omni-directional throw as well. It is not away. So he's going to throw it into the sand construct, which is really cool because that'll have Luke Cage taking 1 damage, and very specifically, they do not suffer damage from collisions as far as the sand constructs. So that's going to be 3 now on Luke Cage. And we're getting the Sandman Spender. Punch in your ticket. So it'll add 2 dice for each Sands construct within 2, which is going to be 2. So this is going to be a 12 dice spender going into Luke Cage. Shuffling a whole pile of dice into the hand. Throwing it. Ooh, hotsy totsy. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Luke Cage blocking nothing. Luke Cage is dazed. Hell of a start for Twisty, Fisty, and Mark. And that will provoke a leadership trigger. He's going to choose Thor, who will be gaining a power and getting a small move. Oh, I'm thinking of Cabal for the power. Sam's is move, remove a condition, and the advance. All right, we're beaming into Craven. Craven's blocking nothing. He does have that elixir, though, which does not help him here. And looks like 3 damage through. No wild for the shock. I believe this potentially also hits Rhino. No, it does not. So we're going into him again. All right, 4 with a shock, blocking 2, so he will now be shocked and incinerated. Let's see, Incinerate or Shock is also one he can remove. He is remembering to remove this time, so he will get rid of the Incinerate. He also gains an extra power about that. All right, rolling it back, same order, going into Craven first. Craven blocking 1 with a crit, make it 2. But, wow, Totsy Totsy. Blocking 3 out of 5, taking 2. And getting the shock. Oh, he just took 1. All right, now into Doc Ock. Big whiff. And, oh my god, that is 6 damage into Doc Ock, and he is going to be dazed. Wow. Big hits on both sides this round already. How did Lizard and Doc get incinerated with the Doc's leadership? So, Pyro attacked Doc Ock, applied Incinerate, did a damage, it spread to Lizard, and Mickey did not remember, I'm assuming, to remove the Incinerate. For the Incinerate last round. He took it off this time, but not last time. He didn't get attacked. I forgot. I think you can remove it right away. Maybe not. Maybe I've been playing that wrong. Yeah. Once per turn, when an allied character suffers damage from an attack, after the attack is resolved, it may remove the following. Yeah. My understanding is it can. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like only, yep, blocking the whole thing because of Disruption Field on a Rhino Gore. That will place him within 1 of Pyro. And will he do it again? Oh, that was the full activation, so we had to move to get in range of Pyro to do that. Pyro being pretty safe. Just checking here from Italy Maestro on what the damage reduction is like on Twisty and Fisty. So, no, he's already gone. So Sam is going to shield into one of the constructs, and he does get the ricochet off the crit, but it's dead, so you cannot measure from it. As Twisty goes down, and then we're going to spend 2 on a charge from Sam. Not positive if that's going to get him. Yeah, he will definitely be contesting the point, and he'll get another shield throw. And going into Fisty this time, hoping to take them both down. Fisty blocking nothing. 1 damage onto the Fistmeister. Sandman gaining a little bit of power each time. Does that work if they do damage, take damage, or both? Let's see. This character gains power whenever it's... Oh, it's both. It is both. Gains a power whenever an allied sand contract deals or takes. They have 2 health left, so that puts that sand contract at 1 remaining. As it is a reduction to 1, or by 1 to a minimum of 1. Looks like we have Lizard. It's round 6 that the earpiece really starts to hurt. Oof. Moving on up. Might be an opportunity to get Sam. But he also could try to start piling on to Sandman as well. Does look like it's going to be Sam, though. So he will move up a second time. And looks like it would be within 1 because Thor's base is size 1. But decides not to. We might go with the tail whip here. And the answer to that riddle is going to be no. All right, so he is going to be contesting up there. And Pyrotechnics from Pyro going into Lizard, as he does have Incinerate. And not only will that drop that hammer, it'll also push Lizard away. Not a whole lot of room to wiggle there, but at least it gets the hammer off of him. So let's see what line he has here. And it looks like directly away. From the scrum and not necessarily from Pyro. Oh. Pyro does not, doesn't it? Yeah. Ignore me. All right. And this was an attack from Thor into Sandman. Sandman taking 3 from that. And is going to chuck him as well. Sandman is Sandman size 3? Would that be a pretty, he is size 3. Surprised he didn't go into Lizard there. But that'll have the other sand construct crumble. Nothing on the sand construct. Oh, and Thor takes it down obliteration style. Ah. So if Sandman wants to bring out... Wait, is Sandman dazed? Does he have 6 damage on him? He has a 3-piece and 3 singles on his card, though. Oh, what are the other 3 pieces? Oh, it looked like there was... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong character. Ignore me. Ignore me. I was looking at Scientist Supreme, who did, in fact, have 6 damage on him. I'm dumb. Ignore me. Foes. He scored 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I guess he has 1 hammer and 1 of the points. So, huge swing there. This game might be over pretty quick. 8 points on the board. That's going to have Doc Ock Scientist Supreme flipping to his injured side. Luke Cage on his injured. He was at 2. I don't know. That's what it says now, is 9-7 with Avengers in the lead. Yeah, just ask them how they scored the victory. Oh, they already moved it. They already moved it. Gotcha. Jeez, these eyes in the sky over here. This eyes in the sky over here. She was just joking. It was a joke. She got you guys. Tee-hee. And it is round 3. That was also a joke. Good catch. All right, so with Thor as the last activation of the round, that is priority remaining with the Belgian Patch-Up Boys, Spider Foes, Nikki. Okay. So that's 5-9. Okay. I was like, there's only a maximum of 8 points on the board. That's why I was confused. All right, is that custom upgrades? All right, custom upgrades. Sandman into Thor. He's going to start by taking 2 damage and putting Fisty out. Sandman is going to move up. And he's going to go with a range 2 strike on the point into Luke. So custom upgrades, for those of you that are unfamiliar, this is blind obsession for the most part, except any spider foes can use it. You pay 2, you get 2 extra attack dice when targeting, and when you roll defense dice, you add 2 in the defense roll. However, you roll 2 less against everybody else. All right, so interesting. All right, so we have Disruption Field, and we also have Heroes for Hire being used on this beam. When it was going to go into Thor, it went into Luke instead. So he's not rolling the extra dice. He is rolling 2 successes, 1 block, 1 is going to go through, and we get the throw now. So we're resolving the throw from Sandman first. It looks like he's going to potentially. Okay, so the disruptor field did not change the dice results. And where's he going with it? Could be anywhere. Maybe in a boat, everyone says. We'll go that way into... No, next to Lizard. Into Nosferatu. So now Sandman will be thrown. So when he reabsorbs the constructs, he heals 1 from himself and gets the place. So that's the beam in the cage, nothing there. And then he's going to get the Sam 1, who is in fact raising his shield. And we're seeing 2 successes, 2 minimum blocks for the crit. No damage. And with no damage happens, you do not get the push. And that is going to be Sandman. Who was alive on 1, but now is going to be alive on 2 after he fast heals at the end of his turn. They are discussing the ranges on Thor to see exactly what's going to be transpiring there. One. Takes 2, heals 1. But then he fast heals at the end of his turn as well. So is he alive on 2 right now? Does he have 4 damage on him? To 5. To 4. Fast heal down to 3. Oh, and then the throw. Yeah. Listen, round 6 on day 2 is a day that any person doing eyes gets a little fatigued. So I would not worry about that. All right, second action is going to be to move up. All right, so Luke spendering into Lizard, showing 1, 2, 3, 4, only blocking 1, reducing 1. So sweet. So that was a spender. He does get the throw automatically and receives slow and stun. Okay, so after the damage is taken, he chooses to remove the slow in lieu of the incinerate. Great displacement though from Luke Cage, who's then going to move up. Maybe. Maybe not. I think he's choosing whether he wants to contest or go the full length, as he is injured. So that's not going to super help, but will contest it from... No, it won't contest it from Sandman, as he is still healthy. All right, another spender into Lizard. 7 dice coming at you with a throw on a wild. Lizard blocking 1. There's the wild for the throw. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're just gonna splat him. 7 blocking 1, 6 reducing to 5, and that has to be, I assume, a dazed Lizard, who's not holding anything anymore after he was pyrotechnicalized. Sweet, sweet Christmas. So that is going to be Lizard dazed going into round 4, coming in on his injured side in just a moment. All right, so we still have Thor and Sam's activation. We also have Craven and Doc Ock. There might be more. Crimson Dynamo might not have gone yet. Cho Chacho, good morning. Casual Peeners. It's a fantastic name. Okay, so looks like 2 on the attack, nothing on the defense. So 2's going through from Rhino onto Pyro. Can't believe I hadn't read that before. Casual. Love it. He's going to get the place. And going to go into Thor with a gore. After the Stampede. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thor taking 4. He's going to be sore and not want any more of that gore. So getting the place off there, gaining 4 power. I mean, does he just keep chucking? Thor hasn't gone yet. Thor has a hammer. 2 of them. So this might be the time to reach in his pockets and take one out. If I recall, this Thor is size 2, right? Yeah. So this is definitely the debate, and looks like he's spending the 4. Oh, maybe not. Gotcha. Yes, I love that 4 power up in the corner, like he's saving it. And looks like he is not. And he will fall back after the attack. He is going to pay 2. Oh, surprise webhead. And he's going to do that to get with the place. Ooh, wow. He might just... So that'll just daze him. He drops 2 hammers. And he does get the place off of him as well. Why do you roll so many dice? I believe Rhino only gets the extra dice on the next attack. Surprise webheads might add some potentially, but oh yeah, that was probably it. Didn't he already stampede? Yeah, I'm a little confused here. He did attack twice already, so surprise webhead gives him another attack. I'm assuming he's stampeding, but I thought he had already done that. Because he rolled 7 on an earlier attack. Let's read the rest of surprise webhead, yeah. Oh, he did? Oh, yeah. Then, yep, that does in fact solve it. So that's 3 hammers on Rhino? Yuck. How did that move happen? Oh, that's off the Sam trigger. Is there a team that has already finished? Good question. Don't know, but you can check the Longshanks right here. And yes, it does look like Alpha Flight, London B, Advanced R&R, Team Sweden, Denmark Ragnarok, Team Poland Casual Play. There are 2 types of French players, England Excalibur, Ice Guardians, Specky Bams, Danish, Finisher 6, Swedish Leftovers, and the amazing Spainderman have all finished their games. Medium to him. Yeah, because he rolled the extra dice earlier, I assumed he had stampeded earlier, but he must not have. He placed off the gore, but he already had a hammer, which is where the extra dice came from on all the attacks. Pyro into Sandman. And he rolls less dice because of custom upgrades. And looking like 4, which is definitely going to take down Sandman. And that Sandman be dazed. And going to firewall on Doc, giving him the old root and slow. And then he will move on to the point, helping to have a healthy character contesting that witness. And that's going to be Pyro activated. So we have Doc Ock and Craven left for the Spider Foes. People rag on Sandman a lot, but he seems pretty fun. I want to try him in a Brotherhood list. I really enjoy him. You can really neuter him pretty quick by killing the sand constructs, but Yeah, I think he's a really cool character. And if you have someone not kill those sand constructs, hoo-dee lolly. You are pushing, you are throwing, you are doing all sorts of grossness. Go Nikki. Hell yeah, Huggy. Hey. Oh yeah, Sandman does have 4 energy defense, so even with those custom upgrades, he's still rolling 2 against Pyro. But yeah, Spider-Foe's kind of in a rough spot. So, dazing Thor was pretty big. Pretty big. So it looks like with Scientist Supreme, he's moving up, he's throwing Pyro, and moving back. And that's going to be Doc Ock activated. Paying a little extra for that throw, but that's okay. And looks like we have a short move, not a jump from Crimson Dynamo. He might not have the power to jump, but looks like we're going to be getting a beam into Doc Ock and Craven. And going into Ock first. Showing 3 with a crit, doesn't convert, 1 block, 2 damage. And now on to Craven the Hunter. After taking the damage, Doc will use the affiliation ability to remove the slow. On the second attack, showing 3 again. And blocking nothing. 3 on a Craven, and that's going to be a daze, I'm pretty certain. Oh, he was on his injured side. Gotcha, yeah, so he was fresh. He might. Same. So chat, let us know. Do you have to have the special edition on you first to remove it with the Sinister 6 affiliation ability? Yeah, I could have been completely wrong in saying that he had forgotten it, but I assumed, because they're both after the attacker's resolved effects, you do the attacker first, and then you do the defensive player. Craven gonna move up. Spending 3 power on Expert Tracker. So that is going to make this a 5 dice Kukri Strike. Onto Dynamo. Okay, so this is 6 physical into Dynamo. Ooh, Hotsy Totsy. They're showing 4 so far. 2 crits, and they did get the Disruptor Field as well. So he's going to get rid of the Wild, and it does convert. 2 will go through. And he'll gain lead, and does not get the Elusive. Gotcha. It is also a gainer, so we also gain full power. And we're looking at some ranges. Is that a charge or just a regular move? Yeah, Nerd Cop, that's what I also thought. So So it may have been a forgetty loot. Shield and the Craven throwing 5. Wow, 4 crits and a hit. Craven is blocking 3, but like, yeah. He should have rolled the crits to see if he got the ricochet. Oh, you can't measure from him, so the ricochet wouldn't have happened. And that is going to end round 3. 8-14. Okay, so yeah, big round. He's got to be able to prevent 2. Spider Foes does, in fact, have priority here, but he's going to have to make it huge. Huge. And the chances of getting Rhino are pretty much null, who has 3 hammers. So he's going to need to be claiming both fists that bring him to 12. And yeah, even with the 4th hammer, it's not enough. So yeah, that no one taking damage from the witnesses. Yeah, so I don't think that there's a way to get Rhino. So it looks like that's probably going to be it. An anticlimactic end to a hideaway Rhino. Never mind, Tim, you're stupid. Rhino is on the Spider Foes. Yeah. Yep. All right, so we're putting Twisty on the board. Sandman's going to take a couple damage about. Sandman, Builder into Dynamo. So the throw's on a wild, so he's probably going to disruption. And he does. Well, nothing. And he's going to try to punch a ticket into Luke Cage. Gotcha. Declared into Dynamo, but Luke Cage is going to take it. And wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Luke Cage is KO'd. Cool. And he will get a leadership trigger. Might be sending Thor for Rhino. Sandman is going to fast heal at the end of his turn, so he's now sitting at just 1 damage taken. But let's see where Tommaso goes with this trigger. And it looks like it's going to be Pyro. And it is. Sounds like a fire blast. All right, he's going to stoke the flames for a fire blast here. On to Doc Ock. Take out the activation. You take out a lot here. Doc Ock getting 2. 1 damage and incinerate. Which he has no opportunities to spread there. And it looks like this time he is going to get rid of the incinerate as it happens. And same thing, but he no longer has the power. to Stoke. And he's showing 4. Doc Ock, however, says, nah. And so because he removed the first Incinerate, he does not get to remove the second. Oh, because he didn't take damage either. Giving slow en route to Sandman as well. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, just putting the boost on. I mean, he's slowed now. Which means if he was counting time in an hourglass, it'd be slowed down. Let's take a look to see if any of the other games from this grouping has ended. It does look like 2 of them are done. And it does look like Italy is ahead 2-0. So this game could decide it. Doc Ock gonna move. Spender into Dynamo. If damage goes through here, he adds a whole lot of stuff. And he's showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a crit. And he's also showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the defense. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is depressing. And he's going to spend 4 with the root. Yep, that is a momentum killer. And doing a spender like that and having nothing happen. Oof. Very realistically should have gone a different way. But dice are a character in Marvel Crisis Protocol. All right. Gonna chuck Pyro. He's gonna take a little damage about it. That leaves Pyro at 2 remaining. And Thor is going to be going Rhino hunting. Yeah, dice be dice. So if damage had gone through there, that would have been Bleed, Poison, Shock. If it didn't just outright drop a Dynamo. And we will get a 4 Asgard here. Hey, Raza. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And he is going to swing. No wild. Oop, there it is. So that'll be a throw. Rhino blocking 1. So he'll reduce by 1, take 1 damage, gain 3 power about it. And then get yeeted. And the stagger because damage did in fact go through. And I think he's choosing not to throw. Nope, he's going to throw him right back. Get him in the mix. So Rhino, having taken a single damage, is going to ornery back away. Or aggressive back away. Well, the throw and then the aggressive. Oh. Oh, so he paid for the throw, his actual character throw. And then Thor's going to move. So he didn't charge? doesn't. It has to be a strike at the end of a 4S card. It cannot be a hammer throw. The other thing with the throw is it would have been a shock afterwards as well, which didn't happen. You're positive it was a throw? A hammer throw? There would be so many things wrong with that way happening. I don't think that that's... Why? No, he staggered him, so it was definitely a strike, right? The stagger's from the charge. No, the hammer throw applies shock. The stagger comes from any strike that does damage after a charge. I gotcha. Alyssa. I gotcha. They're good in human splashes.
I don't know how to play this game, so I'm just saying. I don't play these models. I sees it like I calls it, and I can barely seize it, so.
All right, 10 dice from a gore. Showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thor blocking 3. He's going to take 4. That is, in fact, all he's going to get out of it. As he was staggered and had to shake. He will place. And we're probably looking at a stampede or something now, potentially. Oh, we probably had to stampede to get that. Those dice still in the tray yet. We have 4, 5, plus 3, plus 2. Yep, that was it. So the throw 2 are going to go through. And Thor is alive on not much. All right, so the first beam into Doc Ock does nothing. This is from Crimson Dynamo. And let's go with Twisty. Oh, no, it is. Is it Fisty out there? Fisty's gone. It is Twisty. Has been removed. And Doc Ock a second time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doc Ock blocking 2, taking 3. That's going to be a KO. And that is going to be... Well, no, there's still Lizard. There is still Lizard. There's also Sam. The Lizard, I'm assuming, yeah, can throw size 3, right? Peoples? Totally can. So you get to Dynamo off the point, but then Sam is going to come in and wreck everything. So double move, throw. He'd have to be really precarious about this placement to make sure that Sam couldn't get there and have any opportunity to stand on those whatsoever. If he can do that, that'll tie it up 15 to 15. And have spider foes with priority. Move number 1. And then a spender into Dynamo. Okay. Showing 1, 2. Dynamo blocking it all. Aggressively so. And that's Lizard. Mhm. So that's a shield throw that is currently showing a lot. 4 end up going through, doing it a second time, showing 1, 2, 3. What's that? Yeah. And that is going to be Rhino down. Dropping 3 hammers. Looks like maybe just out of range of Sam, but looks like he can pick up at least a couple of them. There's the handshake. And that is going to be game. So, and he scores all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 21, 2-8. That is going to be the 3rd win that they needed, and that is going to make Italy the WTC 2024 champions of the world. So, once they get that in, we'll get a selfie with them quick. We got to start doing that beforehand before someone might have the feel bads. But I can take that out of my ear. Congratulations to Italy. Italy Maestro not only getting back into it after winning their pair down to go into a 6th round, but then stomping it out here in this final round. Oh, well, I just broke everything in my pocket. Thanks for streaming. Absolutely. So we do still have painting prizes and the like. We will be taking that on video and putting that up on the YouTube. So make sure, if you're not already over there, to head over to YouTube, to the Professional Casual YouTube channel, and get ready to get a handful of more videos from the weekend, including best painted prizes and awards that'll be happening here in a little bit. It does look like there are a number of games still out there finishing up. A lot of players still playing. So there are going to be a lot of changes probably in the top 10, top 5 for sure. So there are still some victories to be won for a lot of players, especially some grudge matches in which they are being paired up against right now. Absolutely, GM guys, thank you for being here and keeping us company this weekend, as Italy has taken WTC 2024 here in Copenhagen, Denmark, at the Comfort Hotel Copenhagen Airport. Absolutely, sure lucky, good to see you. Cliff Jumper, wow, guys, thank you so much. That's overwhelmingly positive. A massive, massive thank you to everyone that helped us get here and that wanted us here. There was a lot of support going directly to the WTC from the GoFundMe that they put up, as well as effectively the WTC covering the rest of the trip so that we could be here as well. So I really appreciate each and every one of you for getting us here, for the WTC, for finishing the job, and for literally 210 incredibly nice, talented players playing over the course of the WTC, making this a fantastic event, the biggest in-person Marvel Crisis Protocol event in the world, in history, was right here. We were all here to watch it. Make sure, if you're not, follow over on the YouTube, where a lot of these games are going to be going up or are already up, including videos of the award ceremony afterwards, and a special announcement. Bids have been taken in for where WTC will be next year. So is it coming to your area? Is it coming to your neighborhood? Or is it going further away? Well, we will be finding that out later. And a massive thank you to our
For the
eyes
first
in the
5
sky.
games. For the first 5 games.
To our eyes in the sky, Alyssa.
Okay, so I have clarity because I asked, because it was driving me insane the whole game, and the reason why I messed so much up, I promise that's the reason. So we had a question about the Doc Ock Lizard, the firewall, how it incinerated both of them.
Yeah.
And how did that happen with the leadership? He specifically chose to keep it. He felt there was no need to shake it if he was just going to get attacked again and incinerated again.
Oh.
Yes, he said he specifically chose to keep it.
That makes
sense as to why it was there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. It's either way.
Hey, thank you for the follow over on YouTube, bud.
Yeah,
Appreciate
so-
you.
Sure, Lucky, you spelled my name right. Yes, thank you. So, yeah, so that clarifies that. So.
But yeah, so there are some very, very, very big happy faces, hugs, and the like happening over for the Italians over there, and it's really nice to see just the pure glee of them taking this home. But yeah, so like I said, there is going to be an announcement later about where WTC will potentially be next year, in addition to the award ceremony. All sorts of those great trophies that Gil showed off earlier. And I have to say, for being slightly short on the judges that they had, the judge and staff here did a fantastic job hopping, hurling, and swirling to any judge call that was in fact made. So massive props to the entire judging and tournament staff. And what a cool venue.
Yeah, and I think thankfully for the judge calls, there was no point where they were all three and then another one had to run. So there wasn't more than two at a close enough range of time. So they did great. So that is beautiful. I'm gonna leave now before I just melt and die.
Yeah, let's get our selfie with these players.
Yes.
Guys, thank you so much. Remember, over on the YouTube, all these videos are already up. The VODs are there. So if you didn't catch any of them because they were at an awkward time for you in your local time zone, you can catch it all right there. An entire great weekend of Marvel Crisis Protocol. Coming up for some of our next events that we will be going to, we will be at PAX Unplugged. Not streaming PAX Unplugged, but we will be there. So if you're in the Philadelphia
playing?
area, no,
Why are you there?
I'll be working.
Oh, dope. Are you judging?
No.
What are you doing?
The thing that I'm currently hired for is board game demos, but we'll see exactly
Not
where I end up.
MCP related.
Not MCP related yet. But I don't know. It's all in the air. I just got the acceptance for board game demos, so we'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'll be at PAX Unplugged. Then we'll be at Everwinter the first weekend of January. So that is a Boston event for Marvel Crisis Protocol. We will be there for it, streaming that. And then obviously the big one, the Worlds for every AMG game at Adepticon in 2025 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. New venue, big venue, a lot of hype. That is going to be an Adepticon to be at, as it is in the new, bright, beautiful, actually redone not too many years ago as well. So it is actually a rather new facility as far as its reconstruction. But yeah, that's going to be an absolute blast. So make sure you're there. And if you're not, be right here. But guys, we love you. As always, more videos later, more announcements, all that good stuff. Stay tuned. Tuesday, MCP right here on the Twitch and YouTube, coming from the basement dungeon that is the PCN studio, where we will be replaying this finals match. It is a
that
tradition.
should be fun.
It's a tradition. Me and Dan always replay the finals match, usually poorly. So whether I'll be Spider Foes or Avengers, I actually really like both of these rosters, so I'm not going to be mad about it either way. But guys, love you. Thank you, and we'll see you later. Remember,
Tim sucks.
always right front or back.
Let's say, of the Professional Casual Network, Tim. Welcome back to the show once again. We are, of course, Professional Casual Network, and we are bringing you, the Power Phase. Tim, we got a very special gift for our friends.
It's an incredibly special gift.
Some would say it's the gift that keeps on giving. It is organized play Vibranium Heist. I've been practicing it all day. As we all know, I keep calling it Vermilion Heist. I have no idea why.
You know, that was across. You know better.
This is where I would put in a bad joke, but I saw that you have feet pics. Linux for professional casual on a website called streetfinder.com.
I can't win. This is hurtful.